6 a.m., the gates open, but thousands were already here. 7 a.m., the garage is open, but the race teams have been here for weeks. Now it is time to find your place along this world-famous oval. Now it's time for drivers and crews to make final preparations for this celebrated endurance test. In a little over 2 hours, the green flag will drop on what we've been waiting for, the greatest spectacle in racing. We welcome you to the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. And what a beautiful day that we have here. We're coming to you from the world-famous Brickyard. We are at the end of Pit Out as it joins up with Turn 1. Welcome, everybody. I'm Brent Musburger, bringing you with us for the first of 5 hours plus coverage on ESPN2 and ABC of this great American tradition. You know, it has been a glorious and busy year for IndyCar already, and we're going to bring you all of the top stories. Let's start with story number 1. Danica Patrick. She struck gold in Japan, becoming the first woman in history to win an IndyCar race. How does that historic victory translate here? We'll find out. Two-time Indy champion Helio Castroneves officially crossed over to the mainstream, winning Dancing with the Stars in November. Does the added recognition affect his chances of a third title today? And folks, we have the deepest field in 13 years, thanks to the unification of the two open wheel series going back to February. We'll examine how that might impact today's race. Unification also means the Rahals and the Andretti's, two storied Indy names, are back running side by side at the Brickyard. And we've seen our share of crashes, unfortunately, already here this month. We're going to explore the level of fear that drivers must cope with in order to race here at Indianapolis. And over in the garage area, well, the teams are taking a final look at the cars before they're rolled out onto the starting grid. A grid dominated up front by the big three teams of open wheel racing: Ganassi, Penske, and Andretti Green. Andretti Green Racing comes in with 4 drivers in the first 3 rows. Danica has the 5th spot, followed by Tony Kanaan, Marco Andretti, and then the rookie Hideki Muto. No Indy wins in this group, but a couple of second-place finishes by Andretti and Kanaan, and a whole lot of talent there from top to bottom. Positions 3 and 4 belong to the Penske Racing team, with the Aussie Ryan Briscoe rounding out the front row in the 3rd spot, and two-time Indy 500 champion Castroneves 1 row back and forth. But it is the Chip Ganassi team sitting pretty in the front row with the 2005 Indy champ Dan Wheldon in the 2 spot and New Zealander Scott Dixon in the coveted pole position for today's 500. Now, Wheldon came over from Andretti Green in 06 after his Indy win. But this has been Dixon's team since 2002. And once fierce opponents, now they are close teammates. A situation often repeated in sports, folks, but in racing, it has a whole different feel.
We started working together beginning of 2006.
Early on, I don't think we respected each other too much, and definitely in the first season we were at loggerheads and almost trying to kill each other on the track.
Very, very different personalities. I'm pretty outgoing and he's introverted. Over time, we've definitely built up a very close working relationship.
I think our relationship, especially in the last sort of year and a half, has got pretty tight, and we get on really well.
We're both extremely driven to win. We understand that you need to work together as a team to drive everybody forward and give yourself the best possible chance of being in victory lane.
The information goes both ways, and definitely, that's made our seasons a lot stronger.
It makes the races a little bit easier, and if you can work together in a way where you can place yourself first and second on the racetrack, that's much better than trying to fight one another and perhaps jeopardize the chance of being first and second.
You got to have the inter-team rivalry. The best form of competition is comparing yourself to your teammates.
That's where we really help target Chip Ganassi Racing, because we do keep pushing each other to the limit.
He's made a few comments when we've had races where we've been at each other, and especially I think Chicago probably in 2006 where we nearly crashed 2 cars because of that. He definitely has a few words to say about that. Great day, you'll work together. If you can help your teammate, maybe you've been knocked knocked out of it already and you're 2-3 laps down. If it's coming down to the end and you guys are fighting it out, it's every man for himself at that point.
If those are the two students at Target, Chip Ganassi, this is the schoolmaster. And Chip, when you've got two drivers that sometimes don't get along, when their relationship improves, how much does that increase your chances for a positive result on the racetrack?
Ooh, I'll tell you, Vince, Dixon and Weldon have really come together over the last couple of years being teammates here on the Target team. And kind of reminds me of two other guys I used to have about 10 years ago. Jimmy Vasser and Alex Zanardi. Reminds me of those two a lot.
You've got teammates and we expect them to work together during the course of the race. At what point do those teammates become opponents?
Vince, you know there are no team orders here at Target Chip Ganassi Racing. No team orders. They're competitors every lap out there. And certainly they're going to race each other a little cleaner than maybe some of their competitors, but we have no team orders.
Expect 9 and 10 to be there down the stretch, Brent. They've got to be the favorites today.
Yeah, indeed, Vince. They've been fast all month. But as far as the big three go, Roger Penske has dominated Indy through the years, 14 wins here. But Andretti Green was the last to win here last year with Dario Franchitti. And it is Ganassi whose drivers sit 1-2 in the front row for today's race. Now Danica Patrick. She will start 5th today, which is the highest starting Andretti Green car this Indianapolis. Is she gearing up for a historic day? Find out when our coverage of the 92nd Indianapolis 500 continues over on ABC at noon Eastern.
I see Indy from the 4th turn, section 1 of the Northwest Vista. Dad brought me when I was 3 years old, and I've been coming whenever I could since. These seats are great because you can see all the action from the 3rd turn through the North Chute, turn 4, and all the way down the front straightaway. I think one of the most memorable things I saw was Dan Weldon coming through the North Chute, trying to pass Sam Hornish and flipping on his lid, sliding upside down. I thought he was dead. He popped up, waved to everybody, happy as can be. 2 years later, he wins the race.
Well, there are over 250,000 seats around this grand old racetrack. What sights they have seen through the years. Danny Sullivan spin and win. A.J. Foyt through the smoke. This year promises to only add to that grand list. And you know, one of the things, it is not easy to win the Indy 500 in your rookie year. Helio Castroneves did it, and it's even harder to win back-to-back Indy 500s. Castroneves has done that too. And then what does he do last November? He jumps out into show business and wins Dancing with the Stars. He's the busiest man in all of racing. Let's take a look at a busy week for Castroneves.
Hello guys, I'm Helio Castroneves. You guys are going to be following me here in New York, Indianapolis, LA, all over the place. We're going to take a picture right in front of the New York Stock Exchange. Now we're ready to go to Indianapolis because there we're going to switch planes and going to LA. Guys, we're getting ready for another one. Check that out. What a transformation, huh? Now here in LA, we're going straight to the show Dancing with the Stars. And I'm going to find out all the dancing secrets. We've been pushing for the Gil Power. Day 2, we're gonna go to Adam Carolla show.
Great to see you, Helio. Hello, everyone.
Now we're heading to the entertainment tonight. There's more. Here's what else you didn't see. We're here back in Indianapolis, yes, and after all these trips and everything what's going on, we're back. We're gonna go to a party now. Kings and Jules, follow me.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
The other way.
Our very favorite dancing driver, Helio Castroneves. I can't believe I'm a Hoosier. Wow. Welcome Indy's newest favorite son, direct from Holyoke, Helio Castroneves.
Guys, thanks for following me all week. Look, finishing with the right outfit because I won the competition with this. So that means Indy's coming. Let's cross the fingers. Woo-hoo!
The man is a natural, and we'll hear from him later on our ABC pre-race show. Now, his 2 Indy titles were both for Team Penske, but it is his teammate, Ryan Briscoe, in his first start for Penske, who sits in the front row today. You know, baseball has the Yankees. College basketball has UCLA. and racing simply has Team Penske. These historically powerful teams have their own secret formulas for dominating their sport. And earlier this month, we got a look behind the curtain when Ryan gave us a tour of the Penske facility in North Carolina.
All right, welcome to Penske Racing. Beautiful facility. We're on 425,000 square feet of building here on over 105 acres of property. I'm going to give you a little sneak peek and I hope you enjoy it. Come along. So here we are at our beautiful gymnasium at Penske. How do you feel this is helping our team throughout the season?
Well, we get a chance to work out. Everybody works out at a scheduled time together. It helps with agility, pit stops, makes the tires feel a lot lighter than they really are.
Well, I'd come train with you, but you guys train too early in the morning, so from up here we can have a great view of most of Penske Racing's 50 Cup cars and 9 nationwide race cars. So Penske Racing has also put all their race-winning banners along here. I've got a couple of my own up here, so that's great, and hopefully we can keep adding to that. One huge accomplishment would be to complete the trifecta this year of winning the 3 biggest races of the year in all 3 categories, Daytona, Sebring, and we'll be going for the Indy 500. All right, this is my corner of the race shop. This is where the 6 car gets prepared. You know, I've got my boys here. We've got Gary getting everything. Say hi. We've got Roger from his driving days looking over us, so as you can see, they're all focused on the job right now, getting ready for Indy, but that's okay. We can leave them to their work. This is Penske Racing's gift shop. Anyone can come here, buy all these beautiful items. Some maybe a little better looking than others, but no, I'm just joking. I hope you've enjoyed the sneak peek of the Penske Racing facility, and cheer me on for the rest of the season.
And some 40,000 Penske employees will be cheering Team Penske on as they carry the colors. And Roger Penske has been to victory lane 14 times in his IndyCar career. Roger, what accounts for that success here for you?
I think, Jack, it's about our people, the consistency, the teamwork, and our commitment to winning. And this place has built the brand Penske throughout the world, so that's why we're here racing as hard as we can.
And yet, with all those victories, you have not been afraid to gamble. How do you mix gamble with the success that you've had?
Well, I guess it's no risk, no reward, but I think today in this race it's going to be patience, because you can see you need to be there that last 100 miles.
Brent, there's something special for this man, as Ryan Briscoe alluded to. Should he win today, well, he scores a triple for the first time.
Yeah, and there's another little bit of history on the line for Roger today, Jack. In February, he won the Daytona 500 with driver Ryan Newman. And with a win here today, he'd become the first owner ever to take the checkered flag at Daytona and Indianapolis in the same year. But right now, let's bring in the talented trio who will call the race later today on ABC. Marty Reed, Scott Goodyear, and 1998 Indy 500 champion Eddie Cheever. Marty?
All right, thank you, Brent. Hello again, everybody. You've already talked about the big 3, of course, Penske, Ganassi, and Andretti Green, and they do occupy the top 7 starting positions. So, yes, you have to consider one of them the favorites. But Scott Goodyear, is there anybody who can top the big 3?
Well, although there's a few dark horses in the field here today, the front row has won this race from their starting position up front 39 times. That's history going against anybody else trying to do this. But you've got guys like Penske, Target Chip Ganassi, and also Andretti Green Racing. They've got the best drivers, the best cars, and the best development programs right now. So you have to say the victor might just come from that group, yes.
Eddie, we heard Chip Ganassi say no team orders. You don't buy it, though, do you?
I think what he meant by no team orders is I don't care who wins the 500 for me, but I can assure you that he's told both drivers you have to work together, because if you don't, you're going to get shuffled back. So it'll be a tough one.
All right. Well, Brent, of course, one of those top 7 qualifiers and one of those favorites has to be Danica Patrick.
Now, Marty, exactly. And the 5th is the highest position in Danica's 4 Indy starts here. Another mark in a sterling year for the young woman from Roscoe, Illinois. What else do you call a year when you pose for the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue and you end up back on the cover after making racing history in Japan? So Danica was all over the place, and we certainly will catch up with her later today. Andrew McMahon, the lead singer for Jack's Mannequin and a cancer survivor. His band performs before the multitudes here at the Speedway when we return to ESPN's coverage of the 92nd Indianapolis 500.
Programs, get your Indy 500 programs.
Well, like all great sporting events, the Indy 500 interacts with all your senses. Engines are not the only sounds you'll hear at the Speedway this weekend as we welcome to the Plaza stage Jack's Mannequin.
This is morning. It's when I spend the most time thinking about what I've given up. This is a warning, yeah. When you start the day just to close the curtains, you're thinking about what I've given up. Where are you now? As I'm swimming through the stereo, I'm writing you a symphony of sound. Where are you now? As I rearrange the songs again, this mix could burn a hole in anyone. It was you I was thinking of. It was you I was thinking of. So I read your letter, the one you left when you broke into my house. Freaks tracing every step you made, and you said you meant it. There's a piece of me in every single second of every single day. But if it's true, then tell me how we got this way. Where are you now? As I'm swimming through the stereo, I'm writing you a symphony of sound. Where are you now? As I rearrange the songs again, this mix could burn a hole in anyone. It was you I was thinking of. It was you I was thinking of. And I can't get to you, and I can't get to you, and I can't get to you, and where are you now? As I'm swimming through the stereo, I've conducted a symphony of sound. Where are you now? As I'm cutting through you track by track, I swear to God this mix could sink the sun. It was you I was thinking of. It was you I was thinking of. And where are you now? Where are you now? And this is my mixtape for her. It's like a road I've written with my own fingers. Thank you. It's nice to be here with Jack's Mannequin. This one's called Holiday for Me.
Jack's Mannequin playing before one of the largest crowds in all the sports here at the Indianapolis 500 on this beautiful May 25th. And you know, with a spectacle this grand, you're bound to find some famous faces here in the crowd. They come from all across the sporting and entertainment world. I think with Danica Patrick's win over in Japan, this is the place to be seen. And of course, there's another first here today. Kristi Yamaguchi will be the first woman to drop the green flag. Let's go to Brianne Pettigo.
That's right, Brent. I caught up with Kristi Yamaguchi and Julianne Hough just before they hop in their pace cars. Julianne, you're also known as Elio's partner from Dancing with the Stars. He seemed to really enjoy himself in your world. I know this is your first Indianapolis 500. What do you think of Elio's world so far?
Honestly, it's incredible. I did get to see Elio come into my world and be out of his realm, and of course I'm out of my realm. But he's so focused, and he's almost like a different person, really getting ready for his race. And he's got a great car, so I think he has a good shot.
And Julianne, of course, will sing our national anthem later on today. Let's come over here to Kristi Yamaguchi, not only an Olympic gold medalist, but now the new champion of Dancing with the Stars. Kristi, earlier this year, Danica Patrick made history. She became the first woman ever to win an IndyCar race. Today, you'll make history of your own. You're the first woman to wave the green flag here at Indy. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it's a huge honor. I'm so excited, first of all, to be here at the race and to see everything live, but to wave the flag, it's a huge honor. I hope I do all the women proud out there, and yeah, I'm thrilled. They said the sensation of the wind of the cars and the smell, and obviously the sound is going to be overwhelming.
Now, both these ladies are here on official business today, but they're also here as fans. And Jamie Little, I think we know who they're rooting for.
Well, we certainly do. Speaking of Hollywood, how about the California boy, Townsend Bell, making his second start in the Indianapolis 500. And Townsend, both times here, you've had this sponsorship with designer jeans, and Justin Timberlake is part of the deal. How'd that come about?
Oh, just, you know, living in LA, the fashion industry is sort of based out there, and know a few people there in the industry, and racing's such a great platform. I mean, IndyCar is perfect for building a brand, and these guys are excited. The car looks awesome, and hopefully we have a strong day today.
You know, something a lot of fans out there don't know is every driver in the field has been asked what kind of milk he prefers if he makes it to victory lane. Well, you were asked, and you kind of set the bar higher, and you said you wanted fresh milk. What's that all about?
Well, we went out to Sonoma up at Sears Point a couple weeks ago with my son Jackson. We milked an 1,800-pound heifer or whatever, and supposedly it was my first time milking win. That's the milk I'm going to be drinking today.
Well, that's something to go for, and Townsend Bell's going to be rolling off 12th. You see him there milking the cow with his face on the bottle, so that's certainly a unique one, and it's all about the milk bottle here.
For sure. Thanks for having me.
Brent?
All right. Thank you, Jamie. And when we come back now to our 5+ hours of coverage on ESPN and ABC, we'll take a look at how unification has made this one of the deepest fields at Indy in 13 years.
My favorite tradition was that it took a whole month. You had your reservation at the motel over there, and you wanted it for 2 days, you took it for the whole month.
I think qualifying provides the most electrifying ambiance.
That kind of vibe and atmosphere of the morning of the day of the race, and as soon as they say, okay, gentlemen, start your engines, it's time to go.
The start of the race, because that's when everybody leaves me alone and I'm there to do what I'm supposed to do, which is race.
My most favorite tradition here is drinking the milk in victory lane, no doubt about it.
Well, thanks to unification, 83-year-old Paul Newman is back at Indy. Newman Haas Lanigan Racing has a long tradition here, although the Borg Warner Trophy has always eluded them. Now, this is even more surprising when you look at the level of talent in the cockpit. Some really big names have raced for them here. And today, 19-year-old Graham Rahal starts 13th for Newman Haas Lanigan, while teammate Justin Wilson is 1 row behind in 16th. Of course, the main reason for Paul Newman's return was front page news back in February. That's when the 2 open wheel series reunified again. And you've got to go back to 1979 as we get you up to date. Here was the enormous split in open wheel racing. CART ran its first race on March 11th, and that was just the beginning. IndyCar was formed. They ran their first race in 1996, January. Then CART ran opposite of them in the next year's Indy 500. And CART owner Chip Ganassi finally bolted in 2000, winning the Indy 500. Team Penske left CART for the IndyCar series. He came back in 2002, and Andretti Green Racing made its move in 2003. So there was a steady trickle back, and CART changed its name to Champ Car in 2004. And then February 27, 2008, IndyCar and Champ Car unified themselves, and aren't the fans happy with that, as Vince Welch is standing by with one of the merger rookies. So let's go to Vince.
Well, Brent, of all the positives of unification, there may be one driver who feels it's a bit of a negative, at least in the short term, and that's this gentleman here, Justin Wilson. He was the runner-up in the Champ Car Series each of the last 2 years and was the favorite to win that championship this season. Justin, how has unification affected you personally?
Well, it's like you said, we were in a strong position. I was joining the Newman-Haas-Lanigan race team and getting beat by the McDonald's car every weekend. I finally got to drive it, so I was looking forward to a good, strong season in Champ Car, and I felt we had a good chance of going after the championship. But unification happened. We all moved across. We're all in IndyCar, and at the time, as I still believe now, it's the right thing. I'd rather take the short-term pain and give this time to improve, and we all have a much brighter future. And as we're seeing already, that's the case. So we just had to get through that first month where you transition over. The team have worked some long hours, and we've made it. But like I said, I thought we were going to have a season running at the front, but I think we'll get back there, and I think we'll be fine. And it's just gives everyone a much brighter future.
Jack, 16 years Newman Haas has been here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They've led more than 700 laps, but never won this race. What a great day it would be if Justin Wilson or his teammate Graham Rahal could bring home the victory today.
Vince, unlike some of the unification drivers, this unification pilot, Bruno Junqueira, has been here 5 times, and Bruno, the last time was a time that almost ended your career with the broken back. Coming back this year, what's changed in the way you approach this race?
I have the same approach. I had great success here. All the other times I race here, I've been on the pole. I have 2 top 5 finish. And even 2005, I led the race. I had a chance to win. So I always did well here. I just remember the good times about Indianapolis. And for sure, 2005 was hard. I stayed 1 year out, but I'm happy that 3 years after I'm here, healthy and ready to race.
Unification drivers got their cars late, and this all came about with leading up to the Indianapolis 500. From your perspective, driving for Dale Coyne Racing, what's the biggest challenge with what you've been through so far today?
I mean, just to put the car on the track. I mean, the mechanics are working for the last 3 months, 24 hours every day. There is no rest day, and everybody's a lot of under pressure, and just putting the car together and going from one race to the other, from road course to street courses to the Panos, Long Beach, going back to the ovals again. So it's really, really difficult for the mechanics, but I think you found a good setup here in Indianapolis. I'm confident of my car. Starting 15th, I think can do a great race.
Brent, if Bruno should make it to victory lane, it certainly would be the flight of the Phoenix.
Yeah, indeed, Jack. It would be a great story. But right now, let's bring in Marty, Scott, and Eddie and ask them what impact reunification is going to have on today's race.
Well, in the long term, unification means stability. Manufacturers and sponsors want to know what they're buying, and right now it's already paid dividends. Coke, DirecTV have come on as sponsors, and Honda has just signed a new 5-year contract to supply engines, and they want competition. There's going to be an open meeting where chassis manufacturers, engine builders are going to meet in June to discuss a new rules package. Today, what it means, right here at this track, for the first time in a dozen years, everybody in North America is at one location. But for these Champ Car teams coming over, Scott, it has been a monumental challenge.
Absolutely difficult, because at the beginning of the year, they thought they were running in their own series with their own chassis and the Ford Cosworth engine. Well, in the end situation now, they've got to learn a new car, a new engine, and go to different race circuits. Remember, a lot of these drivers, it's the very first time any of them have seen ovals. So for them, it's a learning curve, not something that's going to happen here very quickly. They thought they would be very competitive here in the month of May because they'd have lots of testing days. Well, we've had a ton of rain here this month. Not many testing days for them, but they are learning. They will be fast. It will be tough for them today, though, to break into that top 5.
So, Eddie, what's a realistic expectation for these teams coming over?
I think if they finish in the top 10, it's a really big deal. But as in everything in life, you have to do something to learn it. So for all these rookie teams that are here, they have to finish the race. But I think the gap we saw between qualifying and racing between the larger teams and the new teams that are here will close. Because in the race, strategy counts a lot, and there's a lot of really intelligent strategists in the other teams also.
Well, Brent, you heard it. Maybe a top 10. If the stars align, who knows? Maybe even top 5 or better.
Yeah, Marty, I think Eddie's on the money as we take a look at the parents of Danica Patrick, Mother Bev and Father TJ. They have been so close They have formed the nucleus of Team Patrick. Danica Maini has certainly had a high point since her win in Japan last month, and the year was 2005 right here. She was a rookie, and she led for 19 laps of the Indianapolis 500, and she became the first woman to ever lead this race. And overnight, Danica Mania was born. Naysayers would claim she was all hype, but they were silenced last month by her historic win in Japan. Can she win here in the biggest race there is? We'll find out.
Danica Patrick looks like will be shown in second place as Danica now trying to take advantage of the fuel strategy. Bonelio Castroneves, he's out of fuel, or is he? They're going side by side. Danica Patrick is the leader, Mark James, as she comes to the line looking to complete 198 laps. She came out with 150 laps being shown complete. She had topped off. She had to make a fuel number of 3.5 miles a gallon.
Could history be made? And boys, move over. The lady is coming through. Danica Patrick wins at Twin Ring Motegi.
It's a long time coming. Finally.
A huge win for Danica Patrick. Can she follow it up here at Indianapolis? One thing's for sure. Following that victory, everyone in the sports world sat up and took notice of Danica.
Every week when you watch her races, she runs in the top 10. There's no reason in the world that a woman driver cannot be successful in all forms of motorsports. There's not one reason.
I thought it was great, fantastic. I mean, I know she competes in a tough world every day, and I think, you know, you could tell by watching her how happy she was. I mean, maybe a relief, maybe satisfaction, all of those things. But no, it was great to see. I think, you know, it's tough, obviously, for women to compete against men, and you know, success like that is important. I think it opens, you know, the door for many young women out there to just kind of work hard and believe in themselves.
I mean, I felt like it was a matter of time before, you know, before she won one, and you know, I'm happy for her. A lot of heat on her, and I think she's proven, you know, that she's a very good driver.
I thought it was great. I thought it was really, really good. Danica was my teammate last year, and she's the second half of last year, she impressed me so much with how much she progressed and the job she was doing. And I told her at the end of last year, I said, you are going to win a race next year.
I think back to Janet Guthrie, who was the first woman to be at the Indy 500 in 1977. And then you get to Lynn St. James, who in 92 was voted Rookie of the Year. These are very, very important landmarks for women. And Danica winning is what matters.
Danica's historic win meant a lot to people in and out of the sports community, but not as much as it meant to her parents, Bev and TJ Patrick. TJ, you said when Danica won, "This is the best day of my life." Can you describe what your daughter's success means to you?
It was a long journey. You know, the people in the circle know how long the journey was, and to finally reach what you've been trying to do, it was just an emotional moment and a great moment. Of course, I didn't say it was the best day of my life till then, so you can always have another greatest day.
And Bev, we've all noticed how Danica Mania has grown since Japan. From your perspective, how is life different now?
Well, I think for Danica and for our family, it's just that great feeling of relief. It was a funny feeling after we won the race, and it was like relief more than excitement for winning that first race. But I think it's just one of many as far as for the series and for everyone else. Everyone's talking about the IRL, the reunification and everything, sponsors, people, everybody knows now what the IndyCar series is, and it's great for everyone.
Now, Indianapolis has a special meaning to the entire Patrick family. In fact, her father, TJ, has been coming here for years.
I think about the days when my dad used to come here. He came here every year. You know, he would come with his buddies, and, you know, in the 70s when it was all crazy, and to think back to that and think, like, his daughter is here and his daughter is running good and leading the thing.
Danica Patrick leads this historic race.
Now winning races in IndyCar.
Danica Patrick wins at Twin Ring Motegi!
When you take a step back, and I take another generation step back, that's when I realized that this is pretty amazing.
Well, we'll have more from Danica Patrick coming up later on ABC at the top of the hour when we switch over there. But right now, we're going to show you the car that was driven by Janet Guthrie at the 500. There it is, the first woman to race here at Indy, now in the Speedway Museum. 5 women in all have raced here, with 3 of them going today. Sarah Fisher will be making her 7th start, tying Lynn St. James for the most by a woman. And right now, she is with Jamie Little. Jamie?
Well, Brent, Sarah Fisher's certainly been a mainstay in this series for many years now, but this is the first time that she's been here not only as a driver, but as an owner as well. Sarah Fisher Racing. Sarah, what did it take to get in the field this time around?
Well, we were a little stressed out because our primary backed out, and then TextForCars.com came on board, and then I was so much more relaxed, and we were solidly in the field. We were worried about bump day, but we didn't have to experience it. It was great.
You know, Danica went out last month, as we've been watching, and proved that women can win at this level. What does her win do for you, maybe, and other women in racing in the future?
Well, I don't think instantaneously that it had an impact, but for sure, long-term, big picture, I think girls that are coming up, there's no longer going to be a question if it can happen, because it already has. Now we can look forward to the future and try to bring more girls into the sport.
Well, Sarah Fisher was the first one to get a pole in this series, and today she's looking for her first win. Brent?
That would be some story, Jamie. And, you know, speaking of stories, Michael Andretti and Bobby Rahal both have sons in the 500 today. One racing for his father, the other against his father. Find out how and why that happened when we come back to our coverage of the 92nd Indianapolis 500 on ESPN2.
We watched the Indianapolis 500 from Pit Road Terrace, Section 38, Row G. The one thing that I like about them is that we are sitting virtually in the pit area. There's more to the Indianapolis 500 than just the race itself. It's a day-long event.
That's all you need to see to know that this really is the biggest race in the world.
You cannot beat the tradition and the pageantry here at Indianapolis. Fathers, sons, grandsons, granddaughters, grandmothers always come to this race together. It is a happening. It's a rite of the start of summer. And the celebrities who ride around in the Corvettes prior to the start of the race, many of them holding on to handheld cameras, taking film as they race around here at speeds of, I would say, maybe not even close to a quarter of what you're going to be seeing Danica Patrick and Helio Castroneves go in about an hour and 35 minutes. Julianne Hough, who will sing our national anthem, begins her circle of this 2.5-mile oval. And right now, let's check in with Vince Welch back in the garage area. Vince?
Well, Brent, there is one driver in the first 3 rows who is not from one of the big 3 teams of Andretti Green, Penske, and Ganassi, and it's this man, Vitor Meira, driving for Panther Racing. Vitor, one of the statistics most often attached to your name is the fact that you've run 80 races in the IndyCar Series and not yet won. You've been second, including here at Indianapolis. What would it mean to you to get your first win here at Indy?
Well, in Indianapolis, it would mean the world to me. It's such a great event, and as you said, I came close several times. And I will assure you that today I will try my best. The team is going to try their best to have this the last time this question is asked. I really want to win here.
Vitor, it's Memorial Day weekend. You have National Guard on your car. What does that relationship mean?
Oh, it means a lot to me. I mean, if I have to say in one word, it's honor. I mean, I'm really honored to have they serving the country and have it me representing it. If I do today half as good as they do every day, I'll be winning the race. So I'm really glad to that.
Jack Arute, this is the one driver in the field of 33 that literally has an army behind him.
Indeed he does, but a man that is coming into his second race of the season is Thomas Scheckter. Thomas, you debuted this car in Kentucky, but running a limited schedule. How does that affect the way you run the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, we debuted in Kansas and we had a good run, and you know, I think the big thing is we've run right up front from the beginning, and a lot of people calling us a dark horse, but we have to thank Symantec for allowing us to get this car together, allowing us to get this car so quick. Without their support, we wouldn't be here, and just very proud to be driving the Symantec car today.
Ask any other driver about Thomas Scheckter, and the first word that comes for a descriptive is aggressive. How aggressive can you actually be in a race like this?
Yeah, it's timing, and you know, Rick Mears spoke to me, and he told me there's a time to roll the dice, and there's a time to roll the dice, and you know, I've led a lot of laps around here, but I haven't led the right one, and you know, hopefully we can pace myself and put myself in a position where you know, I can be aggressive and quick when I need to be, and that's the last 20 laps.
Marty Reed, remember, this is the guy that led the most laps in the 2002 edition of the Greatest Spectacle in Racing.
Yes, and that's some unfinished business for Thomas Scheckter. And as we come inside, obviously we were talking about the pageantry, and they're already starting the parade. Don't worry about it. You're going to see everything when we switch over to ABC at the top of the hour. But guys, obviously the goal here is to win. Now, you've come close 3 times, Scott.
You know, as a driver here, you're always working to put yourself in contention when it comes down to that sprint for the checkered flag at the end. And fortunately for us, if we were around at the end, we generally were competitive. In the second place finishes in 92 and 97, well, I guess they were highlights in one sense because of strong runs. The 1995 race, after being disqualified for passing the pace car while leading, well, you can certainly say that was one of the low times of running here at Indianapolis. But the thing that I've learned is that you can have the highest highs and the lowest lows right here during the Indianapolis 500, Marty.
Yeah, but one of those good memories. Remember this, he's still part of the closest finish ever with that 92 run with Al Unser, and that was pretty fantastic. 1998, of course, this man on the far side of the screen, you won this race. Do you realize you're one of only 67 winners of the Indianapolis 500?
I didn't know that till you told me that yesterday. The best thing about winning the 500 is they change your name. They add this, they say your name when they introduce you, and they say winner of the Indianapolis 500. And it does tend to spice up your social life a little bit. But I think the coolest thing of all is that you are on this Borg Warner trophy, and that'll be around a long time after I am gone. So it was definitely something I enjoyed.
You know what I like about this? He's been getting all the phone calls. You and I don't get anything.
I know. Isn't that funny?
All right, let's talk a little bit more about what's going to happen a little bit earlier. How about a quick prediction as far as who might win this race?
You know, for me, I'm going to go with some dark horses because I think Vitor Meira and Thomas Scheckter, the 2 drivers that we just saw, I think have a strong chance here if you have to pick somebody outside the big teams.
Still going with Dixon?
Dixon, and my spare is Kanaan.
Okay, all right, nothing wrong with that.
Your spare.
2 names, of course, that have won here, Andretti and Rahal. And today we have some sons chasing their father's legacy.
Michael Andretti is going to be the leader of the 90th Indy 500.
What happens if it comes down to the end of the race between you and Marco? What's going to happen? And it's like, well, I guess everybody's going to get a chance to see.
Hey, Dad, watch this!
You know, when I went around him, he just wanted me to do it.
I thought he won the race.
What would it be like kissing the bricks, you know, drinking the milk?
Marco Andretti trying to get the win!
I didn't even look in my mirror. All I was looking at was what was going on right out in front of me, and that was all because I was a dad.
Sam Horton Jr. makes the pass, he'll win it!
It was a heartbreak for me. I felt so bad.
I knew how huge it would have been if we were just able to pull it off. It would have been unbelievable.
The 06 of Graham Rahal, the 2nd generation on the streets of St. Petersburg.
Coming down to the restart, Ryan Hunter-Reay is in front of me, who drives for Dad. And then there's myself, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, I wonder what Dad's thinking right now. I wonder how he feels about this situation.
Graham Rahal grabbed the lead. He got to the inside of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
I'm in my pit, worried about how we're doing, and yet, you know, I'm also looking where he, you know, it's kind of a split personality.
Blood's thicker than anything else, isn't it?
19-year-old Graham Rahal, in his first IndyCar Series start, will win the Honda Grand Prix of St. Pete.
He's my son, and so there's an emotional investment that you've made over the years in his career. It's like any parent. You want your children to achieve their dreams.
I'm here with Bobby Rahal back at his team's garage. Bobby, your son Graham starting in his very first Indianapolis 500. What does this day mean to you?
Well, I'm really proud of him. He's done a fabulous job all month, and I think their setup's pretty good, and I think if you can base today on what he did in his race simulation runs, I think they're going to be strong. So I just hope he has a good, safe race, and I told him bring it home. That's the first thing to worry about, and where you end up, you end up. But I think he's ready to go.
Now you're father to one driver, but owner to others. How will you find that balance today between rooting for your son and pulling for your own team?
Well, I mean, I want both to do well. And it's such a long race. I'm not worried about the idea that they were going to come down into the end of the race and they'd be fighting. We've said the same. They're all rookies, so I think the biggest thing is for them to get to the end of the race. Enjoy the day. Obviously I want Graham to do well, but I want Alex and I want Ryan to do well. So it's like having one big team.
Let's check in with Jamie Little, who's with another father/owner, Michael Andretti.
Well, for the first time at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Michael Andretti is a dad watching the race today. So, Michael, how does race day differ from being a driver to being a dad on the sidelines?
Well, I didn't think about that. It is the first time I'm going to be watching him. It's very different, and your nerves are really bad when you're driving, but they're bad again in a different way. When your kid's out there. So I'm excited. And not just one of them. I have another 3 kids almost that I have to be watching. So it's a nerve-wracking day.
Well, with that said, how much time will be spent watching Marco versus paying attention to what's going on with your other 3 drivers?
I'm going to be watching them all. Don't worry. I watch them all, and I'll be, floating around between the 4 pits and, going where I feel like I need to be needed.
Certainly a busy day. Michael Andretti has gone to victory lane here twice as a team owner. Perhaps today he can go as a father. Brent?
Well, Jamie, we're just a little over an hour from going green. You can see the crews are out there with the cars on the starting grid. One thing in mind, trying to get your face up there with Eddie Cheevers on the Borg Warner Trophy. Will it be Team Ganassi striking gold? They've been fast all month long. Many more stories coming your way when we switch over to ABC at the top of the hour and take you right up to the start of the 92nd Indianapolis 500 as we move over to ABC in a few minutes.
Rick Mears has won. Fittipaldi has Al Unser Jr.
Sam Hornish Jr. has won the Indianapolis 500.
Tune up the bagpipes.
A.J. Foyt will win the Indianapolis 500.
Indianapolis 500 champion Bobby Rahal. Landa has taken the Indy 500.
Johnny Rutherford wins the Indianapolis 500.
There is the traditional swig of milk.
Welcome to immortality.
He's done it! Elio Castroneves wins the 86th Indianapolis 500.
The following is a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.
You are looking live at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is inside this storied oval that the most memorable chapters of racing history are written. 33 of the best open-wheel drivers in the world lay everything on this brick starting line today. Willing to run 200 risk-filled laps for the title of Indy 500 champion and their face on the Borg Warner Trophy. But before we start your engines, know this. With the convergence of drivers, of stories, of history, something big again is brewing here at Indy.
The Indianapolis 500, the center of the racing world.
This is race day at Indianapolis.
At the end of the grueling grind for man and machine is victory. Danger for all, glory for one. This racetrack has been the scene of some of the most spectacular and some of the most glorious moments in the entire world of sport.
But this year, a powerful force looms on the horizon. The rumblings of something the greatest spectacle in racing has never seen before.
Boys, move over. Danica Patrick wins a twin ring Motegi.
Elio Castroneves 2 in a row.
Marco Andretti, can a teenager win in Indianapolis? Here comes Graham Rahal. Say hello to a new star.
As the world's best drivers unite on this sacred oval, they bring with them racing's perfect storm. Elio Castroneves remains the only driver to win in his first 2 attempts here. A third victory may be brewing, but there are generations of turbulence standing in his way. Marco Andretti and Graham Rahal, Descendants of Indy champions, they have grown up in the high-pressure system that is racing. In 2 attempts here, this young gun narrowly missed both victory and tragedy. While this 19 warmed to the checkered flag in his first IndyCar race, even as tradition feeds their fury. The winds of change blow vengeance. Danica Patrick shatters the gender barrier that has surrounded Victory Lane for nearly a century. Still, there remains a promise she made to herself.
The one thing missing from this room, though, is the Indianapolis 500 trophy.
She has made plenty of noise on this track.
Danica Patrick going side by side with Weldon, showing the leader in turn number 1. My goodness!
It's time for the skeptics to find shelter from this storm. The eye of racing's perfect storm is thundering down upon us. A mighty vortex that has raged almost 100 years. A high-speed tempest so powerful, it has been given a name. The Indianapolis 500.
Indianapolis, Indiana. Temporary home this afternoon for over 300,000 race fans. They'll provide that living, breathing backdrop to all the action on this, the 92nd Indy 500 telecast, brought to you by GoDaddy.com. The gates opened at 6 a.m. this morning, but the teams have been here since May 6th, preparing for this, the greatest spectacle in racing. Danica Patrick, fresh off her historic win in Japan, looks to continue her groundbreaking year. Helio Castroneves, the only 2-time Indy 500 winner in the field today, and the only Dancing with the Stars champion, comfortable driving 200 miles an hour. The 2005 Indy champ Dan Weldon also getting ready. He starts his 500 in the front row, right next to his teammate and pole sitter Scott Dixon, who looks for his first 500 win. We'll hear from many of these drivers and some who you saw there getting ready for this, the Indianapolis 500, on our Firestone Race Day coverage. Well, we are coming to you trackside, where pit lane exits right onto turn 1. And you know, folks, that has been a critical crossroads that has really played such a significant part in many Indianapolis 500s that have unfolded here. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Brent Musburger. Weather is going to be glorious, not like last year when we had a 4-hour rain delay. And this figures to be quite a race, because the greatest open wheel drivers in the United States have come back together to form one unit. How about having the Andrettis and the Rahals back on the same track again? That's a story that we're going to be looking at. And how about Helio Castroneves? He went mainstream, crossed over, and last November won Dancing with the Stars. And then, of course, there is Danica Patrick. Last month in Japan, she struck gold by winning. Can she do it here again? And let us not overlook Chip Ganassi's team. He's got 2 drivers sitting on the front row. Danny Weldon, who won a few years back, Scott Dixon, who's on the pole, and there with our Jack Arute. Let's go to Jack.
Well, you got to remember that for Scott Dixon, it's the first time a Kiwi has sat on the pole for the Indianapolis 500, and yet in your previous appearances, Scott, you've had more than your share of bad luck. So how do you convert that and make it good luck today?
Well, I guess you try and put it behind you at first, but you know, I think coming in this month, both Dan and I have been extremely lucky to have, you know, Team Target give us all, you know, what we need, especially for qualifying day. It's the first time I've had a real shot at it, and we came up with it. But they've got to be proud of being 1-2. But you know, for us, we just got to try and carry the momentum. You know, look at the positive things, try and work on the car through the race, and you know, try and wait for that last 25 laps and come up with a big, you know, big win for all of us.
Yeah, and you've been to victory lane before, but to this year so far during the month of May, you've chased your teammate. How do you convert that today?
I think everybody's been chasing Dixie all season, and you know, for everybody at Target Chip Ganassi Racing, I think they've done you know, a very, very good job. To have 2 cars as quick as we've had leading into the race is been very, very promising. But at the same time, we've got to remember that the race is totally different. There's a lot of fast cars out there. There seems to be, you know, a magic energy about the Indianapolis 500 this year, and you know, this is a good way to kind of, you know, get that momentum and the IndyCar series, you know, boosted, because it's nice to come to the races when there's like energy like this, and there's always a good energy about the 500, but this year there seems even more.
Graham Pettigo, I'm sure a lot of guys and gals are going to be chasing the red and white cars.
Jack, next to the Ganassi camp on the front row is another familiar Penske red and white car, but a new face in the car this year. Ryan Briscoe replaced Sam Hornish Jr. in the number 6. Ryan, with the success that Penske has had at this track, what kind of pressure are you feeling to perform well today?
Well, I tell you, it's a great feeling going into the race with this kind of support behind me, and it's been a great month. You know, so far it's all been running smoothly. We got the front row. We know we've got a fast car, but you know, you never know in the race. So fingers crossed we have a nice, safe one, and you know, looks like we're going to be. You know, we got good weather, and it's perfect for the fans. So hopefully we can just keep it up the front.
Now, your teammate, Helio Castroneves, has won here twice. How have you benefited from working with him?
Helio's been a great teammate, a lot of fun, and you know, he knows how to win this thing. So you know, we've been working closely together all month, and you know, he's been a real good teammate this year. And along with him and Rick Mears and Roger himself, you know, I've had the right people behind me. So I've been putting all that to use, and hopefully I can close today in the race.
Now our Jamie Little is with another driver who knows all about teamwork.
And in Tony Kanan's 6 starts here at Indianapolis, he's led laps. He started on the pole and he's finished 2nd. So Tony, looking back at those times that you could have won, or some say should have won, what are the emotions?
Well, afterwards you just go to your bus and cry, you know, and look back and say, am I going to put myself in that position again? Am I going to have as good of a car as I did today next year or the next 10 years, how long I'm going to race here? So, but you know what, Monday after the race you think about it and you turn the page and you just get ready for another one. That's all you can do. This place, you don't choose to win this place. This place chooses you. So it's a race. I know it's all factors now, and it feels great to know that I led every time I've been here. I haven't started worse than 6, but it's a different day today, a whole new day.
A new dad as well. Tony Kanaan rolls off 6th, and he told me, Brent, if he wins tonight, Dario Franchitti, last year's winner, will be at the celebration party.
Teammates a year ago, and Kanaan probably, Jamie, is the best open-wheel driver never to have won the Indianapolis 500. But will this be the year for her? Danica Patrick won for the first time in Japan, and there's been an incredible buzz about this young woman all month long. But now, coming up next, we're going to talk about Graham Rahal making his Indy debut, but not with his dad's Rahal Letterman team. The next generation of 2 legendary racing names, because Marco Andretti will compete against him. We'll come back and continue our coverage of the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC. Well, the broad blue skies of a Midwestern May greet the masses as they descend upon racing's grand spectacle. Most of them are along Gasoline Alley and out of the starting grid. Drivers will take that final walk from their garages. Members of the military being introduced to this huge crowd to a standing ovation today. Many of them having recently returned from Iraq. You know, when you go back to 1996, folks, open wheel racing split into the Indy Racing League and CART. Loyalties prevented some of the world's best drivers from racing here, but earlier this year the IRL and Champ Car, formerly CART, merged back into one league, making this the deepest field in 13 years. Marco Andretti, for example, the 21-year-old son of Michael and grandson of 1969 Indy winner Mario, will hit the bricks and he'll compete against Graham Rahal, the 19-year-old son of 1986 Indy 500 champion Bobby Rahal. Now, big story here because Marco drives for his father as a member of Andretti Green. Graham does not drive for his father's team by choice. He drives for the premier Champ Car team, Newman Haas Lanigan. They are 2 rising stars who have traveled very different paths in order to race here side by side.
Take Michael Andretti. And Rahal's going by him. Bobby Rahal in car number 3 has the lead from the end.
I think the name Andretti means winning that race. Our family's had a lot of bad luck there, especially like my father. He's dominated this event, and something would just take him out of it, you know. But in his time, he was untouchable.
The year I won Indy, Graham was not yet on this earth. He showed up 3 years later.
500 champion, Bobby Rahal.
As a child growing up, you didn't know what the importance of Indy was until you're in my position now.
We lived our lives around racing, but we lived our lives around this race because it's the biggest race in the world.
And at that age, when you first knew, it didn't really mean that much.
I think one of the most challenging things that I've had to deal with is the balance between being a dad and being a team owner. My father has helped me. He's been such a big part of my whole career, you know, right from go-karts up until me being in one of his seats, you know, and to be honest, sometimes it could dominate, you know, our father-son relationship, but to me, that's fine. I mean, it's something that I live my life around.
I did not promote racing to him.
He said, what I expect from you is A's and B's. And if you don't get them, then you're not going racing.
We played golf a lot, and you know, I kept telling him, now that's what you want to do if you're going to be a professional athlete, be a golfer. Typical Graham, holding out on the old man. That's in the middle.
To me, my father is just another dad. I think a lot of people look at him as a legend and a hero, but to myself, he's dad.
To be good at this sport, you have to live it and breathe it.
Racing is pretty important to the Andretti's for sure.
The 19-year-old is going to win at Infinity.
Great job.
I won my first race at Sonoma. To have my father and grandfather there was definitely special.
You know, on the grid, he's always there, you know, giving me a hug, and I always tell him to kind of back off because, you know, it's a little too mushy for me.
For Graham's own self, for his reputation, it was more important for him to drive for other teams than for me.
People kind of look at it as taking the easy route. If you drive for your dad, yeah, I mean, big deal. You know, he kind of gave it to you, they could say.
I'm in my pit, worried about how we're doing, and yet, you know, I'm also looking where he, you know, it's kind of a split personality.
I mean, that's why St. Pete was kind of so cool, because I'm coming down to the restart and Ryan Hunter-Reay is in front of me, who drives for Dad. And then there's myself, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, I wonder what Dad's thinking right now. I wonder how he feels about this situation. Blood's thicker than anything else, isn't it?
We have a new star in IndyCar racing. He's only a teenager.
Graham Rahal, in his first IndyCar Series start, will win.
You know, you try to be cool, but it's pretty hard. He's my son, and so there's an emotional investment that you've made over the years in his career. It's like any parent. You want your children to achieve their dreams.
They are on their feet, hands in the air. Michael and Marco Andretti running 1 and 2. Hey, Dad, watch this.
You know, when I went around him, he just wanted me to do it, you know, and I wanted to do it for him. All I was looking at was what was going on right out in front of me, and that was all because I was a dad.
Sam Horton Jr. makes the pass, he'll win it!
When I said second is nothing, I still believe that today, I mean, at this place, because you're either an Indy 500 winner or you're not. The name Andretti to me means winning and passion. That's really what matters to our family the most.
I don't care how many races you win or what, it's the kind of person that you are that's most important to me. It's who you are. Let's go get him.
Graham Rahal getting ready to head out to the grid. Graham, what strikes people most when they meet you is how seemingly well-rounded and down-to-earth you are. You're 19 years old, starting in your first Indianapolis 500. How have you managed to stay so level-headed all month long?
Well, first of all, I appreciate that, but no, it's been tough, and it's been a long month, and obviously there's a lot of media that goes along with this, and it's been busy for us. But I think overall, you know, it's all part of growing up in this family. My dad was always that way, and I think it's just a product of my parents. And you know, for me, I think even after St. Pete, it doesn't change me as a person. You know, obviously it was great to win, but you know, here, this is the big stage, so we're looking forward to it.
Vince, he's shared one moment with his father in victory lane so far this year, looking to do it again today.
Well, Brianne, 2 years ago, 19-year-old Marco Andretti was the young gun getting ready to make his first start here at the Indianapolis 500. Now 2 years later, Marco, how do you feel different at this moment?
To be honest, I've never been so anxious to get a race going. I mean, it's a long build-up, long month, and I think as far as confidence goes, that's probably the biggest thing, the biggest difference since the first race. Mainly because of my, just, you know, I've done it before, so basically I know a little bit more what to expect, and you know, as far as car setup, I'm thinking we're looking good too. So we'll have to see. It's a long race. So much is going to happen. We got to keep our cool as much as possible and go to work.
It always seems to be dramatic with Marco Andretti. 2 years ago, he nearly won at the line, nipped by Sam Hornish. Last year, upside down during the 500, Brent. How dramatic it would be if Marco drank the milk at the end of the day today.
Yeah, exactly, Vince. And of course, the other big story, Danica Patrick. She won in Japan. Will she strike gold again here at Indianapolis this afternoon? We will explore this remarkable story of Danica Mania when we continue. You look at part of the huge crowd here today at Indianapolis. They began lining up on 16th Street way before the crack of dawn. The infield filling up. Folks, there's no question about it. The buzz is back at Indianapolis, and much of it can be attributed to Danica Sue Patrick. She made history in Japan last month. She became the first woman to win an IndyCar race. The win moved her away from comparisons with the talented but winless Anna Kournikova and more toward those with the groundbreaking Billie Jean King. One thing we have to make absolutely clear about Danica. The road to how she got here has been uphill all the way.
Whoa! And Danica!
I'm in the wall.
So Danica is out of the race.
We had to bring you in, I'm sorry. Wellman hit me. Wellman came down. Why couldn't I go straight?
She was very frustrated.
I'm so sorry.
I never believed that I wasn't supposed to win or I couldn't win, ever. I just didn't know when it was going to happen. I think that if people weren't convinced that I could drive a race car before I won in Japan, then they would never really be convinced.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Never thought it'd take so long.
Finally.
I stood still, but time kept running. Time out made me strong.
Look, my job is to win. You know, that's what I'm supposed to do. You don't see everybody afterwards crying and all excited when they win a race, and, you know, because that's what you're supposed to do. The emotion that was shown was tied to the past years of just the build-up and the questions and the questioning, and I think that is something that, you know, other people that have been to victory lane maybe haven't had to deal with as much of. I thought that I was one win away from big things happening.
I'm Supergirl. I'm everywhere. I'm flashing lights. They stop and stare. I'm Supergirl.
I don't know if there's a mark in which I will believe that everything that I could do has happened and I'm happy, and then what do? You know, I mean, if you accomplish everything that you want to, that makes life really boring. So at this point in time, my mind is 100% focused on winning this race. That is what is important, and that's what I'm working for. I don't know if anybody can really understand what a win at Indy means. I believe in seeing the guys that have won, that they're just different afterwards. They're happier, they're more whole, they're more comfortable with themselves. So I don't think you can ever put into words and put into imagination what exactly winning this race does for you. I think about the days when my dad used to come here. He came here every year. You know, he would come with his buddies, and, you know, in the 70s when it was all crazy, and to think back to that and think, like, his daughter is here and his daughter is running good and leading the thing.
Danica Patrick leads this historic race.
Now winning races in IndyCar.
Danica Patrick wins at Twin Ring Motegi.
When you take a step back, and I take another generation step back, that's when I realized that this is pretty amazing.
And yet for Danica Patrick, this is her first visit to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to compete after having won a race. Does that have any effect today at all?
You know, I'm feeling more nervous than ever, so maybe, but I'm not different as a driver, you know, and we've worked so hard this month, and I feel like I have the best chance I've ever had to win it. So from that standpoint, I really think that's where the nerves are coming from. It's nice to have the win, and I think it proves that, you know, to some of those people maybe that it's possible, and that, you know what, it's going to happen again too. So whether today's the day or not, I'm hoping and praying it is.
You know, sports heroes have throngs that are fans, but Arnold Palmer had his army, and Danica Mania has taken over the mainstream, not only in sports. How does Danica Mania affect Danica Patrick?
You know, I mean, once you get to a certain amount of attention, the next, you know, the more is not that much different. So, you know, it's difficult walking around places, and I usually have help from someone. You know, in days like today, especially when people want something and I don't have the time for it, it's difficult. But, you know, I hope that the fans understand. But, you know, I enjoy it. You know, this is why, this is what makes it exciting, is having the fans around. So I do the best job I can, and, you know, just hope that we put on a good show and that, you know, the racing's entertaining, and, you know, their favorite driver wins, of course. I hope that's me, but, you know, if it's not, that's okay. I can't be everyone's favorite.
Brent, when she straps herself in the car, I've been around race cars all my life, and they never have been able to differentiate a gender. They just want a race car driver.
Go fast, huh, Jack? And, you know, she's one of 3 women in the field. We'll find out where they are when we come back as we take a look at the entire field. Driver introductions for the 92nd running of the Indy 500 continues here on ABC.
When you really finish the race, you're kind of thirsty, you know, you want to have like something to drink.
You're happy enough that you'll drink whatever they give you, even molasses.
I don't think that there's anything that could taste better on Memorial Day weekend than milk.
First, you're kind of like, ooh, but then it's actually really cold.
I'm not a big milk drinker, but I'll tell you what, that was best tasting milk in the world right there.
The milk is great. It could be 130 degrees and it would still be great.
And you know what? When you drink, it tastes like champagne, so it's pretty good.
And we welcome you back to Indianapolis on a glorious Memorial Day weekend. And that milk is just one of the many traditions that lifts this race above all others. Another, of course, driver introductions. 33-car field. Here now is Indianapolis Motor Speedway announcer Dave Calabro.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention now to the yard of bricks as we begin today's introductions. First, the man to lead these cars on their pace laps. He won the Indy 500 in 1989 and 1993. Please welcome Emerson Fittipaldi. To wave the green flag to start the race, she won the Olympic gold medal in figure skating in 1992. The latest winner of Dancing with the Stars, please welcome back Kristi Yamaguchi. And now the starting grid for the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. In row 11, on the outside, his 4th start from Toronto, Marty Roth. In the middle, the 96 Indy 500 champion, starting for the 16th time from Vail, Colorado, Buddy Lazier. On the inside, his 5th start from Hockley, Texas, A.J. Foyt IV. Row 10, the first all-rookie row since 2002. On the outside, Jamie Camara. In the middle, Enrique Bernoldi. And on the inside, from Sao Paulo, Brazil, Mario Moraes. Row 9 on the outside, making her 2nd Indy start from Venezuela, Milka Duno. In the middle, his 1st Indy 500 from Venezuela, E.J. Viso. On the inside, making his Indy 500 debut from Spain, Oriol Serbia. Row 8 on the outside, his 4th start here from Connecticut, Jeff Simmons. In the middle, Indy 500 rookie from Australia, Will Power. On the inside, making her 7th start from Commercial Point, Ohio, Sarah Fisher. Row 7 on the outside, his 9th Indy start from right here in Indianapolis, John Andretti. In the middle, making his Brickyard debut, Ryan Hunter-Reay. On the inside, also his first 500 from England, Alex Lloyd. Row 6 on the outside, his 8th Indy start from Idaho, Davey Hamilton. In the middle, the 2004 Indy 500 winner, his 5th start from Phoenix, Arizona, Buddy Rice. On the inside, running in his first 500 from England, Justin Wilson. Row 5 on the outside. Start from Brazil, Bruno Junqueira. In the middle, his fourth 500 from England, Darren Manning. And along in the inside, making his first run at Indianapolis from New Albany, Ohio, please welcome Graham Rahal. Row 4 on the outside, his second Indy 500 from San Francisco, Townsend Bell. In the middle, his seventh start from Cape Town, South Africa, Thomas Schechter. And on the inside, his fifth start on his home racetrack from Indianapolis, Ed Carpenter. Row 3 on the outside in his first run of the Brickyard from Tokyo, Japan, Hideki Muto. In the middle, his sixth Indy 500 from Brazil, Vitor Meira. On the inside, his third start here from Nazareth, Pennsylvania, Marco Andretti. Row 2 on the outside, making his seventh start from Brazil, Tony Kanaan. In the middle, in her fourth Indy 500 from Roscoe, Illinois, Danica Patrick. And along on the inside, his eighth start, two-time Indy 500 winner, Helio Castroneves. And in row 1 on the outside, starting this race for the third time from Australia, Ryan Briscoe. In the middle, making his sixth start, the 2005 Indy 500 champion, Dan Wheldon. And on the pole in his sixth Indy 500 from New Zealand, ladies and gentlemen, Scott Dixon. Race fans, your starting lineup for the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500.
There you see the 33 drivers who are posing for the traditional picture before the start of the Indianapolis 500. And make no mistake about this, folks, running cars over 200 miles an hour in an enclosed space is a very dangerous business. Crashes are to racing what injuries are to other sports, both hazardous and inescapable. And the league makes every effort to have cars and tracks and races as safe as humanly possible. But that risk can never be totally removed. For drivers to experience the extreme thrill of victory here is to risk the ultimate defeat.
We all think about the danger. It's a reality.
I think any driver's greatest fear is to crash.
Crash is part of the sport. You just have to know how to deal with it.
You're nearly thinking about it every time you enter a corner. You're trying to bring yourself just underneath, losing control. You're going to hit the wall inevitably in your career, or else you're probably not driving the car fast.
You know it can happen. You realize that it can happen, and it probably will happen at some point.
When you lose control, the eerie silence is the worst thing.
It tends to take forever before you hit the wall.
Close your eyes. Go for the ride.
Most drivers, I think, in the back of their mind, their biggest fear is to get hurt.
I broke my arm, 7 ribs, and I had a concussion. I broke ankle, pelvis, hands.
The car tried to get under the guardrail and crush both my feet.
The way that I deal with fear of getting hurt, I just pray. I mean, what else can you do?
Anybody that tells you it doesn't scare them or they don't get scared, they're either lying to you or they shouldn't be out there, one or the other.
It's sad, but it's true. My father said to me, you know, you're gonna hit and it's gonna hurt. That's the way we look at it.
This turned out to be a sad day all around. Artie was airlifted to the hospital, had to amputate both his legs.
Right after my accident, very often I was posed the question, will you ever go back into a race car? It was very natural for me to do it because that has always been a passion in my life and it always will.
I understand completely how Alex Zanardi could get back into a car again. You have to have a very indomitable spirit if you're going to be a racing car driver.
I belong to the race car. As safe as I feel, it's when I'm inside that car.
as a driver, yeah, I do feel invincible. But at the end of the day, you know, if your time's up, your time's up. If you're going to go, you're going to go.
Everybody's fear is probably dying. Everybody thinks they're not going to be the one.
A horrific crash. It was shortly before noon. Paul Dana was pronounced dead from the injuries he suffered in the accident.
It was completely shocking and completely unbelievable and absolutely heartbreaking. And you know, Paul was the love of my life, and now he's gone.
I suppose if I could rationalize it in any way, you know, he was doing what he loved to do, and that might sound trite, but then again, I think maybe it's meaningful.
Paul was doing what he loved to do, and I don't think he'd do it any different. I know, for me, I would much rather die in a race car than have to die of cancer in a hospital or something else.
You could say something cliche like he died doing what he loved, and you know, but it doesn't come close. Paul didn't want to die.
The part about that was hard was that I was going to do that to my family, and that could be me, that could happen, and I felt guilty as a result to ever have to put that kind of sadness on my family.
I mean, it's one thing to be paralyzed and to be in this chair and deal with that, but I also knew what the risks were, and I was willing to accept those. But the family members and the caregivers and the sons and the daughters, you know, they didn't buy into that. That wasn't their deal.
When you're driving, you know what's going on every split second, whereas if you're watching, you know, they go by and then you're just like, you know, get your fingers crossed.
Do I believe that it'll ever happen to me? No. Could it happen to me? Absolutely.
Do I think about it when I'm on the track? No, you can't. I mean, I think it's a limitation.
I'm not afraid of anything at the racetrack. It's not a place that you can be afraid. If you're going to be afraid about anything, you better switch job.
A.J. Foyt, like the rest of the legends, realizes the risk that you race with here, and that was a powerful and provocative piece. Two people who certainly can add to the discussion are our analysts Scott Goodyear and Eddie Cheever. Both have run here at Indy, and both have unfortunately lost friends here. I guess the question is, Scott, how much is danger in your consciousness as you get ready to race in the 500?
Well, Brent, it's always tough, and as a driver, you're always competing to go the fastest, but you know, there is this code of silence between you and your spouse. You never talk about the accidents, and you certainly never discuss the possibility of death. And once I retired, I started to have those conversations with my wife, Leslie, and they were very emotional, just understanding what she was feeling anytime there was an accident or she got a phone call from the team to hear that I was injured or maybe laying in the hospital. So it's very tough, and the spouse is much more tougher, I think, on them than it is for us. But Eddie, as drivers, we've all lost family and friends and drivers that we've worked with in the car also.
In 1996, my teammate died, Scott Brayton, and the intense pain and the sadness never really ends, but you find a way, and I don't know how it happens, but when I strap myself into the car, my mind just parked that in some recess in the back of my mind, and you just get on with your job. But it's a very difficult thing to explain to your family, your friends.
Once the visor goes down for us, we certainly get back to our job. But, you know, it's an endless progression right now with safety led by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indy Racing League. They are doing everything in their power to make sure that these cars and tracks are safer for us to race in the future.
Scott and Eddie, thank you very much for your perspective. And we're going to be back with more from the 92nd Indianapolis 500 in a moment here on ABC as we approach Going Green. We welcome you back to Indianapolis. You saw the flags in the breeze here, but there is no rain in the forecast, and we are less than 30 minutes away from the green flag. 33 drivers will set sail, all of them trying to win this trophy, the Borg Warner Trophy. You look at it carefully, you'll find Helio Castroneves on there twice. He won in 2001 and 2002, but isn't it amazing, folks? It's another trophy that he won last November that he is really known for. That's when Helio won Dancing with the Stars. And that little bit of soft shoe, that made him more famous away from the track than he is on it.
Before Dancing with Stars, I was a driver that could dance. Now I'm a dancer that can drive.
Helio and Junior.
I did stuff that I never thought I would be doing, you know, walking with the champion's belt into the ring, the biggest fight, and I'm there, I'm meeting Oprah. Come on, man. If you meet Oprah, that means you're the man, you know what I'm saying?
You know I love you more than what I should. Yeah, Hollywood. Well, kiss me good.
He's really out there, and you know what you see is really what you get. He's a bit more Hollywood, a little bit more attention, a few more autographs here and there, which is funny being a two-time Indy 500 when you'd think that'd be enough.
Obviously, I do have more recognition about dancing. I feel like I'm the king of the grandmas.
Will you marry me? Love Elio, yes! But for Elio, see, he started Dancing with the Stars. He's the
going
best.
to win again.
He's the bomb.
Everybody, hey, my grandma loves you. Hey, my mom loves you. Probably right now, 80% of the recognition is definitely from Dancing with Stars, which is great, because we can bring all these new fans to racing. I'm gonna get my race car right now and win the Indianapolis 500, so watch out! The difference between, you know, racing and dancing. Well, racing, I understand, is very dangerous, it's sport. You know, there's a lot of risk, but I've been doing that for my entire life, so I know what I need to do. Now, when I switched to dancing, I was outside of my territory. I don't know how to dance, plus I'm dancing in front of millions of people. It was more scary than anything else. Every time they announced my name.
Dancing the Foxtrot, Helio Castroneves.
I looked to the lights and I was thinking, I hope the power goes off right now. But as soon as the music started, it was great. So it's the same thing in racing. As soon as the race started, close the visor, I'm ready. After winning 2 Indianapolis 500, the great thing is, I mean, Indianapolis stays forever. You know, they always introduce me the 2-time Indy 500 champion.
2-time Indy 500 winner, Helio Castroneves.
I'm blessed, you know, to accomplish that. A lot of people did not know what I was doing, what I accomplished after the Dancing with the Stars. So now, I'm gonna have to prove everybody, hey, before I was dancing, I was racing. Remember that, and hopefully we can get the 3rd one.
Well, the fans and the media surrounding Helio Castroneves throughout the month make it clear this is a mega superstar. Helio, how have you managed to keep your focus on this race today with all the extracurriculars surrounding the Dancing with the Stars?
You know, it was a great opportunity. I mean, if you see this crowd here, just incredible. And just to have them behind, you know, pushing and cheering, this is, for me, it's great. I think it's a great vibe right now. So, well, I learned a lot during the off season. Hopefully, my race today will be like my foxtrot, so smooth.
We just saw what a gregarious personality, obviously very gregarious personality. How do you sink down when you put that helmet on?
As soon as I put the helmet on, I mean, it's business, you know? I mean, I'm ready to go. I love what I do. When you do something that you love, you're gonna do it with the heart, and that's me, you know? Gonna try everything I can. Hopefully, we're gonna have a good end today.
There's no doubt about it. Helio Castroneves, one of the threats to drink the milk at the end of the day and be a 3-time winner at Indianapolis. Brent?
Vince, thank you very much. And I guess this fall we'll have to find out which great athlete is going to be featured when Dancing with the Stars returns on ABC. But here and now, we are just minutes away from the trackside ceremonies of this tradition-filled race, the 92nd Indianapolis 500, continuing on ABC after these messages.
Race day of the Indy 500. The goosebump moment is probably
walking up Gasoline Alley
and you've got that wall of people right in front of you.
There's just this rumble from the crowd.
Everything is so crazy around you.
You can see, you know, the hair on the back of my neck. Everything is getting the chills.
The track that the whole month looked to you so wide, it becomes so narrow and so small.
Right before driver intros, I think, is when the nerves really start.
I can hear my heart pumping.
You can feel the presence of so many people and everybody yelling.
Everything sort of boils up at that point, and it's like, all right, it's time to go.
I need to actually calm down, otherwise it will be a little trouble.
A lot of energy builds up, and I just want to get in the car and drive.
When you do get in your race car, and it becomes like your peaceful zone.
It's nice and quiet, and it's your own space.
It takes so long for the race to start that, you know, it seems an eternity.
Now, let's get you trackside for the start of today's ceremonies. Once again, here is Indianapolis Motor Speedway announcer Dave Calabro.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, the Indy 500 has many traditions, but none more important than honoring the brave men and women of the armed services this Memorial Day weekend. The playing of taps, the flyover, that football-sized American flag, all part of the tribute. Of course, you need a flag that big just to be seen at a venue as large, as historic, as magnificent as the Brickyard at Indy. The drivers and their cars, fans are on their feet now. The milk is in the refrigerator, and this will do it for our Firestone Race Day coverage. Coming up now, the most famous words in motorsports to start the greatest spectacle in racing. One of the real significance of this weekend, Memorial Day, where we honor our troops. And it was so moving when many of the veterans of the Iraq War came out, were introduced, and circled around this grand track. Now for more of the ceremonies, let's go back to our PA announcer. And here once again is Dave Calabro.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this Memorial Day weekend, we pause here in a moment of silence to pay homage to those individuals who have given their lives unselfishly and unafraid to make it possible for us to witness, as free men and women, the world's greatest sporting event. We also pay tribute to those men and women who gave their lives unselfishly and without fear to make racing the world's most spectacular spectator sport. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back, here to perform back home again in Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, our good friend, Mr. Jim Nabors. Back home again in Indiana. that I can see, the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores for me. The new mown hay sends out its fragrance through the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, how I long for my Indiana home. There he is, Jim Nabors, back home again in Indiana. Welcome back, Jim. And now, the moment we've been waiting for. The most famous words in motorsports. Ladies and gentlemen, race fans, the chairperson of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mary Holman George.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
The engines are fired in the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500, presented by GoDaddy.com, is moments away from going green. It's a moment that open wheel race fans have been waiting over a decade for. One series, all the great open wheel drivers back together again. It's the moment Danica starts another assault. It's the moment Helio Castroneves begins his quest for a third Indy title. And it's all coming up. And right now, let's send it upstairs to the men who will take you through all 500 miles of this great American tradition. Marty Reed, Scott Goodyear, and Eddie Cheever. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Brent. And you hit the nail right on the head. The electricity here is bigger than it has been in over 12 years because for the first time in that span, everybody here at one place racing at one moment. A lot of work by a lot of people. Only one goes home a winner.
Well, you know, Marty, everybody's been here for a month preparing for the world's largest one-day sporting event and the world's biggest race. So for all these drivers, they've been doing this amongst the dark gray grandstands. Well, today this place becomes alive with 300,000 fans. The warmth, the movement, the color is there. It's very different for all the drivers in the cockpit today.
Eddie Cheever, your 1998 winner of this event. What were you thinking about as the cars pulled off?
You close that visor, you muster up all the courage you have, all the determination, and you focus on getting into a rhythm as quickly as you can, because it is the most grueling 500 miles you will ever do.
And already the cars have started, but we have a problem as Sarah Fisher has not been able to fire her engine on the track as they are hectically working on that. Remember, we have 3 pace laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and they do get it started, and the fans give the team a well-deserved round of applause. It's been a long month for Sarah. Remember the fact that she lost her primary sponsor, had a signed contract, they just never delivered the check, and here she is, qualified and started, and already tire scrubbing has begun as the cars are making their way down the backstretch for the first time. Let's take a look at our weather conditions. Oh, what a glorious day. Temperature 72 degrees, track temperature 94. The winds, this is one thing we should talk about, guys. It's actually changed from when we were qualifying. It's now coming from the south. What's that going to do?
That's the best wind you can have here because it slows you down turning into turn 1. Turn 1 is by far and away the most difficult corner on this track, especially when you start the race.
As you can see, we have a number of onboard cameras. In fact, we have 1/3 of the field, 11 cars with onboards. We'll show you those while we try and talk to Helio Castroneves.
Helio Castroneves, Scott Goodyear in the ABC booth. You're a 2-time winner here. The Penske guys are always strong, but those Target cars are very fast here this month. What will it take to beat them?
Well, no question about patience. It's something that's always paid off in this place here. So right now they might be fast, but I think it's not about to be fast. It's about to be consistent. I do believe Team Penske has both cars, so we're in good shape.
Good luck today on your quest for the 3rd championship.
All right, as they can.
As they continue on the warm-up laps, we'll bring in our GoDaddy.com starting grid across the top of the screen. You'll see all 33 starters as we first check in pit lane with Jack Arute.
Well, it's all about the big three at the front part of pit road, and each of them has a separate agenda. For Target Chip Ganassi, you heard Dan Weldon talk about wanting to change things over Scott Goodyear. But for Team Penske, they've been chasing those red and white cars. Remember, Ryan Briscoe has not turned a lap during carburation day, so it's an untested car for more than a week. And what about Andretti Green Racing? Mixed emotions there. Can 21-year-old Marco Andretti become the second Andretti? Or might it be Vince Welch, Danica Patrick's day?
Jack, 66 racers have their face on the Borg Warner Trophy. And through the years, that first victory for each of those drivers has come on average in their fourth start here at Indianapolis. Today, Danica Patrick makes her fourth start here at the Brickyard. Is this the day that Danica makes history at Indianapolis? Stay tuned. We're about to find out. Brianne?
Vince, Roger Penske told me this race is going to come down to three things: strategy, perfection, and a little bit of luck. And at no point during today's race will those three things be more critical than during pit stops, where just the simplest mistake can cost you a victory. Jamie Little?
Brianne, 11 drivers in today's field have never raced here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's a third of the field. Now you combine that rookie status with the small amount of track time they had the month of May, there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of nerves. Now you ask these drivers their biggest concern, they say how they'll run in traffic. You ask anybody in the field though, they say the most volatile time of this race will be the start and the restarts. Marty?
Well, let's bring in Scott Goodyear and Eddie Cheever to follow up on that. Take us through the start when you were in it, Scott.
Well, the most important thing you have to remember here, this is the only start in the world where you're rushing down to turn one at 200 miles an hour with people possibly on both sides of you. It's three wide going into turn one. It's a three abreast start here in Indianapolis, the only place in the world that ever happens, Eddie. And for you, I'm sure it's been the same thing for me. It was amazing to get that feeling.
It's a very difficult start to do because you know you have 200 laps to do, but inevitably there'll be somebody who wants to jump a row or something will happen to the car in front of you. So your race can really end before it even starts. So you've got to be really calm, cool, collected, and remember that you've got to get to that first corner. When you've gone through the first corner, you got to get to the first lap, and then the real race begins.
800 corners. That's 200 laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to complete 500 miles. The two red Target Ganassi machines up front, with Scott Dixon on point, Dan Weldon, you're on board with Weldon right now, and then when we line up, it'll be Ryan Briscoe in the first of two Team Penske cars. Notice on our 360-degree onboard cameras, all 11 of them in HD for the first time, and you are going to get some spectacular views. How about Emerson Fittipaldi, guys, driving the pace car?
One of my favorite heroes of winning this race in the past, just a class individual. And I always thought that he was one of the fastest guys around Indianapolis, Eddie.
How cool is that ring?
You've got one of them.
That's what I wanted to say. How
you never
cool is that ring?
You never wear it.
All right, there he is in the pace car, Emerson Fittipaldi. Remember when he talked to us, he thought about maybe taking the field on. Well, he's still in front. At the top of the broadcast, we talked about the perfect storm. You know, that like the eye of the hurricane. Well, the calm is about to be disrupted by 33 of the best drivers from 6 continents swirling into the vortex of 200 laps at over 220 miles an hour. For some, the storm will overpower them, smashing their dreams. But for one today, the perfect storm will be there with a fast car, perfect pit stops, and destiny will collide to form victory. No, not just another race. This is Indianapolis, and this is the 92nd running of the greatest spectacle in racing as they come out of turn 4.
Green up flag. We're outside. We're outside. Still clear. Still clear. Got Dixon in. You're clear. 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 We're all clear. There. Still there. Still there.
Already into single file, a good clean start as they head down the backstretch. One move trying to be made. That's Thomas Scheckter going around the 26 of Marco Andretti.
They said there was going to be no team orders for Target Chip Ganassi, but the two drivers are very smart. They know it's 500 miles. Pole sitter Scott Dixon just rolled into turn 1. Dan Weldon, who was in the middle, just followed in behind.
Now what they'll start doing is they'll start working together. They have to work up as a pair. So both those Ganassi cars are going to try to put some distance between them and the rest of the field.
Let's set it as we begin lap 2. It is Dixon in front of Weldon, then Ryan Briscoe, Tony Kanaan, Helio Castroneves, Danica Patrick 6th, Thomas Scheckter up to 7th. Down the back straightaway into 2 red Targa Ganassi cars, as you pointed out. Right now, running in lockstep on board with Dan Weldon.
As we go through turn 4 right now, Dan might have a bit of an opportunity to get a draft from the car in front of Scott Dixon. Is he going to take the chance to pass or team orders? We'll see.
I think we just got our answer. Here he goes.
Beautiful move.
Weldon takes the lead into turn 1.
Yeah, that was was kind of a late pass. I'm amazed he did that early off in the race.
Well, and look at the distance that he has opened up. And here comes Tony Kanaan as he's making a look on Ryan Briscoe and is going to take him down the back straightaway.
Let's not forget that Ryan Briscoe had a crash with that car just last week. They had to rebuild it, did not get any time in it on carburation day. So in turn, it's something new for him. He's got to make sure the car is going to work well underneath him before he starts to push it.
And you know what it's like, Scott, when you get in a car that you haven't tested, they're always a little bit different, so he might take his time in getting used to it. Schecter's on the rampage.
Yeah, he has gotten around Danica Patrick, and there you can see he's going after Team Penske. He has just taken care of Helio Castroneves in the red and white number 3, and he's going after Ryan Briscoe in the number 6.
Had a little bit of a wiggle there in 1. Schecter's not somebody that messes around. He gets with it really quickly. He doesn't see it as a long endurance race.
All right, let's check in pit lane with Jack Arute.
Well, that pass for the lead, guys, was somewhat by design. Already we're beginning to see some of the front runners trying to be conservative with fuel. Dan Weldon was told that his teammate had gone to fuel position 2 to try and begin to make some fuel. Just then it was a stab and steer for second place to move in to first place.
Take a look at Thomas Scheckter. He is closing hard on Ryan Briscoe. Scheckter looks to the inside. No, won't get it done this time.
A little bit of a defensive line by Briscoe on the way through into turn 1. He saw him coming either in the mirrors or listening to the spotters that are up above in the turns and just took that opportunity to run the car down towards the middle of the turn, taking any attempt away from Thomas Scheckter.
Remember, Scheckter qualified 3rd. He's already up to 5th, Jack Arute.
Remember, carburation day was rained out. Ray Lito is the man that is calling this race for Thomas Scheckter. They made a calculated risk in terms of rear wing angle, guys. While many people tried to put as much downforce into the car as they could in the beginning, Ray Lito said, we're going to take a chance and go with a little less downforce than others. They were not convinced that the weather conditions would create as much havoc as some people anticipated.
Well, so far, that's paying dividends.
But this has been the hottest day these cars have run since they've been here throughout the whole month. So we haven't really seen the pace of the race yet. Everybody's still getting a rhythm. We're not sure, but he seems to be faster than everybody in the track right now.
Well, as you saw on the graphic, he was faster than our leader that last lap.
And when they said they were betting on the temperature, everybody thought it was going to be very, very hot, even hotter than what it is today. And that usually makes a track very slippery. The cars will slide around. That's when you want to add more downforce, increase angle on the wings, as we see Thomas Scheckter now getting the proper run off of 4 and completing that move around Ryan Briscoe. And what ends up happening, they're going to gamble. They're going to say, it's not going to be as slippery as we think it is. We'll lay the wings down a little bit, give us a little bit more speed down the straight, which is perfect for drafting and passing Eddie Cheever, and that's what he's being able to do right now. Traffic might be a different issue, though.
But he's gone through the traffic pretty well so far. They haven't gotten to the slower traffic yet. What'll happen is they'll catch up to the slower cars that they're lapping, and that will create havoc. That's like throwing a fox amongst the chickens.
On board with Tony Kanaan. He is running 3rd. That's the next victim for Thomas Scheckter if he can get to him. Let's check in with Vince Welch.
As you watch Thomas Scheckter, he is the front runner of the 4 Andretti green cars, and then you have Danica Patrick in 7th, Marco Andretti in 8th, and the 27 of Hideki Muto. As far as Danica Patrick is concerned, her team said, don't worry about fuel, use it all. We've got a lot more fuel than tires at this point. Kanaan says his car is handling well, being patient at the beginning.
And there is Danica as she heads into turn number 3, running in the 7th position. I know we've got yellow on the racetrack. We're being told there is some debris on the track, and so the yellow comes out here on lap number 8 of 200 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So everything will slow down, and there is the debris, and it does appear to be right in the race line. And of course, we'll be going side by side, so you won't miss anything here in the Indianapolis 500. Stay with us. Back here at Indianapolis, a lot of cars onto pit lane. Let's take a look at our ethanol triple pits. Got Dan Weldon at the top, Scott Dixon. Let's send it to Vince Welch.
Tony Kanaan complained of an understeer. They made a tire pressure adjustment and full load of fuel. Jack?
A drag race by the Ganassi cars to see him come across the front first. Both identical stops with Dixon at 7.0, Weldon at 7.2. No changes for either of them.
An awful lot of cars came in. We found out what the debris was. It was a mirror from Bruno Junqueras, number 18 for Dale Coyne Racing. And let's go back and take a look. Look at the right side, guys.
Well, actually, you can see on the left side where the mirror is. On the right side, you can just see where the stem has been broken off from the base on top of the side part. They will have to fix that by the IRL rules. He's leading right now. It's going to be difficult.
I don't understand why they don't come in.
Yeah, he stayed out, and here we go. There it goes as it just shears off at speed. That's slow motion of what happened as it came down the front straightaway. So Bruno is actually shown as the race leader, but he's going to have to pit. So we'll go side by side one more time as we continue under yellow here at the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. Well, bad news for Sarah Fisher, good news for Bruno Junqueras. As you saw in side by side, they were trying to repair the mirror, and all of a sudden we see a shot of Sarah in the warm-up lane as she has spun here under yellow conditions. Now we're trying to find out what happened to her, but go back to Bruno as they're trying to push her and get her refired. Take a look. Okay, here's Sarah. Let's take a look and see what happened.
She's trying to warm up her tires, and she might need a little bit more practice at that.
Yeah, but you know something? She's doing it in the turn, Eddie. She's weaving back and forth in the turn when you just wait until you get in the short chute here, and then you start to do the weaving.
Jamie, let's get an update on Sarah.
Well, Marty, you were right. She was warming up those tires. She didn't pit, though. She actually stayed out. So the team just came over the radio and said, calm down, Sarah. Just calm down. We'll come back. We'll bring you down pit road. The team has laid out the tires. They're ready for her to pit, but just frustrating incident for Sarah Fisher.
All right, let's go back and show you Bruno Junqueras' situation because we were listening to the radio, and so you can see this deal is still going on, and they just were not ready with any of the parts and pieces.
You do not expect the mirror to fall off, but you know, it's terrible. This driver has definitely been snake bitten after he broke his back here. He just can't get anything to fall his way. And this early on in the race is terrible.
Of course, that crash was back in 2005. Brienne Pedigo.
Marty, that's crew chief Arturo Morimoto feverishly trying to put on the mirror on Bruno Junqueras' car. They did not have that mirror, like you said. They had to go all the way back to their garage, pick one up, and come back to work on it. Bruno trying to be patient, but he even asked them, send me out without the side pod on. They had to remind him, of course, you have to have both mirrors to go back out on the track.
And he is 2 laps down as you see everybody going by. We should point out, while we're still under this first yellow, that Buddy Rice and Justin Wilson, the rookie from Newman Haas Lanigan, stayed out. Now those are the two, as did Sarah, but Sarah, as you know, spun when she was warming up the tires. So they are in first and second, but everybody has 10 laps better on tires and fuel. And let's get more from Vince Welch.
Well, Marty, the reason that the 0-2 of Justin Wilson did not come into the pits was simply communication. They wanted Justin to come in, but because there was so much talk on the radios, they believed that Justin did not get the message until it was too late. At that point, they said, let's keep him out there and see how the strategy unfolds. His teammate Graham Rahal did come in. Rahal, they believe, actually had a right rear issue after they brought him in the first time. They brought him back through again a second time to change all 4 tires one more time, and now they're going to bring him in again to top off the fuel. So a little different strategy from the Newman Haas Lanigan team with the 0-2 and the 0-6.
And Rahal in 30th position right now. Let's go back and talk about what happened this first round of pit stops, because there Justin misses the call. He's a rookie. He wanted to make a point about rookies.
Well, I think it's really good for those rookie teams to have gone through their first pit stop. The jitters are out of the way. The mechanics are a very important part of this race. It's not just the driver. You've got to come in for fuel and tires a bunch of times. But going back to Justin Wilson, a good rule, if you have a problem with your radio, is follow what the leaders do. If the leaders come in and you can see them, it's always a good idea to do that when you're in doubt.
Right side of the screen, there is Sarah Fisher. So she gets refired, but Sarah now shown 2 laps down.
Very difficult for her. She's now an owner driver in this series. One of the first female owner-driver combinations in the Indy Racing League. Ran very strong here for a team that had just came out here for the Indianapolis 500. Very impressed with her speeds, very impressed with her qualifying. Text4Cars.com on the side. She's picked up the sponsorship, put the package together with her family. And the pressure, Eddie, you and I talked about this before, because you have been both a driver and an owner. It is very immense.
It is, but that was a silly mistake.
All right, so Sarah comes back out onto the track, and you know, we talk about how difficult it is. Sometimes your pit crew can be a big difference because passing can be difficult here at Indianapolis.
Pass means satisfaction.
Everyone is a victory. To me, that was the fun. You really have to plan really well when you're going to pass someone.
You're always taking a risk when you're passing.
Sometimes it takes 3, 4, 5 laps. As soon as you make that pass complete, man, you're like, yes!
When you're passing for the lead, it's a big high.
There's been times I've just laughed like crazy in the car. It's almost the feeling of you've just won the race.
When you're making a competitive pass, especially if you're going for the lead, of course, that's the ultimate satisfaction for a driver.
And as we look down from high above, you get a view of Buddy Rice, Justin Wilson. They're the first two cars. They did not pit. And let's talk a little bit more about that passing. Did you feel like it was a victory every time you got past somebody?
Absolutely. That just keeps you going. And every time you get past, it takes the wind out of your sail.
The most important thing is once you've got past one, set your sights on the one directly in front of you, and you just want to get them one after another.
All right, let's talk about the top 5 and who's got the best advantage for the restart. We got Buddy Rice, followed by the rookie Justin Wilson, Dan Weldon, Scott Dixon, and Tony Kanaan.
Now this is going to be interesting because those two cars are not the fastest cars on the track. They have the big guys behind them, and here they come.
We're back to green flag racing here at Indianapolis. The caution lasted 9 laps, and here we are on lap 17, and look at the movement behind the race leader.
Justin Wilson went down just to take up enough room to not allow both those Target Chip Ganassi cars to get by. Remember, those first 2 cars are on the tires they started the race with. They do have a little less fuel than everybody else because the cars behind them all pitted during this last yellow.
One of the most difficult things that can happen is when somebody passes you at the last minute because he doesn't give you any room at all to finish the corner and you get up in the gray. So that's what almost happened going into 1.
Coming out of turn 4 again, and Buddy Rice is going to continue to lead here, the 2004 winner for Dreyer Reinbold Racing. And Justin Wilson's trying to go to school as best he can and doing a fine job.
He's following Buddy Rice's line that's up in front. If Buddy goes low, Justin Wilson will go low because he wants to follow in the draft from the car in front, which is Buddy Rice's. Now, no doubt he's listening to the spotters in his mirrors. Dan Weldon is getting very close. Look for him to get closer as time goes on and try and make that move.
And there you see Marco Andretti in the 26 going underneath Ryan Briscoe. That is 4th position. So that puts him into 8th. Move Briscoe back to 9th. Cars pretty much running down the line, and here we go. There's Buddy Rice under attack now as Dan Weldon has gotten around and has taken the lead. Dixon is coming along for the ride as they have shuffled the 0-2 back to 4th.
Here comes the wave. Buddy's going to get under a lot of pressure from a variety of cars that are behind him. If he could hold the toe of the car that just passed him, I think it was Weldon, he can pick up the pace, but he's in a tricky place right now.
So there is Scott Dixon. You've got Dan Weldon out in front, then you've got Dixon, and here comes Buddy Rice trying to hold off the 0-2, and Justin Wilson's going to go down low, and he's going to make the pass.
And for a rookie, you are going, oh, got it done, because that's the first time, and it's in the toughest turn, Eddie, as you know. Turn 1, I hated that place all the time you're coming down there. You just tighten up and go.
When you do that in turn 1 and you got that out of your system, the rest of the race is a lot easier.
All right, as we zoom back a little farther into the field, Danica Patrick is now dropped down to 10th position. There you see Marco Andretti still going on with Ryan Briscoe, and they're continue to duke it out. And right behind is Danica watching it all. Vince, you've got more?
Danica Patrick had been complaining of a lot of understeer prior to that first pit stop. They made a front wing adjustment. They told her it should get better and reminded her that it's a long race. Be patient.
Let's take a look on board with the Firestone telemetry. What are you guys seeing? A little lift on the throttle, that's one.
Confidence, I guess I'd call that. Anytime you go into the turn, you're taking your foot off the throttle right in the middle. That means she probably still has some of that understeer, or in NASCAR world they call it tight, where it will not turn itself through the turn. So you get off the gas so you don't go out and hit that outside retaining wall.
We've heard the word patience talked about a lot this morning. Even when you have a car that's not right, you have to find a way to find the correct rhythm with that car so that you can make it to the next pit stop. Looking at her throttle position, she's not quite there yet.
She finally was able to keep it down through turn number 4. Cross the yard of bricks. It's that fast.
When you look at her line, she's looking for clean air.
Absolutely.
She's trying to find all the clean air she can get.
She's quite a few car widths away from the car that's in front, and you've been there, I've been there. Boy, you just look for anything you can to get some air going across those front wings.
That was Ed Carpenter you were riding along with, and Ed right now shown in the 12th position. He's 6.8 seconds behind our race leader. And let's check in and get our first look at Vitor Meira. Remember, he's one of the dark horses that Scott picked, the one-car effort for the National Guard and John Barnes' Panther Racing team, and he is running in 13th.
Nothing wrong with that as long as you're working with your race car to improve it on each and every stop. The car is going to change as the day changes, the track changes. So make sure you communicate back with your pit lane. Tell them what's going on with the race car. Make some changes and prove it so you can make that car the best it can be by the time you get to the end of the race.
But he's being hunted right now. He's not the hunter.
All right, let's reset the field for you. There is Dan Weldon as he is running up front. Scott Dixon. Then it's Justin Wilson, Buddy Rice, Tony Kanaan. That is your top 5 here at the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. On this Memorial Day weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we are working lap number 29 of 200, and Dan Weldon is out in front. They're turning laps at 218 miles an hour. That's Bruno Junqueira at the bottom of the screen. He finally got back into the race, but he's 14 laps down after losing a mirror. In second, it is Scott Dixon. Justin Wilson, right now, the rookie for Newman Haas Lanigan Racing, running third, that 02 McDonald's car. In fourth, it's Buddy Rice. Tony Kanaan is fifth. Let's talk about that young man right there. He's driving.
Not only is he driving, but the setup they put on his car that they had to almost guess on the car, because there wasn't much running on Carburation Day, is working. He is every bit as quick as the two Ganassi cars, and he's doing it in traffic. So if he can stay in the back of them, he'll just keep on munching up miles.
All right, one thing we have to start thinking about, remember, he stayed out from the get-go. We are working, lap number 30 here, so he's going to have to stop soon.
He's hoping for a yellow.
Will he get it will be the question. But even still, this has been a very impressive early performance.
Not only by Justin Wilson, but also Buddy Rice, who's currently running in fourth and clicking off laps in the 2:18 range also. And with one of the smaller teams here with Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, just doing a tremendous job. Remember, 2004 Indianapolis 500 winner. That team has been growing. Haven't had much to show for results maybe so far this year for what Buddy Rice would like to have, but it's impressive right now. But they will be off of cycle here very shortly, just like Justin Wilson will be if they don't have the opportunity to get a yellow.
The word we're hearing from pit lane is he could be pitting this lap. So if he does, Justin Wilson will peel off here as we are working the lap number 31 of 200. Does he come in? No, he stayed out. So he's pushing the fuel load.
And the other thing he's doing is that there's an option for fuel trim inside the cockpit by the driver. You can run 100% fuel and then also have 3 settings to lean it down. I can assure you he's on the most lean setting that he can use right now just to gain maybe another lap or 2 of fuel.
Vince, what are you hearing down in pit lane?
That's exactly right. As Scott Goodyear said, they're leaning it out, hoping that they can possibly get a yellow before having to come in, but they definitely need to pit. They told me lap 32 at the latest, so we're at lap 30, 31 right now. Now lap 32. Justin Wilson's going to be coming in for fresh tires and fuel.
Well, he missed the entrance to pit lane, so if they wanted lap 32, they better hope he's got a little extra in his tank.
You can't save fuel at the end of a run. I was hoping he was doing it early on.
There you see Buddy Rice trying to close down on, or Tony Kanaan trying to close down on Buddy Rice. As Buddy, again, he was the other driver who stayed out. Started 17th, currently running in that 4th position. So another team that did not pit and has run very well, but both of them are going to have to stop. Now, but do remember, we had 9 laps of caution.
I'm on the fuel line.
That's Buddy's radio.
You don't need to hear him if you're on the field like you're coming in.
And here comes Justin Wilson right in front of him, so they both make it. The fuel light was on. Got to get down to 60 miles an hour by the time you hit that white line. Brienne.
Buddy Rice pulling into his pit box momentarily. He's been a happy driver so far today. The signs of that, he's been quiet in the pit in his radio communication with the team. They expect no changes to this car, just tires and fuel. Good run for him. Vince?
The same for Justin Wilson, 4 tires and fuel. Norton Hornacek on the outside. They get the tire change. Now they've got a stall. The O2 gets away, but not a clean stop.
No, and Buddy Rice gets around him, Vince, so they'll swap positions there. And of course, by pitting under green, pressure pack for the pit crew, but also it costs you because everybody else pitted, remember, a lot earlier under yellow in our first caution. So they're coming back into the fray. We'll sort out where they are on the racetrack. Lots of traffic now for the race leader as Dan Weldon and Scott Dixon has closed on him. They're going around the 91 of Buddy Lazier, the 1996 winner here at the Indianapolis 500. They put him a lap down.
Now the 2 Ganassi drivers are working as a team. What they have to keep doing is making sure they help each other to get through the traffic as quickly as they can.
While all this was going on, Danica Patrick got around Ryan Briscoe, put her in 7th, moved Briscoe to 8th. And there she is.
And Ed Carpenter's right behind her.
Ed Carpenter also coming along. So Briscoe moving back to 9th. And Briscoe has peeled off and he has pulled into pit lane. So he comes in on lap 36 of 200. Is this Penske going off strategy because he pitted before?
He might have a bad balance. They might be trying to make a change in the car. He's been going a little bit slower than you would have expected at the start of the race.
Well, at 25 laps since his last pit stop, I guess they could be at the end of the fuel run. What's the story, Jack?
Marty, they've been battling an ill-handling race car since the drop of the green flag. Remember, they had no practice in the 11 minutes of green flag carburation day. They make the 2nd major wing adjustment of the morning. Still trying to get that nose under control and get rid of that severe understeer.
That's not a good sign when you have that many handfuls of front wing. It's very difficult to set up these cars from a cold day to a hot day. The engineers have to make guesses.
So the action continues up front. The question is, when will the race leaders be making their next pit stop? And then the caution light has just come out and we have a car into the wall.
Rahal.
It is Graham Rahal, the 06, has tagged the wall here at Indianapolis, bringing an end to what was such a promising day. He had done so well throughout the month. In fact, the very first weekend, he made a save that you're still talking about.
He had an incredible save coming off of 1, but this place does not forgive. We haven't really seen the film yet of what happened, but that is a little bit more than a tag. He's hit it pretty hard. Now this plays into the favor of the cars that just came in, and to Wilson and to Rice.
They hope they will not go down a lap, but the disappointing part right now for Graham Rahal, Eddie, is you and I both came here as rookies in 1990 and completed the race and finished in the top 10. The most important thing as a rookie, you want to make sure you finish the race and understand what happens to a race car over time. Now, you know, he was on line on the entrance to the turn and then seemed like he got off of line about mid-turn and just started going high into the grade because the car in the middle was slowing down to enter into the pits.
Yeah, the car in front of him slowed down way early. Normally, you can go all the way around 4, then you peel off. I mean, I can't really blame him for that.
Well, and that's also, I believe, Alex Lloyd, who is another rookie here and does not understand that you can carry the speed all the way through, as you're mentioning, almost the way into the pit lane. Remember when we first came here, there was no speed limits? You came off of 4, did not take your foot off. And let's watch here. This is back in turn 3. He's making time through traffic.
Picked up 2 nice spots.
Yep. And so just going slow and off the pace. And that's just a bit of inexperience.
You don't. Unfortunately, our team lost at Indy 500 right in that corner and going up in the gray. Once you get off the line, there is no grip there.
So day is over for Graham Rahal, and there is a disappointed dad, Bobby Rahal. In fact, his team is pitted right next to Graham's, but he'll only have to focus now on his driver, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
How did he get by those two cars? Do you see the two cars that he passed in 3 and 4? No, in 3.
In 3. Looked like they were just so much off the pace, and it looked like a situation where there might have been something that happened in front to put everybody that slow off a pace.
Everything was off cue. It didn't make sense to me, but he could pass that quickly, and then the car in front of him slowed down way before he had to, before he went into the pits.
All the preparation that goes into the month of May will run through that young man's mind, and he'll realize that it only lasted 30+ laps, and the frustration he has to live with for a year until he gets back here next year.
And you cannot learn this race watching a video. You have to be on the experience the whole length of the race to really get a good understanding of what it takes to be competitive for those last 20 laps.
Well, but it was like you said, Scott, he's going to come away with that lesson. Next time he sees somebody in 3 or 4 slowing down, he knows what not to do.
Well, he's very difficult. You know, he was making time through turn 3, as Eddie mentioned, and all of a sudden he has an opportunity to maybe pass another car in turn 4. You're not going to take your foot off the gas. You're a race car driver. You look at an opportunity and try and seize it.
Right.
Sometimes there's bear traps.
Let's get an update on the 6 car from Ryan Briscoe. He's back in 30th position, 1 lap down.
This caution was fortuitous for Ryan Briscoe. In an uncharacteristic move, Roger Penske's team made a mistake. They went the wrong way with the wing adjustment. They were concerned they were going to have to call him in under the green, and then this caution came out.
He's still going to have his work cut out for him, guys.
Well, I think that would have been really harmful because it looked like they were putting more front wing in and 2 full, or I mean a half a turn each. So I may call it a full turn and call it a degree, but if it was positive before, boy, it'd be positive now.
And look who's back in front.
Again, Buddy Rice, Justin Wilson are going to stay out, and here comes everybody else. Vince Welch.
Well, Danica Patrick still complaining a bit of an understeer. They're going to give her 4 fresh Firestones. Kyle Moyer telling her, make sure you take care of that right rear. They're also going to give her a half a turn of front wing and 19 gallons of ethanol. As you see Patrick in the bottom box getting ready to hit her marks. They remind her that she's got to be on her marks to make the stop work at its best. Jack Arute.
Vince Welch for the team, Target Chip Ganassi. Scott takes a wing adjustment. Dan Weldon in and out of the pits very quickly. No adjustment. Danica's got a problem, Vince.
Danica Patrick had a problem with the left front. The gun would not engage on the left front tire, and the stop took at least 10 seconds longer than it should have.
And these are the things we talk about, how the ebb and the flow of the race, who takes advantage and who doesn't.
But the race is still in its early stages. All you really have to focus on is don't get a lap down and make your car better every time you come in.
And wait a minute, we have fire in A.J. Foyt, the 4th car. And they are trying to get him out of the cockpit. And the flames appear to be out. And they're trying to get A.J. out of this. Boy, they have had trouble ever since.
This has not been a month for him. He had difficulty in qualifying. They were rushed in that stop. The left front tire changer wanted to try and make a wing change.
That's fuel over the left side.
And more fuel falling. Now remember, he crashed in turn 1 when the fuel buckeye opened and all the fuel spilled onto the back tires.
They had a gearbox problem before they qualified. They had fuel come out when they were running full tank runs. They've had fuel again come out here. I think they need to have a look and see.
Let's go back and show you what happened. This was after he had qualified the car on bump day, and this was the blazing inferno.
Very lucky, very fortunate, because you're going so fast just into turn 1 and all that fuel coming through. And Eddie, as a driver, we've always talked about the thing that we are most fearful about as we see the cap for the fuel come off right there is fire.
Not just fire, but the thing that I was the most, fire is terrible, but you very rarely see it. But it's when you start to have continuing mechanical problems that you can't put your finger on, that takes all of the enthusiasm out of the driver.
Well, we also need to point out that the general manager has since recently moved over to Roth Racing, and that was Larry Curry, and that just happened just before this event.
All right, so you can see the team checking over the car, and it looks that A.J. Foyt, the 4th, is okay. We'll try and get a word from him as we'll go side by side. on this Memorial Day weekend where we remember our troops that are serving overseas. Thank you guys and gals, and also those that gave their lives in previous battle for this country. We are under our second caution, and we have had a rash of pit issues. Let's take a look at Danica Patrick.
Situation, they had a problem with the left front wheel gun, could not get it operating, seemed to get stuck, got the wheel back on there. The wheel gun then did operate, but that stop took her at least another 8 or 10 seconds.
Ooh, and look at the contact there. You had Jeff Simmons and Alex Lloyd in the 16 come together, and then here's what happened with AJ Foyt IV.
This is really bad. That when you have a fuel issue like that, he has had a continuous month of mechanical problems. I have no idea what caused it, but that doesn't need to happen.
Let's see if we can find out. Jackaroo?
Well, fellas, you were talking about the fuel buckeye and the fueling system. Remember, 22 gallons of ethanol go in a tank right on the side and behind the driver. To get that 22 gallons in, it's a gravity-fed system that flows at about 3 gallons a second. Why? When the fuel is correctly deposited this way, it flows into the tank. But sometimes when it gets seated and when you're done, it gets stuck with a little bit of room open. That fuel can spill out. And with the heat on the car, sometimes it can ignite. Now, we're not saying we're not certain and certainly won't know if that's exactly what happened, but we do know that in qualifying, that's exactly what happened. This fuel buckeye area here, after they had made some changes on the car, was not reattached properly, and all of this came off when AJ Foyt IV had the fire during qualifications. Jamie Little?
And Graham Rahal has left the medical center, and he's okay. That's the good news. Much anticipated debut here came to an abrupt halt. Where'd it go wrong, Graham?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing because, you know, I saw Lloyd, and I don't know what he did, if he touched the wall on the back straight or what, but he was really slow, and I was trying to be patient there because Moraes kept coming down on me, and so finally I got the opportunity to get by those few guys, and I thought our car was pretty good. And, you know, Lloyd, for some reason, wouldn't stay right on the bottom. And when he came up just a couple of feet, I reacted slightly and just got the marbles. And that was it.
Your impressions of Indy, you've heard about it from your dad your entire life.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough so far because it's a long month for that's for sure. But, I mean, it's pretty cool. The crowd's great today. I think it's bigger than I've ever seen it, so it's good.
Glad to see you're okay. Let's check in with your dad, who's with Vince.
Bobby, you talked earlier today about the challenge of being team owner and also being dad. What were your thoughts when you saw Graham into the wall?
Well, obviously, I'm sorry for him. I looked like he just, we had hit the wall, and obviously, and Alex was concerned that the car was damaged, and I don't know if he slowed up, and Graham went high, got too high, obviously, got up into the gray, and that was that. So it's a shame. Learning experience.
So how about your other car of concern, the 16 of Alex Lloyd? He was right there.
Well, we checked it over. He did, in fact, hit the wall, but luckily without any damage. So new tires and a fresh attitude, and off we go. And of course, and Ryan's really going well. He's up to 11, so far so good.
Everyone trying to persevere, just as Foyt is, as he gets back in the race car as well, guys.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very uncomfortable ride after being hosed down with all that fire retardant. But AJ Foyt IV will be climbing back in to the number 2. Meanwhile, it looks like they have given the wave around. So remember when Justin Wilson and Buddy Rice got a lap down, because remember they had to pit under green? They had stayed out, and they have now gotten to the back of the lead lap. They're 24th and 25th. How important are the restarts at Indianapolis? Here's how important.
Restart specifically for this track, if you're the leader, you're almost a sitting duck. You can gain a lot of positions, but it can be at a high risk.
The slower the start, usually, the more passing there is.
I think it's very simple. The most important thing to do is make sure you stay in the lead.
And as we get ready, let's reset it for you, because Scott Dixon, the man who said you're a sitting duck, is out in front of Dan Weldon, Tony Kanaan, Thomas Scheckter, Helio Castroneves is your top 5. Then it's Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, Darren Manning, Vitor Meira, and Hideki Muto. He was 23rd at one point, has fought his way back to 10th. Danica Patrick is 13th. So 4, and we're back to green flag racing at Indy. A lot of slicing and dicing down the front straightaway.
Perfect teamwork from the 2 Ganassi drivers.
They have opened up about a 3 or 4 car length lead over Tony Kanaan, and a lot of action going on behind him that they really don't want to watch.
In that first Penske car you see is Ryan Briscoe, who is now currently a lap down. So he was trying to get a bit of a jump on Tony Kanaan up there in turns 3 and 4. He wants to chase those target cars so he can get his lap back.
On board with Danica Patrick, and look at the turbulence, the way she's fighting the steering wheel.
There was nowhere to go. She had to take her foot off and just get back in line again.
Let's go back and take a look. Look at her work on the wheel.
That's a good run right now, though. Slipping behind, get a bit of a draft, catch a gear, and away you go to the inside.
That's Ryan Hunter-Reay. She's trying to get around, going down the front straightaway. Can she get it done before turn 1? Don't think so.
Boy, Ryan Hunter-Reay is way off the lower line down to the white line, Eddie. You see that?
But he wasn't too sure whether she was going to try to keep going through or not. So he gave her a lot of room just in case she stuck her nose in.
I'm not sure I'd be that kind going around through there, because we saw what happens anytime you get a little bit high. He's still away from the lower line, though. Again, still.
See the Firestone telemetry. The one thing I've noticed is Danica's able to keep it in the throttle 100%. And we're at the top of the hour. If you're just joining. You heard Danica Patrick's radio talking about terminal speed. That's as much as she can get out of it right now. You saw it only at about 9,900 RPM. Normally these like to sing at about 10,200 RPM. Danica currently running in the 13th position after starting 5th. If you're just tuning in here at the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500, our race leader is Scott Dixon, followed by Dan Weldon and Tony Kanaan. That's your top 3. Now she's up to 10 grand.
Well, she was over 10,000 just going down there towards turn 3.
And we see another pass for the lead.
Inside, you're clear.
And Kanaan is right behind him, exactly where he wants to be. They're burning up all the fuel. He should be able to follow them with a much leaner fuel setting. We have to explain, Scott, this fuel setting so people understand what we're talking about.
There's 100% fuel, which is what they call full rich, and then you have 3 options on the steering wheel which drivers can adjust, and they can lean it back, and the further you lean it back, the better fuel mileage you get. You lose a little bit of horsepower, but the fact is when you're running with cars that are in front of you, they turn around and help break the air, so it basically almost washes out, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's almost like watching the Tour de France, where you see them all grouped together, and the smart guy that's going to win it at the end is sitting in the middle, and he's not pedaling very much.
So Weldon tried to make the move, couldn't get it done. He is still in second behind Scott Dixon, and we're on board with Marco Andretti, and he has really been on the move as he is just on the tear right now. I'm looking at his speeds. He's faster than the race leader.
Where are the Penskes? Penskes are absent.
Well, Castroneves is in 8th place right now, 4.7 seconds behind, and Briscoe's a lap down. Jackaroo.
By design, Ryan Briscoe, we've already accounted for why he's a lap down, a mistake on a pit stop. But then what about Helio Castroneves? Helio Castroneves and Tim Cindric entered this race with a plan, and it was to make fuel right from the beginning. Just moments ago when they dropped the green flag, Helio Castroneves said to his tactician, "Looks like my plan is working." Tim Cindric said, "You're driving the car." They're going to run a conservative race until the last 50 laps, guys.
And we have just passed the 1/4 mark of the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. And there is A.J. Foyt the fourth. They had to get him a new helmet and visor because the other one he could not see through the visor. So he is still trying to get back into this race after having the pit fire. There's your top 5. Who's going to win? Well, we've got a long way to go to find that out.
We welcome you back to the Indianapolis 500, and no surprise, the 2 Ganassi drivers are running 1-2. The pole sitter Dixon in first. Weldon is right behind him. Both have been extremely fast all month. Stalking them quietly is Kanaan, and remember, he has led in every 500 that he has driven in, but he has yet to taste the milk. And also Manning is one of our surprises today. Right now he is sitting in 6th place. If you're wondering about Danica Patrick, she seems to be battling her car. She has drifted back to 11th, and 13th right now is the we update that particular story. Also, Marty, it is pretty clear that the Champ Car drivers need a little more time and experience here at Indy, as Graham Rahal has been knocked out and Justin Wilson now is far back.
And Justin, although did get back on the lead lap, but you're right, Brent, and that's what we expected. But unfortunately for Graham Rahal, in case you missed it, he came up on a slower car, got up into the gray trying to get around him, and tagged the wall coming out of turn 4. Meanwhile, look at this battle between the top 3. There you see Marco, and there you move back to Darren Manning. Started 14th, Brianne Pettigo. This is a good run for A.J. Foyt's team.
It's a great run, Marty. Darren is very happy with this car. They've really had to make very few changes to the race car this whole race so far. Expect him to come in again about 72 or 73. And again, they will make no changes. The car is good.
AJ has a very good feel for the Indianapolis 500. When you have conditions that change in a hurry, like we've had here from the carburation air was cool and warm today, he has a very good understanding of what will probably work. And I suspect that Manning has got a really good car underneath him right now. He's not just with the leading group, he's actually pushing him along.
You notice now as we continue to look at Marco Andretti go on board with Marco, running in the 5th position, and that is Thomas Scheckter right in front of him.
Scheckter has been impressive because after pit stops, he might be a little bit further back in the queue, but when he wants to get going, he just puts his foot into it and is moving forward.
Vince, you've got more?
Marco Andretti's pre-race confidence is well-founded. He is very happy with his race car. He has made 2 pit stops, and they have made very minor changes. His car is good, as the driver reports, and the team always likes to hear that. Jack?
Hard to believe, but Thomas Scheckter is running what he has even called a conservative race now. Remember, Ray Lito and this team decided to be a little less conservative with the rear wing angle. Well, Thomas Scheckter has just radioed in that not only does he like his car, but fellas, he said when it counts, he said, I feel comfortable like we'll be able to take even more rear wing out of the car. When will it count? When there's about 100 miles to go in this race.
You're nodding your head, Eddie Cheever. What do you think?
I think he's absolutely right. And you can always tell with Thomas when he's comfortable, because if he is, he really starts off quick.
Take a look at the traffic that the leaders are running into down the back straightaway. Trying to get around. It looks like it's Buddy Rice.
No, Buddy Lazier.
Buddy Lazier. Got my wrong buddies. But Dixon does make the pass. Oh, no! And a car into the wall hard as we have our 3rd caution coming out here at Indianapolis. And it is the 25 of Marty Roth.
And I'm not so sure, Eddie, that might not be the same situation that we just had with Graham Rahal. Everybody's diving towards turn 4, and it looked like Buddy Lazier was going slow, ready to come in the pits. You see Buddy on your right-hand side on the inside of the pit lane.
It looked to me like Buddy had a problem because he was going a lot slower than you really would have to coming in. But the same thing happened to him that happened to Rahal. You can't get off the line. There's marbles up there, but he's fine.
Yep, the wheel comes off, and he's fine. The car, well, it's not.
You can always fix a car.
That's for sure.
Marty Roth, the oldest driver in the field today, as you see the Delphi safety crew coming to him very quickly to see how he is doing. 49 years old. Just a wealth of experience in motorcycle racing, and started to do some running in the Firestone Indy Lights car. And you can see that, as you mentioned, Eddie, he's well off of line and off to hitting the outside retaining wall. Now, we're not sure if that's because he was trying to miss somebody on the lower line or if something happened to the car, but we'll have to have a chance to look at another replay. There again, you can see he's just off of line, and you see Buddy Lazier going into the pit lane there. I think this is the same situation that we had previously with Graham Rahal and Alex Lloyd.
Did you see the piece of debris that Castroneves went over? The last piece.
I think you're right, Scott. I think it's the exact same scenario. And you guys, we see it in slow motion. Here it is in real time from Marco Andretti. Try and explain what the closing rate.
Well, you're going so fast, you know, at 200 miles an hour, it's almost a length of a football field in less than a second. As you see, Marty Roth is out of the car there now on the left-hand side, talking to Delphi safety team member. But the most important thing you have to remember, and Eddie, we've talked about this numerous times, is that if you have to think about it, it's too late for the speed that you're moving at. And you can see the wing now is damaged on Elio Castroneves' car.
So Elio obviously picked up a piece of the debris. Now we're under yellow, so they're going to be able to fix this, and Team Penske has a spare wing ready. And remember earlier when we saw Bruno Junqueira have a lot of problems with the repair of a broken mirror. You want to know why Team Penske wins 14 of these? There's the patch job on the mirror on the right-hand side of Bruno Junqueira's car. You watch how quickly this nose gets removed and replaced.
How many times do you think they have practiced this at Penske's?
They have an electric car that they use inside year-round for training of all these situations.
And I can assure you the wing change was one of them.
Pits are still closed. As you can see, the cleanup in turn 4. So Elio's going to have to just keep motoring around here under our third caution. We should point out, Marty, the only representative in the race from Canada. Give you the breakdown because this race has members from 6 continents, 13 from America, 7 from Brazil, 4 from England, 2 Australians, 2 Venezuelans, and 1 each from Spain, South Africa, Japan, New Zealand, and Marty Roth from Canada.
And the very cagey Tony Kanaan in the green and white 711 car, the third car in the queue, is very close behind Dan Weldon, just trying to save a little bit of fuel.
All right, let's watch for Helio Castroneves in the replay here.
Now, when there's an accident like this, you keep your eye on the car, and then, no, it's not him yet. He's there. Here comes Castroneves. See that piece coming down? See the piece coming down?
Right.
Just took it off. So when there's an accident, and Scott, you can please chime in here, but you don't just look at the car that hit the wall. You got to make sure you don't get caught up in some little piece because you're going 200 miles an hour.
And there's so many pieces there that you hope that you're going to miss them all. Sometimes it's impossible. I remember an accident I had at Phoenix many years ago. As you can see, the right front wing on the left-hand side of your screen there for Helio Castroneves' car just sort of flapping in the breeze. There was an accident in front, and it was Michael Andretti's suspension that came down and landed on the right front corner of my car and took me out of the race. I didn't see that piece of suspension coming. If that had been just a little bit further inside the cockpit, I probably wouldn't be joining you here today.
Well, I'm glad you are. But one of the worst things that can happen is that you don't hit anything on the car, but you get something stuck in the tire, and you don't know you have a flat, and you're going around, and here you go for the green.
It's Helio's radio.
This is lap.
So pits are open. Tim Cindric tells him that he pits this lap.
No emotion in Tim's voice. Did you hear that?
Yeah. This is business. Look at this. As everyone's going to be coming down pit lane, the nose is already on the wall. We told you their preparation is impeccable. As here comes the field in for the third caution. And we'll set it up to Jack Arute first.
Well, while the Target Chip Ganassi cars go past Tim Cindric, it is Helio Castroneves that is going to need the most work. They have practiced this nose exchange before. He will pull in, and then at the nose, they will turn 2 bolts. You see what I'm starting to do? And the next thing they'll do is they'll replace that nose. Meanwhile, Scott Dixon and Dan Weldon have completed their pit stops. And guess what? So is Helio Castroneves. They added 1 turn of wing on that new nose, guys.
That's like a military operation.
Effort and preparation equals success. Take a look at the race off pit road, those that all came in, and you can see the winner, obviously, +1 for Marco Andretti, 2 for Hideki Muto's now up to 8th position, so that's good news for his fans. As we've got to take a break, we'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations here at the 96th running, or 92nd running of the Indy 500. Well, you can see what's left of Marty Roth's car being taken off the racetrack after he hit the wall in turn number 4 here in our third caution at the Indianapolis 500. And Jamie Little has caught up with the driver.
Well, Marty, he is the final starter in the field, was at 33rd and the oldest in the field. But Marty, how did it end there coming out of turn 4?
We were just, you know, what can I say? We're working the car, playing with the bars, playing with the weight jacker and stuff, and we finally got it good. And I went around Lazier on the outside, and you know, I went for a tow. I guess who's in the lead, Scott? So one of the targets went by me, and I went to hook up with him and went around the outside of Lazier, and it was pretty slick up there. And, you know, I didn't think I went into the marbles, but that outside line was pretty slick, and it took me out.
Well, Marty Roth's day is not done as he owns one other car in the field. That's John Andretti, Marty, and he's having a pretty good day.
John Andretti's doing very fine. He's up to the 10th position on the track right now. Let's talk a little bit about the 2-hour season finale of Lost, because it's on Thursday at a special time. It's 9 Eastern, 8 Central. It's the most breathtaking season finale of the year. You will see the Oceanic 6 rescue. It's after a special encore episode of Lost with brand new footage. It's Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Well, you're on right now as we are under our third caution, but we had a little bit of lost direction in the pit lane between two cars. Here is Darren Manning. Remember the good run. All of a sudden, as he comes out, look out, we're going to have contact with Buddy Rice, and it clipped off the wing on the right front of Darren Manning's car. He had to come back in, lost a lot of track position, but he is on the lead lap. Another view.
Situation where you're always trying to get out, and this pit lane is very narrow, probably one of the most narrow pit lanes we run on the series. You can see part of the end plate there just going off into the right side the pit wall. Watch this. Oh, man.
That is not the driver's fault. That's the person let him out of the pit's fault, because the driver cannot see who's coming. They say clear, clear. Then once you're out, you go into the fast lane.
And to your point, it's up to the team to understand who is around them in the pit sequence, who's in front of them and who's behind them, so they know 2 or 3 boxes either way. So when they see that car coming in, you're absolutely right, Eddie, hold your driver.
And there is the 4-time winner here, A.J. Foyt. He's a 1-time winner as an owner. He'd like to do it again, but his team has just suffered a setback. Darren Manning's towards the rear of the field. We'll go side by side here at Indy. Back here on this Memorial Day weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and a huge crowd, the biggest we have seen in years, especially on the infield. 300,000 strong as we are under our third caution now. We've had 26 of our 69 laps that we've run under caution. Marty Roth brought this latest one out, hitting the wall in turn number 4. If you're just joining us, let's try and get you caught up to speed as to what has happened so far. Thomas Scheckter started 11th, and boy, has he been on a march, and right now he is up to the 5th position as he has been running very well. And then that is Graham Rahal, the rookie, trying to get around a slower car of Alex Lloyd. He hit the wall. A.J. Foyt, the 4th, was in the pit lane, and all of a sudden they had another fuel issue, second one, and it catches on fire. They're back in the race, but they are well down, 19 laps to be exact. And then Team Ganassi running up front, 1-2, pretty much the entire race, as Helio Castroneves gets the debris right here. As you'll see, that's Marty Roth's crash at lap 61, and in the back there you see Helio Castroneves having the wing damage, and just that quickly the team gave him a new wing, 4 fresh Firestone tires, and he is now 14th. Now, you see our race leaders, Scott Dixon and Dan Weldon. Well, they have communications with each other as well as the pits. And here was the exchange that we picked up while they were apparently thinking about changing the lead.
Gonna go inside. He's there, inside. You're clear. What's he doing? Does he want to lead or lead left or what? No, Dixie, now that's my bad, my bad. Said that was his fault, Scott. Could be that if he wants to lead, he can lead. Now you're cool there.
Now the reason he's probably saying if he wants to lead, because he'll save fuel. Because that has been one of his issues this year. He has led a lot of laps and then had to come in several times late in the race. Jack, you've got more?
Yeah, Marty, what you just listened to was communication between Scott Dixon and his spotter. Now, what was going on is, unbeknownst to Dan Weldon, Scott Dixon, according to my call, had elected to try and conserve fuel. Why? Because, as you alluded to, all year long they've tried to conserve fuel, and it's come back to bite them later in the race because they hadn't conserved enough. There was a miscommunication between the two Target Chip Ganassi teams. That's where, from the other spotter, the my bad was, because while Scott Dixon is trying to save fuel, guess what? Dan Weldon is running wide open, so it makes sense that he wanted to go out to the lead.
And as we continue under caution here on lap 71, Dan Weldon, before the race, talked to us about teamwork.
You know, it's so hard to establish an advantage, particularly this year with you know, the merging of two open wheel racing series, the competition level is more intense. And so if you can work with your teammate, you know, it's almost payback to the team. You know, Target Chip Ganassi Racing have put, like I said, a lot of effort in. And if we can work together to kind of establish an advantage over the rest of the field and then kind of race it out at the end, we'll absolutely do that.
Guys, if you remember in our pre-race show, Scott Dixon freely admitted that their first year together, that they almost tried to kill each other, both off and on the track. But now they have worked out very well in many cases. But this is still the Indianapolis 500.
So two things happen there. One, the guy who's leading is using more fuel than the guy who's behind. But if you're going to pass your teammate, you want to pass him early. What happened there is he passed him right into the corner, and it probably made Dixon uncomfortable. So what he was saying is, if you want to lead, lead, but do it.
All right, as we've got a moment, how many times, as we take a look at our GoDaddy.com trivia question, how many times have teammates finished first and second in the Indianapolis 500? The clock is running, gentlemen. Any guesses?
My nerdy friend from Canada probably has the answer for that.
That's even got me stumped.
My nerdy friend from Canada.
Yeah. Boy, I'm picking an expensive restaurant tonight for dinner.
Okay, let's take a look. It is a total of 6 times, as you can see, all the way back to 1947. All right, we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing here on lap 73. The next time they cross the yard of bricks, it will be Dixon, Weldon, Kanaan, Marco Andretti, and then Thomas Scheckter. And you'll get the view from the restart from our DirecTV track cam as they come flying down the front straightaway. We're green again at Indy.
Vitor Meira did a great start to go underneath Carpenter. Did you see that?
What was Carpenter doing?
I don't know.
Must have had a problem with his gear or something, because he almost had another guy from behind hit him.
A lot of traffic going down through turn 1. You saw Danica Patrick going underneath the car.
Restarts are a great place to make up time, and they're also a really place to lose time. And when you get passed by a bunch of cars, you lose your rhythm, and it takes a while to get back on it again.
Well, Carpenter's paying it back there. Just went and drove past him coming down to turn 3.
Just got word, guys, that the 4, Vitor Meira, was told to fall back behind the 20, passing before the restart. So Vitor obviously getting a little aggressive, and has already done that, in fact.
Now focus on Carpenter, focus on the Menard car.
Which is the bright yellow car, but the go zone where the cars are right now, it would be green, I would suspect.
Right.
So that means once the track goes green, you can pass. You don't have to wait until you get to the front line to the start-finish line here.
Yeah, Ed wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do on this.
And Vitor.
This could have been an accident.
Could have. Ooh, and it almost was. So that gets everything sorted out for you. And meanwhile, up front, the 2 Ganassi cars are continuing to haul the mail. 2 Andretti green cars right behind. It's Dixon, Weldon, Tony Kanaan, and Marco Andretti, followed by that yellow and black machine of Thomas Scheckter.
Marco is showing a lot of experience here. He's just sitting there waiting.
For all you fans of Danica Patrick, she is in the 11th position behind Ryan Hunter-Reay. Let's get more from Vince Welch.
Guys, Danica Patrick on that last pit stop, their team made a rear wing adjustment to try to trim the car out. They call this a go segment. She was 12th when the segment started. They wanted her up into the top 7, where they then believe that she can be more in touch with the leaders. So look in this segment for Danica Patrick to try to pick off some positions.
All right, let's watch her onboard, because remember, she was hacksaw on the wheel the last time we were riding with her. If she still hacks on it, she can't do much to move forward.
She was complaining of terminal speed, I think we heard on her radio, which means she's slow in the straightaway.
Now watch the throttle on the right-hand side and the Firestone telemetry all the way off down to about 10%. Just a big confidence lift. Same thing in turn 2, and now we're headed down the backstretch.
Take a look. While we were on board with Danica, the teamwork still working. You see Dan Weldon has moved to the front around Scott Dixon. Let's go back and show you the moment. Down the front straightaway.
It's getting late, getting late. Now, when you pass somebody late like this, you see the distance he's putting between himself and Dixon? Dixon, it's hard for him to get back in line. So if you're going to do that as a teammate, you want to try to do that just a little bit earlier. But now Weldon is burning a lot of fuel and Dixon is burning less. So once Dixon catches up, he can turn the fuel down and run the same pace by using less fuel.
And I'm wondering if that was the plan. We'll find out from our crack crew of pit reporters. Take a look at the view of our GoDaddy Helicam down through the North Chute, heading through turn number 4. That's the top 3 cars. And Jack, you've got the answer for our question. Was that a planned move by Team Ganassi?
Yes, it was a planned move, but what makes it even more impressive on Scott Dixon's part is that Scott Dixon, for the last 25 laps, has been running at fuel position 2, while his counterpart, Dan Weldon, has been running full rich at fuel position 1. So even when Dixon was out front, he was still making better fuel mileage than his teammate.
Well, that'll be interesting. Let's check in on the best running rookie right now in the field this year. 8th place, Hideki Muto. He had fallen all the way back to 23rd at one point, guys, and quietly has just picked him off. Vince, you've got more on Hideki?
Marty, this team led by Kim Green says Hideki Muto has an unbelievably strong feel for the race car, much beyond his years as a rookie. And right now, he's very happy with the car. They've made only minor adjustments, and Hideki Muto is thrilled. Remember, this team said they believed their cars would run better in the heat, and so far that has proven out. All 4 Andretti Green cars have been solid here today.
You saw the move by Ryan Hunter-Reay as we go on board. He is currently running in the 10th position. Let's take a look at what's happening with all of the rookies. Remember, we have a third of the field making their first ever Indianapolis 500 start here. As you've got Hideki Muto, the best rookie, at 8th, Ryan Hunter-Reay, 10th.
Both those drivers have a lot of experience in other types of cars and different formulas. I don't care what type of car you've driven and what type of racetrack. When you come to Indianapolis, this is a whole different learning curve for everybody. Long straightaways, 5/8 of a mile, and then those tight turns at the end of the straights.
Lead change again.
Yeah, do these guys not know that every time we go to one other car, they are not supposed to change the lead until we get back to them? Oh no, crash, a hard hit. Our 4th yellow here on lap number 80. And that is the 34 of Jamie Kamara, another one of our rookies. And he has torn up the right side of that car.
Now, everybody that's coming around has got to really be careful for the debris. And you can't see it. Sometimes it'll be the smallest piece.
And I think that's probably what got Castroneves. You know, when you got a dark piece of debris against the backdrop of a black racetrack, it's just difficult to see.
Safety crew already on hand. Of course, Kamara won the 2005 Freedom 100 Firestone Indy Lights race here and got the ride after the first full week of practice as they came into town. And boy, it's a hard hit, but he was already taking the wheel off before he came to a stop.
He's jumping out of the car right now, and here we'll have a look to see what result of it is. The car looks like he gets to the middle of the turn and just starts to go off towards the outside wall. Get another look at it here.
Went in too high.
And there again, up into the gray, into what we call the marbles, little pieces of rubber that are worn off the tires just to end up there.
Bad enough you hit the wall once. It really hurts when you hit it twice.
Those second hits are often worse than the first hits are.
Well, he's already out of the cockpit of the car, so that's good news for the man who qualified 30th for this year's Indianapolis 500. But again, we're going to have a lengthy cleanup. We'll go side by side as we're under caution here on lap 81. There's your top 5. The fun part for every race car driver, driving through all that cleanup and the dust flying up and into your face. As let's take another look as we are under our 4th caution here, and here's the reason why.
Now we'll see, he's just off of line right now, and Jamie Kamara just seems like he's got the car too far off the center of the turn, down by the apex, loses it, and Eddie, it just seems like it just goes directly up to the wall. And he makes a steering movement at the very last minute, but he's well on his way to hitting the wall.
Yeah, something might have gone wrong because it almost looks as if he thinks he's not going to hit the wall. Then at the last 30 feet, he says, oops, I am going to hit the wall. And then it's too late to correct.
All right, let's take another look at how this transpired from A.J. Foyt, the fourth's car.
And Jimmy's just up above, right down, not far off the white line, the apex. And I wouldn't say that he was really too far off the line not to cause that problem, would you?
No, I think he just let it go up too high. He didn't tighten enough on the way down.
He got out of the car. He's okay. Did you notice also A.J. Foyt, the fourth? He saw it coming, and he got out of the throttle early. Nice move by A.J., who's had his own problems. Let's talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs because ESPN is your destination. Tomorrow night, Kevin Garnett and the Boston Celtics take on Chauncey Billups and the Pistons. Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Final. The Celtics lead this one right now 2-1. The NBA playoffs on ESPN Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And that should make one of the part owners in Lusso Racing, Steve Lusso, very happy. Of course, he is a part owner in the Boston Celtics. Boy, he could have a big month of May if Thomas Scheckter can win this race and the Celtics win the championship. And there is the 12 car running right now in the 5th position.
That's a lot of stuff that has to happen there, Marty.
Hey.
If.
Well, it's okay to dream, and I'm sure he is. Jack, you've got more?
Yeah, for Steve Lusso, this has been a very busy week. On top of it, his mother, Rose, has come down with a very severe illness. He, in fact, considered not coming to the Indianapolis 500, and his mom said, no, I want you to go. So they've taken a Rose and they've put it down here on pit road. One of the things, fellas, car number 12 has 12 celebrities that have endorsed the Lusso Dragon racing effort. Why? Because those 12 celebrities will share exactly 50% of the gross earnings of this car in the Indianapolis 500 amongst their 12 favorite charities.
Gross earnings, $2.5 million to win, so $1.25 million with 12 charities. And I have to thank Jay Penske and Steve, because one of those charities is one of my favorites, cystic fibrosis. Rick Mears picked that, and we thank Rick and the team. That could be a big day for all those charities.
What a great story, and it would be a great day for Scheckter also, and he is in a good position.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the pit stops that we are about to see, as here comes everybody down pit lane as we are working the 19th lap since the last time everybody came in. And notice they hit the speed limit line there at 60 miles an hour, and it seems like an eternity when you're going under yellow. And Vince, we'll send it your way first.
Marco Andretti will be the 4th car through as you see the first 3, and Andretti is right behind him. He'll pit just in front of Tony Kanaan. No major changes for Marco Andretti. They made a wing adjustment last time. No such change this time. Jeff Garon is the fueler, and it's a clean stop so far. Jack?
For Dan Weldon, there will be an air pressure adjustment on the right rear tire, trying to cure some handling difficulties. For Scott Dixon, however, no changes, but they will continue to try and conserve fuel. Fellas?
And you can see the race off pit road. One man who stayed out was Ryan Briscoe. He's a lap down. That will now put him at the tail end of the lead lap if he can hold off those 2 fast red cars. Take a look at Danica Patrick. She picked up 2 spots thanks to her crew. Ryan Hunter-Reay dropped 1. So move Danica back into the top 10. Remember, their goal was to be 7th by this stop? Well, she's 9th. And as we salute all our servicemen and women across the country here on Memorial Day weekend, back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we're under our 4th caution on lap 85 of 200. Haven't even hit the halfway mark. Let's talk a little bit about what's going to happen on ESPN2 Saturday, as we've got the NASCAR Nationwide Series at Dover, presented by DAP. Can be seen at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then at 5:30, it's the NHRA Summer Nationals qualifying. And then next Sunday, right here on ABC, more IndyCar racing. It's the IndyCar 225 at Milwaukee, and that begins at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, let's check in with Jamie Little, who's caught up with another Jamie.
Well, Jamie Kamara out of the car, and okay, 2nd start in IndyCar Series, 1st here. Jamie, what happened? Not 1, but 2 hard hits.
Yeah, the front end was giving up every lap, and I couldn't be really close in traffic. So, you know, I was working with my tools inside the car to make the car work, but for some reason, turn 1 was the hardest one, and that front just gave up, and I couldn't avoid it. I did everything. I crossed my arms, you know, lifted, but it didn't work. It's just a shame for the Bitterroot.com car. You know, we just wanted to be here and finish the race, and you know, go to the next one with the momentum. But this is racing. This is how it is.
You're one of 11 rookies out there. What's been the biggest challenge and the challenge that they'll face the rest of the race?
it's just track conditions and the way the car is changing on the stint. You know, when the fuel load the car starts going light. You know, it's just being really tough to handle the car.
All these new changes. I'm glad you're all right, Jamie Kamara, guys. You know he'll stick around and he'll be cheering for his friend and mentor, Tony Kanaan, who's third.
That's true. They have been very close friends. Meanwhile, Danica Patrick, we listened in on her radio conversation.
I don't know what to say, man. I'm not very fast, and I've got understeer still. It's just, it's hard to pass. It doesn't seem like anybody's able to move all that much. It just seems like a lot of track position right now.
Nobody's really moving through the field or anything. I think I've seen about 5 passes in the whole top 10. Right now, I'm too scared to move on anything right now. We still got 120 laps to do.
Okay.
Interesting. She has the confidence in Kyle Moyer to say, okay, I trust you.
And it's very interesting when she talks to Kyle, she's very calm, she's very cool because she does trust him, absolutely. The thing that's very interesting to me, though, she's talking about not being able to pass. It reminds me of the 1993 race, Eddie, where at the end of the day, first car went across the line, start and finish, and that was Emerson Fittipaldi. 10th place car, John Andretti, was in turn 4. He was 10th, and everybody else was in the middle, and nobody could do anything with the cars that day because the cars just slid around.
It seems to be very close to that this year.
Let's check in with Vince Welch.
With Kyle Moyer. Kyle, Danica talking about the traffic and the inability to pass. What can you do to make her car a little more successful in traffic?
Be the leader. I mean, you got to run with those guys. Those 4 guys up front are showing what they've got right now, and we've got to get up with them. I think we can run with them, you know, and then it's just going to be track position, and then, you know, all hell breaks going to loose at the end here. But, I mean, we got to get with those 4. And up there, we've already trimmed it out, so I think if we get up there, we could run just as quick, if not quicker.
That's Kyle Moyer, guys. They got to get in position to make that last charge.
Well, they have 4 cars. They're running 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 9th. Danica is the one in 9th right now. Well, as you can see, the storm has been anything but perfect for 3 of those 4, as Marco Andretti is right now running in 4th position, but everybody else, those 3 have been having a lot of issues here at the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. As you get a great view from our DirecTV track cam as we are under our 4th caution, as we are approaching now lap number 90 of 200. So 10 more, we start the back half of this race. And I know you drivers, he always, you know, Scott, go ahead and explain how you used to break down every race that you ran in, and then I'll ask you how you did it, Eddie.
I was really just trying to break it down to segments of 100 miles at each time and trying to make sure that I could improve the car every time that I came into the pits and work with the engineers to make sure that any improvements we made, we documented, and if we went the wrong way, well, we just have to change that and go a different way.
Eddie, let me ask you, as we show you the Firestone lap leaders, as we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing, how did you break down the race?
180, then 20.
So as they come down the back stretch, there they are. As you can see, Scott Dixon, Dan Weldon, they've been in control as we're going back to green flag racing here at the Indianapolis 500.
Little different place for picking up speed this lap on the restart than the previous time.
Going down the front straightaway is Weldon on the right side of your screen, going to take the lead. Yes, they finally got the memo. They waited till we had the cameras on them.
You know who's really running strong is Ed Carpenter. That Menards car has been, he's about to get a toe off Scheckter.
He is running in 6th. Thomas Scheckter is the black and yellow car, and the number 12 right in front of him. The solid yellow is Ed Carpenter. You're on board with Ed. Brianne, you've got more?
Marty, Ed Carpenter has said that the number 20 is, quote, not bad. He's also noted exactly what Danica Patrick was talking about, that he's basically in the same position everyone else is. He's not really having the easiest time passing, but it doesn't really seem like anyone else is either. The last time they came in, they took no changes to the car. It's a good run for this Vision team.
And for the first time, we've seen somebody get between the Target Ganassi cars as Tony Kanaan, as you were finishing up, Brianne, moves to second.
He's just starting to stretch a little bit. He just wants to see what's possible. He knows what those two cars in front are doing, that they're playing a fuel game. He probably wants to see what he's capable of doing somewhere around the middle of the race.
He is closing on the race leader. Vince?
Tony Kanaan came on his radio just a bit ago when they were talking about changes. He said, nothing significant enough to make a change. My car is really good. I feel like I'm toying with them right now. I'll make a move, and here he comes for the lead, Tony Kanaan.
And he takes it going into turn number 1. So Andretti Green Racing has its first lead here at the Indianapolis 500. And again, every race that Tony Kanaan has ever run here at Indianapolis, he has led at least one lap.
That's 7 for 7.
7 for 7. Now, the question will be, can he lead the last lap? Because remember, we're approaching the halfway mark, and it's not a great record for the guy leading the halfway mark of this race.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I know historically that's the case, but I've never. Have you ever calculated that very much? Or you were afraid to be leading the halfway?
No, I was never one that ever looked at that. I mean, as far as car numbers or colors of cars, I mean, green's supposed to be an unpopular color. Again, I agree with you. I don't think that I ever looked at that. And fans would come up to you sometimes and say, do you know this or do you know that about particular stats? And I think when you're driving the car and you're involved in the series, you're immune to all that.
So he knows he cannot run away from the field. It's not possible. So what's happening now is he's burning more fuel than the two Ganassi cars. I don't think it makes that much of a difference right now, but they're putting information in the bank so that when it comes down to those last 2 or 3 full tanks, they'll start to play the poker game of who has to pull the field around.
You may be asking the record that was broken by Tony Kanaan by making it 7 straight races leading. The man who owns 4 Indy 500 wins, Rick Mears.
The Rocket Man.
Yes, sir.
Very impressive company.
Coming up on lap 97. You guys may not be into numerology, but here's the statistics. Out of the last 20 years, only 3 times has the guy leading at halfway gone on to win this race.
This might be the 4th one.
The last guy to do it was Montoya back in 2000. Take a look at Danica Patrick. Speaking of trying to set a little history, Tony Kanaan's just done it. Danica, of course, looking for her first win here at the 500. And Vince, she's running 8th right now. What's she saying?
Well, they talked, remember, about wanting her to get up within striking distance, get up into the top 7, and then we feel like we can contend with the leaders. So she's trying to make that one more position to where they would feel a little more racy. They've been the most aggressive with her car than any of the 4 Andretti Green cars, and they finally feel like they've got a race car that's capable of gaining some positions.
If you get a sense that the page is turning here, you're absolutely right, folks. And right behind Danica, Ryan Hunter-Reay has gotten around Hideki Muto, as those are the 2 top running rookies. There they are. And Brienne, you've got more?
Well, Ryan Hunter-Reay, this is an impressive run for this rookie at the Indianapolis 500. They made no changes on their last pit stop, just came in for tires and fuel, but it was a good thing they did come in because they found a puncture in one of his tires from running over debris. But so far, so good for Rahal Letterman and Ryan Hunter-Reay.
We talk about the fact that in every one of these 500s, you have to have a little bit of luck.
Absolutely, and I think that was one of his luck cards that he used up. But he's not running for a rookie team. This is a team that's won the Indy 500. He's strong. He had a bit of unfortunate luck during testing, but he's running for a great team. I don't think you can take anybody out of the top 10 and say they're not going to have a chance at running good.
Scott Dixon goes around Dan Weldon for 2nd place, so Dixon wants to see if he can reel in and the leader. And look
really
at
aggressive.
Marco is really coming on strong. We're getting ready to approach halfway here at the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. And Marco Andretti, could he be the first Andretti to win since 1969? Coming down the front straightaway. And it will be Tony Kanaan, Scott Dixon, Dan Weldon, Marco Andretti, Thomas Scheckter. That's your top 5 at lap 100. Jack?
That pass that was made on Dan Weldon is an indication of what has happened to Weldon's car. Remember, they tried to change the air pressure in the right rear. The handling is going away on Dan Weldon's car, and it is not as good as it was. Meanwhile, Marco Andretti makes that pass. Dan Weldon fades a little bit more.
So Target Ganassi's strategy of running 1-2 in lockstep is in serious jeopardy right now at the halfway mark of this race, because Marco Andretti has gotten up to 3rd position.
Good job.
You know, Weldon, in my opinion, right now seems to not have the same car he did earlier in the race. You see how high he's getting off every turn. It seems like the car is pushing from the center out for him. Off the gas just a little bit. Absolutely. He's not very happy with that car right now, guys.
Take a look. His last lap, 2:15. That's 5 miles an hour slower than Tony Kanaan.
Into the middle, works the steering wheel. See how it rides up towards the outside of the wall? That's not what you want. You want to be right down to the white line with that left front, and then keep the speed up to your exit point.
So by our calculations, how many more laps does he have to go before he stops for fuel?
Well, he's been 17 laps. We figure 25 is about how far they could go. And look at Thomas Scheckter go shooting by from the onboard. So Weldon continues to slide. Weldon is back to 5th. Scheckter up to 4th. The Indianapolis 500 has turned another page as we go side by side.
Looks like something's gone right off for that.
Well, they would be able to tell that from the sensors.
So I was thinking on that Ryan Hunter.
All right, we got 26 cars on the lead lap, at least for the moment. Okay.
No fun.
Okay.
Hey, when's the last time we had 26 cars on the lead lap at the halfway point? Been a while.
You got it. Start with Vince. Down we go. Up to speed. Ganassi and now Andretti Green. And I'm going to mention the fact that Penske has really fallen back today.
Briscoe's going to have to pit. That'll take him back out of sequence. Yep. And he needs a yellow right now. I don't know. It's one of the Foyt cars. Simmons.
Here we go. Here we go.
Marco.
What happened to Kanaan? He's fading.
Well, he got.
Oh!
Yep.
Oh, yellow, 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 yellow. Go high, go high, go high. Nice, good.
Unbelievable occurrence here at Indianapolis. The race leader, Tony Kanaan, was slowing. You saw it on side by side. And then all of a sudden, he spins out of control and is T-boned
mean, why did he do that, man?
And he's saying, why did he do that? Talking about his teammate Marco Andretti, who came diving down the inside when all the cars were caught in traffic and left Tony Kanaan hanging on the outside in the car just to get up into the marbles.
Michael Andretti not very happy at this moment. And again, frustration for Tony Kanaan. 7 years he has led here. We think that is Sarah Fisher that was also collected in this crash. The Delphi safety crew is attending to her. We'll get word as soon as we can. There's the aerial view. Our 5th caution here. And Tony is climbing out of the car as he cannot make it all the way back down pit lane. So a bizarre set of occurrences. And you can see Sarah's frustration. But remember, we were just talking about it, and we said, you know, you don't want to believe in numerology, but now,
well,
again,
and for Sarah, you can see how mad she is as she's walking away from the car, but she really had nowhere to go when you're going through the turn at that speed. And Tony Kanaan, who you can see is already high up into the gray, up into the marbles, being forced up there. He will start to spin around. Sarah's running the normal line and then turns around, collects her. Now, Sarah should have seen that he was up there, maybe did not anticipate him coming down and having the back end spin out like that.
Something, we saw that too late. We need to have the camera go forward because something happened earlier that pushed him up high.
Okay, well, here we go. All the traffic, because here we come with Dixon, and he was turning around making a move. So and Dixon then because of that, here comes Marco. Marco makes a move very late going into 3 and leaves no room for Tony. And Tony, see how he's turning the wheel right now? He's in the marbles, Eddie. He's gone.
So much for teamwork.
Now, Eddie might have been all right if he didn't get hit by Sarah Fisher. The car might have just spun out.
There was nowhere for him to go. There wasn't a line for him to come back down. And if you listen to his radio, he said, why did he have to do that? There's no place for him to go. He's already into the gray area. If you pass somebody that late, there is no place for the car that you've passed to come back in.
Unfortunately, with Sarah coming from behind. So I was starting to say, I think in that situation, maybe the car would have just spun for Tony Kanaan, and he could have been able to continue.
Vince is with Michael Andretti.
Well, very disappointed Michael Andretti. Michael, how did you see that late pass from Marco there? Did TK have any options at that point?
I don't know. It's just a tough call, you know, when you're racing. I don't know. TK, I guess, was surprised that he was there, and, you know, should Marco have been there? I don't know. It's a tough call.
It seemed like your cars, all 4 of them, really had started to hit their peak. Were you guys holding off and waiting to make a charge at the halfway point?
No, I think we're just starting to get our cars dialed into the conditions and things. But it's a shame because Tony's really strong in his 711 car. So, you know, we'll see.
Another disappointing day for at least part of the Andretti Green team.
So again, the leader at halfway will not win the Indianapolis 500. As you see, everybody now, as pit lane is open, here on lap 107 of 200, Scott Dixon leads them down, followed by Marco Andretti, Thomas Scheckter, I should say, Dan Wheldon, and Ed Carpenter. Let's go with our ethanol triple pits, Jack.
Because he has the pole position for the race, Scott Dixon has no one in front of him. He will be at the lead of the queue. Let's go to Vince.
Marco Andretti in and out quickly, 4 tires and fuel, no changes.
And Thomas Scheckter also in and out. Remember, Scheckter wanted to wait for the last 50 miles so far. He likes his car. They still have not made that rear wing adjustment, lowering it any further.
You can see the race off pit road. The big winner, Castroneves, picks up 2, but neither of the Penske cars have been that formidable today. He is now 9th coming off of pit lane. Brian Briscoe, he needed that yellow because he was running on fumes. He's back on the lead lap as that was a necessary break for him. We're going to step aside one more time. There you see Marco Andretti. I don't know if that's going to be a fun team meeting after this race.
As you look at our huge crowd, we're under caution here at the Indianapolis 500, our GoDaddy.com Helicam. And we want to make a program reminder right now. Well, we have a couple of minutes that tonight ABC is the place for all your Sunday favorites starting at 7. 6 Central with America's Funniest Home Videos, followed by Extreme Makeover Home Edition. Then it's always a holiday weekend on Wisteria Lane with Desperate Housewives, followed by Brothers and Sisters, all tonight starting at 7, 6 Central on ABC. Well, we have had our biggest development by far in this Indianapolis 500. Just when you think that two teams are going to dominate the afternoon, Ganassi against Andretti Green. Tony Kanaan is knocked out as he is hit by Sarah Fisher when teammate Marco Andretti drove down underneath him, leaving Kanaan nowhere to go. And let us check in with Jamie.
Well, once again, Tony Kanaan leads laps here, but you can't get that victory. What happened there? We heard Marco come over the radio and say he feels bad and he's sorry. What happened?
He better be. I think it was a very stupid move, especially on a teammate. Me being a good teammate, I didn't want to turn into him because, you know, take two cars out of the race in the same team was not going to be good. So I gave up this time. Not very happy about it, but as usual, I'm in the lead and something happened. So let's turn the page over and hopefully AJR can win this one again, and let's move on.
Second part of that, Sarah Fisher, she had nowhere to go and got into you. What did you see?
My God, I feel so sorry for her. I drove back in the ambulance with her. She was crying so much, and you know, I feel so bad about it. I mean, she tries so hard, and they put this program together. It's just bad. I mean, I just hugged her inside. I said, look, I'm so sorry. And she was apologizing to me, but I said, look, cry everything you can cry inside here, so come out there and have a smile, please. Otherwise, you're going to make me feel bad.
It's the highs and the lows of Indianapolis. TK, I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll get word from Sarah Fisher as soon as she comes out of the medical center.
And the reason Sarah is crying is, I mean, she's running on a shoestring budget. And here we go one more time. You see Marco go down under, then Tony loses it at the gray, and there comes Sarah. Unbelievable. This guy one day is going to win this race. All right, let's go on board with Marco live. Here's the conversation on the radio.
Tell him I'm sorry. Yeah, Marco, you had a clean run on Tony. You just, he got up in the dirt, spun, and then he was hit by Fisher. He was actually okay, he was going to save it, but just got hit by Fisher. So just concentrate on the job at hand. Good job.
It's a clean run. I'm not clear about that, but I think Tony said it best. As teammates, you know, if it came down to the last 10 laps or the last 5 laps of the race, I would understand that. But as teammates, I'm not sure that I liked what I saw.
I totally agree, and I'm not going to say anything else on it because everybody said everything that has to be said on that at this point in the race. But his engineer is right to tell him, look, just focus on your driving, get it done. Don't worry about all that later. Right now, he's in the middle of a race, and he is the fastest car that's out there for Andretti Green.
All right, let's get a Firestone Tire update from Jack Arute.
Fellas, most of the drivers upstairs may know this, but not every Firestone Firehawk tire is the same. In fact, not only are there slightly different tire circumferences, but there's also slightly different weights. Now, the tire expert for each team will mark the difference in the weight. And if you go down here, you can see this one is at 0.26. Now, come on over here to this stack. And you notice this one at 0.27. Now, a tire guy will measure these all up with the pressures that they want. Then they'll determine what they want to put on the car. Now, this is in Scott Dixon's pit. Look at what this one says. Save them for car 9. I asked when they were going to use them. They said, we're saving them for the final run.
And that's how intricate the strategy really is. And you go, okay, why does that make a difference, guys?
And when you get down to that last 20 laps or the last pit stop, you want to put everything you can to give you a little bit of speed. And sometimes that's even in the driver's mind. You tell them you have this special last set of tires there for you. And that can make all the difference. And when you've got somebody trying to pass you and you're trying to hold your line into turn 1, those little things make a big difference.
All right, while we continue under yellow here, our 5th caution of the day, let's update you on our Firestone lap leaders before we go back to green flag racing. And Target Ganassi has led 90 of the laps between Scott Dixon and Dan Weldon. Tony Kanaan, who is now out of the race, led 12. Buddy Rice with 8. And you wanted to add something, Scott?
Was just an interesting Firestone fact that the tires are different sizes on the right rear to the left rear, and that's what they call stagger here at Indianapolis. The right rear tire will go an extra 3 miles over the 500-mile distance than the left rear tire. just because it's got a different size circumference to it.
Did you
I know
do
what
that
you're
math?
looking at.
You didn't do that math.
No,
You had somebody work that out for you. Don't act like you worked that out.
It's a very nerdy fact. I did not do that math, but it's something that I read. I found it very interesting. And
okay, I believe you, but I'm going to check that later.
You can check it. Okay, I'll bet you dinner on it.
All right, I'm jumping in here because I want to talk about focus, something I want you to tell everybody at home. We're in the back half of this race. We've just had our 5th caution. I'm going to get your thoughts after we hear from the drivers who have given their thoughts before the start of today's event.
The Indianapolis 500 is a very long day.
How I keep my focus during the race is just to try and stay calm and visualize the big picture.
Keep concentrating on every lap and every corner. Trying to hit the same marks and trying to think ahead 3 or 4 laps. Something that you just do. It's not something that you try and put all your energy into doing.
It's a 500-mile race, and I think the people who are able to do that for 500 miles are going to be there at the end.
Speaking of focus, I think we just had maybe a little lack of focus, because right up against the wall is Jeff Simmons, and this is our 2nd incident under yellow. Look at the right side. It's all pancaked.
How did he get there?
Well, the right side tires, maybe he had a flat. I don't know. Could see the marks right there. Let's go back and take a look. This just happened while we were listening to the drivers talking about focus. Left side. He's already hit the right side, and then he bangs the left side. So something happened on that race car on our 2nd incident under caution. Oh, man, hard right.
Well, it looks like something broke on the car because he was just going along the track. Now, also, Eddie, he's quite a ways back. I'm wondering if he felt something. You see how it just dives to the right? Obviously, it's pancaked the right-hand side, and now it's just going to come over here towards the left where all the signboard people are, up and down there between the pit lane and the racetrack itself.
With the stagger you have in the car and the way they're set up, if you were to spin because of something, you turn to the left, wouldn't you? You wouldn't turn to the right.
That's why I think something broke. It just went to the right.
All right, well, while we get Jeff's car out of the way, we'll try and figure out what happened when we get back. We'll go side by side. We're still under our 5th caution here at Indianapolis. From our DirecTV track cam here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the field with 1 lap to go before we go back to green flag racing. But we also want to remind you before we do that next Sunday right here on ABC, more IndyCar racing action. Don't miss the IndyCar 225 in Milwaukee, Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Let's quickly check in with Jamie Little.
Well, Sarah Fisher, certainly been here as a driver before, but you're an owner now and you're responsible for these incidents. Sarah, can you put into words the emotion that you feel right now?
You have no idea. I really wanted to go to Kentucky, and I don't know if we're going to do that or not, but I'm just really happy that TextForCars.com came on board and helped us out.
She's been through a lot this month of May, guys. We're about to go green.
And we are green, and it is tough. As you see, a lot of action going down into turn number 1. Dan Wheldon, does he have his car sorted out? He was having problems right before that Canaan crash with Sarah. He holds off and stays in position. As it is right now, Dixon, Marco Andretti, Wheldon, Scheckter, and Carpenter. That's your top 5.
That Carpenter sure is looking feisty. Everybody is right now.
Whoa! We're getting ready to do some off-roading. And you can't do that at these speeds. Look out.
Oriol Servia, everybody's following the train. When the leader goes low, everybody wants to follow in the draft, and Oriol Servia just took it to the extreme.
He almost had 2 crashes in less than half a lap, but somehow managed to survive. He's right on the back wing of Danica Patrick. Danica in the middle of the corner, taking a bit of a defensive line through 1.
Very smart move on her part. She would know just by looking in her mirrors that Oriol is coming. Also the spotters, which are located on the top of turn 1, and also the grandstands on top of turn 3 would let her know that the 5 car is coming up very quickly.
And Servia, remember, started 25th in this race. Meanwhile, he just loses a spot as it looks like Helio Castroneves has gotten around. Jack?
Well, Helio Castroneves had to catch his breath, guys. When he saw Oriol Servia go almost down into the grass, he radioed to Tim Cindric, and he just went, whoa, 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 whoa. And he said, Tim, you should have seen what I just saw. Helio's on the move again.
Yeah, but Danica slams the door shut. They maintain their position with 81 laps to go. His teammate, Elio's teammate, Ryan Briscoe, did come in and top off. We have 24 cars still on the lead lap this late in the race.
And what Elio's going to do this next time around, he knows that she's going to run the defensive line going into turns 1 and 2. So he'll time it correctly that he just comes out of 2 with enough speed and just close enough to her to be able to take a run going down the next straightaway.
But I don't think it'll be a high run. He's got to do it on the bottom. Every time somebody tries the high today, they end up in the wall.
We have been told from race control, they have told Danica Patrick, keep the car in a straight line.
Which means don't block.
No kidding. You've been warned.
You have been warned. We have our eye on you.
Well, she has got her hands full with her race car. It has not been.
We know she's blocking you.
That's Tim Cindric's voice you heard on the radio.
These are the 2 most popular drivers in IndyCar right now.
Vince, you've got more?
Well, and Danica is well aware that she doesn't have a car to hold Elio back. She just radioed in and said, I've got to have more speed, but she's really struggling in turn 1 and 2. She said, Elio can pull up next to me whenever he wants. He's so much faster than I am.
Lead change at the front as you finish up. Marco Andretti has moved to the front and round Scott Dixon and taken over the race in Indianapolis with 79 laps to go.
He's looking strong.
Probably took him a few laps to get his head cleared from that situation we had before, as we saw Thomas Scheckter now start to just get a great move going past Weldon. But for Marco Andretti, he probably felt bad for just a couple laps after that last restart with that situation with Kanaan. Puts it behind him now and has to focus on moving forward.
Mario Andretti, the last Andretti, the only Andretti to ever win here at Indianapolis back in 1969. 2 years ago, Marco finished second in the second closest finish of the Indianapolis 500 to Sam Hornish. Can he do it this year? Michael Andretti in 16 tries, never able to win the Indianapolis 500. He looks on, cheering his son on.
Now, the hardest position anybody's had so far in this race has been holding that lead for a while. What he's doing is he's opening up the air for the cars behind him. I suspect you'll see that Ganassi car pull up here within 3 or 4 laps, and they might even start leapfrogging.
As we move a little bit further back, checking in on Danica Patrick. She is in 8th position right now, still holding off Elio Castroneves. That's another one of the AGR cars. Let's listen in to her radio conversation from earlier.
I mean, the front is understeering and when you catch someone, but it's happening to everybody. You see somebody catch me, they go back. I catch somebody, I go back. It happens all the time. The rear, we can't do too much to the front because the rear is sensitive. It felt really good that whole run, but I do have understeer. Overall speed, I think, is the problem. I'm not able to pull fifth very hard. It's feeling luggy in the corners, and I can't downshift to fourth all the time and up to sixth, so, you know, I'm trying to leave it, but it's so luggy, it's not pulling it.
That's amazing that you would have that much clarity in the middle of a race. She just told us everything her car is doing and what she needs. She needs to pass that information over to engineers so they maybe will think up a strategy for her.
Now, we want you to understand that was what we recorded during the yellow, but you're right. That is all one train of thought that she put from beginning to end. And if you're the engineer, you just got a ton of information.
With these guys, I just don't, I'm using more throttle than I ever have, too.
That is live.
And that's impressive. She's on the radio, still turning into the turn at 220 miles an hour.
She's actually being helped by the car in front of her. If she was leading Castroneves with nobody in front of her, she'd have a harder time to keep the track.
That car in front of her is a rookie, Ryan Hunter-Reay, the leading rookie here this year of the 11. There's your top 5. Marco Andretti in his 3rd Indy 500. He's led in all 3, but he has not won yet. And we'll wave to all those fans in the stands there out of turn 4 down the front straightaway here on this Memorial Day weekend at the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500. It has been very dramatic, especially in the last few moments from about the midway point on. In fact, if you're just coming on board with us here on ABC, let's update you as we have Marco Andretti out in front. He is our current race leader. And he's going to be coming in for pit stop soon. He's working his 23rd lap since his last stop. Rookie leader is Ryan Hunter-Reay. He is running in the 6th position right now, but as you saw in side by side, he had a bit of a fright when he managed to get it a little sideways. Biggest mover, Oriol Servia, started 25th in this race, has moved all the way up to the 10th spot right now, so he has got a good run going. And Tony Kanaan, of course, the hard luck continues for Tony as he crashes on lap number 106, which brought out our 5th caution. Let's talk a little bit more about Ryan Hunter-Reay as we're going to get a chance to take you back to this moment. And it's these kind of saves that scare you, but then also build your confidence. Oh no, Justin Wilson into the wall here with 68 laps to go. So the second Newman Haas Lanigan Racing machine is now out of this race. And for a team that has led close to 800 laps, the frustration will continue again. Another year, they have never won the Indianapolis 500.
How disappointing is that? You know, your goal as a rookie is to see halfway. He did that, Eddie.
Yeah.
And will not get to the end.
Had a really good second stint was really good.
There is Carl Haas with the famous unlit cigar. Their day is over.
Does he take a fresh cigar every time, or is that the same one that he's been ringing around for a few decades?
I'm going to let you ask him that question. Safety crews on him, but we saw Justin moving, and not to make light of the situation by any stretch of the imagination, but a very frustrating day for the Newman Haas Lanigan team. And here comes Justin out of the cockpit. Here is what we have on replay. And
just one of those ones where the car might be a little bit light on the back end, and maybe just enough the turbulent air from the cars in front just to sort of walk the thing around. You know how, Eddie, you're sort of on the very edge there, and you come off the turn and it just feels light and it sort of walks itself.
And it happened right at the end of the corner.
Well, until that moment, we had 24 cars on the lead lap. At this stage of the race last year, we had 20. And as we mentioned, he has climbed out of the cockpit of the car, and Justin is going to go for the mandatory checkup, but appears to be A-OK.
How about the trio of Scheckter, Mir, and Carpenter?
Yes, let's talk a little bit about that while we've got a chance. But first, they're telling us, let's check in with Brienne Pettigo.
Well, I'm here with John Tzanikis, race team manager for Justin Wilson. You saw the replay just a moment ago. In your estimation, what do you think happened?
We don't know if he just lost it or if something broke, but looked like the back end just snapped around and he hit the fence. So, you know, I mean, we've been running around 15th all day. So, I mean, you know, we just hanging in there and see what we could do.
This is your first Indianapolis 500 with Justin Wilson. What was this team able to learn that you'll carry into the rest of the season?
Well, I mean, it's been an uphill battle for the whole team. You know, we're taking this nice and slow, and we're learning a lot. And you know, the guys are starting to work together, and it's just all the things that we need to learn to compete with what we call the big three.
Disappointing day for Newman Haas Lanigan, guys.
106 career wins by that team, as they have a strong, long legacy in open wheel racing. And there's what's left of their day. Graham Rahal, of course, first out in this event, will finish in 33rd position as we look down on the cleanup from high above with our GoDaddy.com helicam. And as we pull back, you can see, look at the throngs on the infield. Now, those are people that, I got to be honest, the last few years, they weren't here. And the buzz that has been accompanying this event, the traffic jam tonight going home is going to be enormous.
It was 2.5 miles coming in here this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, and so I would imagine it's going to be huge on the way out once the race is finished tonight.
And here comes everybody for pit stops, led by our race leader, 21-year-old Marco Andretti. Vince?
Marco Andretti coming down to his stop. Ziggy Harkus on the radio with him, reminding him he's got a clear entry. Check his brakes. Make sure he's got good brakes as he comes in. They're going to trim this car out a little bit with a rear wing adjustment. And this is the one stop. They got to make sure they get this stop to the final stop, Jack.
For Thomas Scheckter, he likes his race car, says he can drive it. For Scott Dixon, they're going to make a small wing adjustment on the left side. Dixon paddles Andretti out to the line. He'll fall in the lockstep in second.
race off pit road. Everybody pretty much where they started, except, take a look. Carpenter's got problems in pit lane as he is losing a lot of time, and now they've got even more issues. Oh, the heartbreak of this team. You have run a great race to this point, came in 5th position, and now they have given up all that track space.
Terrible.
All right, guys, I don't know.
So Ed gets it refired and is back out onto the racetrack, but far, far behind. Boy, did you see Helio Castroneves? He picked up 3 spots among several other cars. Let's get an update from Brianne Pettigo.
Marty, Ed Carpenter was suffering from a problem with the gear shift system. He couldn't get the car into neutral as he was coming into the pits. That's what cost them the precious time here.
And we just saw it on the replay, and we could tell. I mean, he didn't hit his marks, and there they are. They're going after it.
And now what Ed's doing inside the cockpit, you can see him talking and moving his hands. He's pushing the button on the radio, on the steering wheel, and going through the radio and telling them exactly what the problem is.
So they had to pull the car in to get it inside the box so that they could safely change the tires. And my, we talked about it. You win races in the pits and you lose races in the pits, and these guys are going to be having nightmares about this tonight.
The only way you can win Indy is for everything to go right, all the way from the pits, the driver, the tires, the strategy, everything. They had that car, I think it was 4th. That Menards car was getting ready for a great final stretch of this race. But it's still possible.
All right, so while all this continues here in our 6th caution, Ed is back out on the track. Let's talk a little bit on Monday, June 2nd. 12 players will start on a mission. 1 will try to sabotage them all. It's the summer's biggest mystery, and you get to play along. Who is the mole? Season premiere is Monday, June 2nd on ABC. Ed Carpenter comes out as the last car on the lead lap, 23rd position. The leader, right now, it is being shown as Mario Moraes. Moraes did not pit, so we'll double check on, make sure both scoring monitors, yes, say the same thing. So Moraes, it's been 20 laps since he pitted, so he's going to have to come in soon. Let's go back and show you what happened with Dan Wheldon's pit stop here. Watch as the crew puts in the jack, and then he's changing that tire because of the wing adjustment in the back. And Scott, boy, you talk about the team working on a drill. That's a heck of a stop.
You know, that's not something they just decided to do just a couple of minutes ago. That's something that's done back in the workshop, and they practice that, and they go through it, and it's choreographed, and that's something that you see only occasionally, and that's done there again by a top 3 team. These guys do also a lot of training to get ready for these pit stops, a lot of fitness training, as we see Mike Hall, who's managing the running of the operation of the car today. Very impressive there.
Let's check in with Vince Welch.
Well, Marco Andretti's team wanted to make a similar rear wing adjustment during their stop to try to trim out the car a little bit, but they were unsuccessful in getting that adjustment made. So now they're discussing options with Marco Andretti regarding the tools in the car. But Scott Goodyear, what difference can you make in the car that you couldn't make with the wing adjustment since the wing adjustment failed?
Well, there's going to be a situation now where he can use the weight jacker, and that's to be able to take some of the pressure off the right front tire and move some weight over to the left front tire if the car happens to be understeering. He gets an opportunity to use some roll bar adjustments to change the handling of the car, both front and rear. And if you are actually looking for a wing adjustment, though, Eddie, that's an aerodynamic device that you can make that change for. And it's not really going to be able to do much inside the cockpit from those drivers.
Sounds to me like everybody is trimming out. There's nothing you can do from inside the cockpit to trim the car. The only thing you can do is put less rear wing in.
Let's check in with Jamie Little.
Well, Justin Wilson has come from the medical center. You're okay, but what in the world happened there?
I was just running behind, I think it was Darren. I was trying to experiment with my lines, see if I can learn a little bit, just see what it's all about. I thought I was well in my comfort zone. I didn't think I was pushing too hard because the McDonald's car was feeling very good. But as I was coming out the corner, the back started to go light, and I knew I was in trouble, and I was trying to fix it, trying to keep it out of the wall. But you know, I spun to the inside, hit the inside wall. But so it's disappointing. The Newman Haas Lanigan team have done a great job all month. They've worked so hard, and you know, I was thinking that we could just hang on and move forward slowly throughout the rest of the race. But that's how it goes, I guess.
One of those transition teams, guys. And speaking of which, look at Oriol Servia on the march, guys. He's one of those teams trying to make his impact here at Indianapolis 500.
Servia running in the 8th position, but right now the man at the point is 19-year-old Mario Moraes from Brazil. He is stayed out. He's not going to be in that position, I don't think, long. So get a good look at his car. He has to pit soon. He's been 22 laps since he pitted. Let's check in again with Danica. We have more radio communication.
Guys, I think we need a trim. I can't pass. I can't pull up in a toe. Something. I can't do anything.
Do you think you could run up on somebody if we put the downforce in?
I did not feel a difference in the last trip. Now, you've done this for a lot longer than I have, so, you know, make the call, but I am slow. I am slow.
I love it.
That is great.
You make the call. You've been doing this longer than I have, but I'm slow.
But I got one caveat. I'm slow, so make it fast.
Yeah, and I'm not very happy.
Back to green flag racing at Indianapolis with 61 laps to go. This time by, and say bye-bye to Mario Moraes, because here comes the freight train led by Marco Andretti, and that is Scott Dixon underneath, and Dixon goes from 3rd to 1st in turn 1.
I'd say the race for the end has started.
Now, they did not get that change. We should put a period on it for Danica. So right now she's got to deal with what she has with 61 laps to go. And Moraes is under attack again. That's Thomas Scheckter. He moves into 3rd. And here comes Vitor Meira in the number 4 car, the blue and white National Guard car right behind. So Moraes is a sitting duck on old tires.
And not only on old tires, but he's a rookie here. And this is very difficult for him because he is off the pace. He knows it. His team elected to keep him out. All he's doing now is just looking in the mirror to see when he's going to get passed next.
Well, take a look at Ryan Hunter-Reay, because Helio Castroneves, that team has made a move, and whoa, we had 2 passes going on at once, and Moraes is up in the gray. Look out, he just brushes the wall.
You better go buy a lottery ticket, because that was lucky.
That's as close as you can come without tagging it. Plain and simple. Take a look now. Moraes is continuing to fall back. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Danica Patrick right behind, and Danica's going to look underneath. Can she get around Hunter-Reay? Yes.
Takes advantage of some mix-up that was going on coming out of 2 with that almost near hit or slice of the wall, I'll say, with Moraes. But what's going on now?
That's the most dangerous thing you can have around here, is a rookie that can't quite keep pace because there's a big bottle jam behind them.
I think he's got a problem from where he brushed the wall.
Well, no, he's brushed the wall and he might have a problem, but his heart rate right now is going about 200 beats a minute and his heart is up in his throat.
Well, there's nothing he can do. He can't just pull over to a side, so he's got to just keep his line and go as fast as he can.
Well, he couldn't get to pit lane. That's the other problem. Everybody was coming underneath him. We've got 59 laps to go. We're going to go side by side. Right now, it is Scott Dixon, Marco Andretti, Thomas Scheckter, Vitor Meira. Stay with us. Back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway right now as we get ready for more action. Let's talk about Thursday, June 5th. It's the NBA Finals, and Jimmy's scoring the biggest stars for his primetime specials. David Beckham, Steve Carell, Adam Sandler, Shaq, many more. It's Jimmy Kimmel Live Game Night starting Thursday, June 5th, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central on ABC. Taking a look right now at Townsend Bell as he is 14th on the racetrack right now, 12 seconds behind our race leader, Scott Dixon and Marco Andretti. You saw on side-by-side, Danica Patrick getting slowed up by another car. And look at Dan Weldon is being passed as well as the 14 of Darren Manning. So Weldon is fallen well back here, guys. He is now in about 15th position.
He has been struggling with that car. As Jack Arute mentioned, they've been making some changes, trying to bring the balance back to it. And Jack Arute, you have an update on that?
Well, guys, it seems like the longer the car runs, the more out of balance that it goes. Remember, last pit stop, they made a major rear wing change. Seemed to help them for a few laps. Now we're right back where we started yet again.
Well, it doesn't look like he's fighting the wheel, but it's just not going anywhere near as fast as he needs it to go. And we are almost...
Well, Marty, they added more downforce, and that will make a car slower immediately.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, absolutely. And I mean, he's got grip, but he's just got no speed. And we're getting word that maybe the 19 of Moraes has tagged the wall. He white-walled it on the right side. So Moraes, that's the second time that he has done that, and we're getting word that he will probably now be called in by IndyCar officials.
See, this pace that he's going right now, he's going so slow, he does not need to use the racing line. He needs to come down on the inside through the south chute there in turns 1 and 2, Eddie, and just get off the line.
Get off the line and get out of the way.
His last lap was at 183 miles an hour. The closing speeds, that's brutal.
That's what we call a pizza run.
Yeah, well, I need pepperoni on mine. All right, let's go back. It's Scott Dixon in front of Marco Andretti by 0.3 of a second. Thomas Scheckter is third. Vitor Meira is fourth. Can one of those two one-car teams end up winning the Indianapolis 500? Well, they are in position with about 50 laps to go this time by. Take a look a little bit further back. Where's our best rookie? That's Ryan Hunter-Reay. He is now back around Danica Patrick. Patrick had trouble clearing the 19 of Mario Moraes when we were in side-by-side. And as we go a little bit beyond there, that second car behind Ryan Hunter-Reay, if that looks familiar, it is the number 6 of Ryan Briscoe. And Briscoe, remember when he was a lap down and then stayed out 2 cautions ago? Roger Penske kept him out, got his lap back, then he got back on cycle. Jack Arute.
And not only is that, Roger Penske has told Ryan Briscoe, look, we are going to spend the rest of this race conserving fuel. We're going to go to the highest fuel conservation position possible, Ryan. And he said, we'll roll the dice and see what it brings us.
Well, everybody is going to have to make one more pit stop at least, and maybe 2, depending on how fast they're eating fuel.
So now it starts to become a game of where you are positioned on the racetrack.
Roger Penske, the captain, trying for his 15th Indy 500 win and the double. Remember, he won at Daytona this year with Ryan Newman at the 500. No one has ever won both of those races in the same year. There's your top 5, and Castroneves is in the 5th spot for Team Penske. In the pit lane. All right, we've dumped out of the side-by-side. As you can see, it is the number 16 of Alex Lloyd, the rookie, hard into the wall. And yes, that is pit lane. And luckily, no one else collected in this mess.
It's one thing you never want to do is have lost control of your car coming into the pits or into pit lane. We're not sure how he got to be in that position, but the one thing you want to make sure is that you're not having a situation, Eddie, where you could be taking out any of the crew members down pit lane.
One of the wisest changes they ever made around here is putting a speed limit in the pits. The first years I come in here, I raced here, used to go down the pits at 160 miles an hour. And those guys changing tires, there was somebody working in the back of the car. You cannot see a spinning car coming down.
Those were the days, like you said, off of turn 4, you didn't lift, you kept your foot on the gas all the way to the entrance to pit lane. It was scary.
All right, take another look as, he had brushed the wall coming out and then comes across the track and tags the inside wall on pit lane. Oh, took out the speed limit. Oh, that'll make everybody happy as far as coming into pit lane.
Wow, he's lucky he didn't take anybody else out in the process when he hit the wall off of 4. We've seen this numerous times today, up into the gray, lost control of the car, impact with the wall, and then back across into the side towards the pit lane.
But when he was crossing over the track, he was very lucky somebody didn't T-bone him.
Yeah, darn.
The high line today does not work off of 4 and does not work off of 1.
Well, Alex, as you can see, out of the car and okay, and We is his sponsor, and of course, probably playing the video game wouldn't have hurt nearly as much. It certainly wouldn't have been as expensive.
A lot cheaper.
Yeah. Tough break, though, for the rookie. He was running 17th at the time of the crash. And so another one of our rookies here at Indianapolis has found the wall. As we take another look, look at how close that was.
He's still going at least 150 miles an hour there when he hits.
And watch as he takes out the timing for the speed limit mark at pit in. And you saw the crew behind. They weren't even aware that there was a crash going on behind them. So as we are under our 7th caution here at the Indianapolis 500, we'll go side by side and see who comes in for pit stops. Stay with us. Back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 92nd Indianapolis 500. If you're just tuning in, we're under our 7th caution. We've had 59 laps under caution with 45 to go, and pit lane has just been opened. So by our calculations, 2 more stops, this one and 1 more. And it'll be interesting to see what strategies will be played out, as you got to get to 60 miles an hour by the time you hit that white line. And then all the way down for Scott Dixon, our race leader, because he is at the very end of pit lane. And as he heads on down, let's send it to Vince Welch.
Jason Weatherford will change the outside front tire for Marco Andretti, but the big change is going to come in the rear of the car. They want to make a rear wing adjustment to trim out the car to make it faster and better to pass, because they know they got to make a move down the stretch. Jack?
For Scott Dixon, it's a change of tires, but for Vitor Meira, they are going to put a little wing in the car. And now, off the line, guess what, guys? Scott Dixon is out and about. Now, here's one thing to remember. By my calculations, with the way Scott Dixon has been making fuel, his final stop may be what we like to call a splash and go, while others may need almost a full 22 gallons of ethanol.
And you saw there as you finished up, Jack, Dan Weldon is still in pit lane, so his troubles are continuing. In fact, they are getting ready to take the engine cover off. So we'll take another break. Stay with us. You saw it in side-by-side here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This track can rip your heart out, and that's what's happened to Thomas Scheckter. Vince?
A broken drive shaft has ended the day for Thomas Scheckter, who came into the last pit stop running third. Thomas, how disappointing is it for you to fall short here today?
Yeah, it's very disappointing. But, you know, we gave the Symantec car a good run, and I did what I could do, but, you know, I think the big thing is now just thank everybody that made this possible for me, you know, to get out there in front, and you know, this is what I love to do. Symantec, NASDAQ, Mail.com, everybody, just thank them.
Thomas went to each crew member and shook their hands and said thank you. Jamie?
Certainly another broken heart here. A rookie, first ever start in the IndyCar Series. Alex, take us through what happened. I know it could have certainly been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been. I don't know what happened, really. I mean, we grazed the wall earlier on in the race and never got happy with the car since then. I mean, we tried all sorts of things in the pits. It looked okay, but the car just wasn't handling right. And, you know, I think something must have gone wrong, because I came into turn 4 and then it just stopped turning. The thing just carried on straight into the wall. So I don't know what happened. We'll have to have a look over the data and see if something broke, or if you know, or what happened, really. I mean, we just struggled all race long with things, and that was that.
While you finished, you saw a daring move by Vitor Meira, and Meira and boy Dixon both shot around Ed Carpenter, who stayed out to take the race lead, but he is already being shuffled back. But Vitor Meira, the one-car team, is now in the lead of the Indianapolis 500. Look at this, we have potentially 3 wide, and they think better of it going into turn 3. Danica Patrick with her hands full with Helio Castroneves.
The intensity has gone up dramatically.
That's Briscoe, pardon me. Castroneves is up in 4th. That's Ryan Briscoe, as he has battled his way back.
Just the mental preparation for Vitor Meira to take that green flag, and to do that was really impressive. He just pushed through. Pardon me, excuse me, I'm coming through.
That was Ryan Hunter-Reay going around Carpenter. That is for 5th position. Meanwhile, the race leader, Vitor Meira, can he pull this off, Jack? This is a one-car effort against the big 3.
And Marty, remember, they've added David Cripps to the squad, and the one thing that David Cripps has done throughout this race, coached Vitor Meira along with Pancho Carter on making hay on starts. They've worked on it. They've worked on the car. They had a little downforce, and now he finds himself out front as the little team that could. But he had a little extra motivation. Earlier today, the National Guard Staff Sergeant Patrick Shannon presented to Vitor Meira his camouflage uniform, his beret, his Purple Heart, and his Bronze Star from Sergeant Patrick Shannon's time in Iraq, and said, "This may change your luck, Vitor."
Yeah, well, they might have given him a cannon too, because the way he shot out of it coming around to make this pass for the lead. Let's go back and take a look, guys.
Restarts are the perfect time to be able to get past people. He takes advantage with the lap car on the right-hand side, of Carpenter, and he splits down the middle, threads the needle. You wouldn't get away with that too many times.
Vitor Meira has finished second 7 times in his IndyCar career, 80 starts without a win. And Castroneves has gotten around Marco Andretti, and all of a sudden, the Dancing with the Stars winner is tap dancing his way towards the front.
He's picked up the pace. I mean, he's dramatically picked up the pace. And Vitor Meira doesn't seem to be letting it off at all. And the pace, his last lap was 220 in the lead.
Yeah, we were cruising at around 217, 218 for quite a while. It has amped up.
Well, it has to amp up because you made some changes on your car during that last pit stop. This will be the pace of the race, maybe from here to the end, or if not, certainly the last 10 laps. You need to understand if the changes you made to the car are going to work. Otherwise, you need to refine it again during the next stop. There's no slowing down now. This is a sprint race to the end, guys.
Vitor Meira in front. Has never won a race in 80 starts, let alone win the Indianapolis 500. Right behind him is Scott Dixon. Finished second last year, lost the championship on the final lap of the final turn. And Helio Castroneves, he's looking to win his 3rd Indy 500. And of course, in 4th is Marco Andretti, the 21-year-old who has led his 3 times that he's been here. As close as he's come was that dramatic finish in 2nd 2 years ago.
And I don't think anybody expected Castroneves to be this strong at this point in the race because he's had a very hard time getting up to there. So Marco could get frustrated being shuffled back farther than he thought he would be after that last stint.
Marco made a little run at him, but has fallen back again. So the top 4 right there on your screen with Ryan Hunter-Reay, the leading rookie here at Indy. Here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on this Memorial Day weekend, we've got a crash now as you were looking at the race leader, but the yellow has just come out and Milka Duno has crashed, and you can see the flat spot on the left rear tire. She just spun it, we're told, now, and but the tire is flat.
Running. Let's get it back in.
You can hear the crew talking to her from Dreyer Reinbold Racing.
Well, that's not a flat spot. That's a big hole through the tire right there from keeping her foot on the brakes just to slow the car down from possibly hitting the wall. So Robbie Buell's on the horn saying, get it going if you can, but that's going to be need to be towed.
Well, Milka was the last car on the lead lap in 19th position, and she now brings out our 8th caution. Take another look.
Very much on the inside. Buddy Lazier's on the high side, and the 91 car with the LifeLock machine goes towards the center of the turn, and let's see if Buddy keeps it off the wall, collects it. A great job by the veteran. Milka, unfortunately, has the tight line and ends up doing a nice 360.
It's the first person we've seen today pull off a pass on the high side, but she's lucky she didn't hit anything, and Buddy's lucky that she didn't bump into him and knock him into the wall.
Now this is where she should have released the brakes right there and let the car go straight and collect it again, but it was just enough to flatten those tires, poke a hole through them.
So, as we are under caution for the 8th time here at Indianapolis, we'll step aside. As you can see, the crew will get Milka off the track. Jamie Little, you're up first.
Marty, that certainly is the plan. All he wants is a right rear air pressure adjustment, fuel, and 4 tires. This team, the little team that could, we'll see if it'll be good enough to the end. Vitor Meira pulls into his pit. Jeff?
Meanwhile, Helio Castroneves, they debated whether to change tires or not. He said he needed new tires in order to try and pass Scott Dixon. He takes on the fuel. Meira is out. Dixon is out. As is Helio Castroneves, who almost gets collected. Oh, another close call with Danica.
And I believe Danica has damage. I think it's that.
Yes, Ryan Briscoe is down at the end of pit road, and he has been sandwiched up against the pit wall, guys.
Well, she broke her left rear suspension, guys, when she had the contact with Briscoe.
Husband Paul Hospenthal looking on, and for the first time in 4 tries here at Indianapolis, Danica Patrick will not finish the race. Now the crew is pushing back Ryan Briscoe's number 6 as he made the contact coming out, as Danica was as far over as she possibly could, but there's just not a lot of space down there.
She had no place to go.
Well, the back end of the car, Briscoe's just slid out from putting the power down. The tires were spinning, and it just kicked out enough just to catch her left rear suspension.
But that is so difficult for the mechanics or whoever is sending out the car. You can't sit there and wait for everybody. You got to get them out.
All right, we've got a replay on this. Take another look at it, and it looks like they're checking Briscoe's car back in the pit.
Wing here. Normal guys on the front wing.
And They are pushing Danica's car. I thought the whole rear got snapped. Now here it is.
Just comes over. That left rear suspension has been broken.
Doesn't look good, guys. The car's not balanced right. The right front bench or something. Try and start it.
That might not be that bad. It might be drivable.
Well, you just heard her on the radio.
No, if you can drive it like that?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I give you credit. You're more of a hero than I thought you were.
I thought it snapped the first time I saw it. Now take a look from Danica's onboard. Oh, what a view this is going to be.
She's doing everything perfect. She's in what they call the high-speed lane.
Yep.
A-arm is broken on the suspension. Her day is finished.
There it is, one more view from there. So a tough break for Danica Patrick and Ryan Briscoe. The question will be, can they get Briscoe's car back out?
It's over, guys. I don't think.
And you can see her banging on the wheel.
She had a difficult race, but she really did soldier on through it, didn't she?
Yeah, she never really got into the top 5, but was never lower than 13th at any point during the race, and most of the time was hovering around 7th to 9th, and they were trying to work that car back into contention.
And she was being attacked the whole time, and it was a
Came out right into you.
hard race for her.
Good run.
I'd agree with that. That was a very good run.
Unfortunately, that won't do much to assuage the disappointment of not being able to finish the Indy 500. Brienne?
I've caught up with the disappointed Michael Andretti. Michael, from your estimation, what happened there?
Briscoe lit it up coming out. He tried to, swerve, and he got the back end loose, and he nailed Danica in their left rear. I mean, his fault, not hers. Wasn't her fault. She did it. She was doing a good job.
Frustrating day for him, guys. This is 2 out of 4 out of the race.
That's right, and he still has Marco, his son, in 4th position. Hideki Muto in 8th. Scott Dixon got out first. He's the race leader over Vitor Meira. Well, you saw it on side-by-side. Danica Patrick got out of the car, and to say the least, I think she wanted to have a conversation with Ryan Briscoe.
And she has the right to. Let her, maybe not right now, but if that was a guy walking down, there wouldn't be that big of a deal, would it?
Oh, the ovation that the crowd was giving her was, we could hear it all the way in here, despite the fact we have earplugs.
And I think we actually heard Mr. Penske say, lower your visor to Briscoe. Was that true?
Yes, and take a look at this. This is how it all started. And here's where the crescendo of the crowd started. They thought she was just going to salute, and then when they realized she was going down pit lane to get a piece of Mr. Briscoe, give her a thought or two, and look at the PR person trying to catch up, saying, whoa, my driver is going the wrong way.
But you know something? This is why she is successful, because she is determined. And there's Charles Byrne, the head of security for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, knows what's going on, trying to talk a little common sense into her. He'll wait a little while, and then she'll be escorted over the wall.
Then he said, yes, now that's far enough. Let's cross over here.
And then there's the IndyCar official also helping to block.
That was like the defensive line right there. You weren't going to go past him.
I have nothing wrong with that. I don't think that's an issue at all.
She is a firebrand. I mean,
that's what she's like.
That's why she's successful.
That's right. She has been that way since the day she started in these cars. Whoa. Here we go as we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing. As the flag flies, so is the fur. And hold on, boys, because this is getting a little dicey.
Hideki Muto, the rookie, did a great job getting past about 4 or 5 cars. Look at this.
This is downtown New York on, oh my goodness.
Hang on, going through turn number 1. That's where most of our incidents have been occurring. Dixon is out in front of Vitor Meira, Helio Castroneves, and Marco Andretti. That was Dan Weldon you saw well back in the pack. He is running 12th right now. Whoa! We are going to go off-roading. This ain't going to work for long, fellas. Holy smokes.
This is Indianapolis, guys, and $2.5 million to win this. This is serious when it comes down with just 25 laps to go.
And they shouldn't need any more fuel.
It should be a sprint to the finish. And right now, as they come by, we now have 23 laps to go. It is Dixon, Meira, Castroneves, Andretti, and Hideki Muto has gotten around Ryan Hunter-Reay for 5th.
Now this is where you hope your last change that you got the mechanics to do when you were in there, whether it was wings or tire pressures, made the difference. Castroneves running a real low line, blocking Marco Andretti.
That outside line will not work.
Look how much further he's back now. Castroneves took him down towards the grass, entering 3. He's already been warned once today. That won't go on very long before he'll have some type of repercussion from IndyCar.
Would you say that Dixon's best buddy right now is Castroneves? The more pressure he puts on Mira, the better off Dixon is.
And we get word that they have warned the 3 car about blocking. So we'll keep you posted on that issue. Meanwhile, there is the top 4 in your screen with 22 laps to go.
We talked about the super teams in the opening of the show, like Penske, Target Chip Ganassi, and Andretti Green Racing. Well, right now, Scott Dixon, who's leading this, is aboard one of those super teams. The aerodynamic package they have, they spend so much time in the wind tunnel. Do they have something that's going to be superior over Vitor Mira? One of the smaller teams that doesn't spend much time in the wind tunnel. Who will have the best package here for the shootout?
The margin between first and fourth is 9/10 of a second.
And Marty, these drivers know that there's going to be no more pit stops, no more fuel required.
Scott's wife, Emma, looking on at the monitor, hoping her husband can pick up his first Indianapolis 500.
Marco is all over Castroneves. He tried the high side going into 3. He's probably going to try it in a different manner, but there's not much room here.
Down the front straightaway, and now we have 20 laps remaining in the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500.
And Eddie, with 20 laps left to go, you can be patient just a little bit, but you don't want to wait too much more time going by. 15 laps max. He's got to get going now.
Jack, what's the story on the race leader?
Your leader, Scott Dixon, was told by Mike Hull, no need to save any additional fuel. He can run full open for the rest of the way. Scott didn't believe him. Mike calmly told him, it's all yours now. Meanwhile, Helio Castroneves, remember, guys, he elected at the last moment to take on tires. Tim Cindric wanted to go with a fuel-only stop, but he talked his out of that, saying, I need new tires to be able to pass. We'll have to see if it works. Jamie Little.
Jack, right behind Scott Dixon, Vitor Mira, they told him he's good on fuel. You don't need to concern, go full rich and run down to the end. This is the most packed pit on pit road down here for Vitor Mira, the sole soldier out there, guys. That single car effort, they didn't have a sponsor for a long, long time. And finally, it's come around. They won the Indy Lights race yesterday, and now today, looking for their first win with Vitor Mira.
The Indy Lights race was won by Dylan Battistini, but right now all eyes for that team is in that number 4 car. And look at Dixon, he has started to open it up. So obviously he's believing Mike Hull, and he's saying, oh, good, because 2 races he's had to pit because he ran out of fuel.
And he's lost both of them. In this case, he seems, right now, he seems to be a little bit faster in 1 and 2 and holding his own in 3 and 4. If he keeps even gaining 1 foot a lap, he'll win the Indy 500.
All right, as you can see, the race has still got a few more deciding moments. There's your top 5 as we go side by side.
Andretti might have the speed, but he just to do something with Dixon, but he's not going to get there. Now that's why I went down the road with the aerodynamic package, because there's no doubt they've got a superior car.
Vitor needed the lead.
Yeah, that's what they think, Scott. They think their car's good enough, but they don't think they're going to get a shot at him.
These guys are flat out.
And he is closing. Yep. Boy, if they didn't have that problem in the pits.
Hey guys, they just told Castroneves he can go up 2 on the soft limiter. You know, they have a hard limiter and they have their own soft limiter.
Yeah, 10.275, so they're at whatever that is, 10.295. But
Okay, how far back did Carpenter drop after that disastrous pit? Last. I know, but how far back? What place was he in? Back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on side-by-side, you saw a lot of Ed Carpenter. The reason is, remember, he was 16th after that disastrous pit stop. He has now fought his way back to 5th and has been turning laps at 220 plus miles an hour. Our race leader is still Scott Dixon by 7/10 of a second over second place Vitor Meira. Take a look, that is Sandy Andretti, Marco's mother. Our 4th place racer right now, and you were talking about he just can't get enough on Castroneves to get around him.
He just can't. He's gaining in certain spots, but what's going to happen now is that Carpenter is probably going to be making the race easier for Dixon because he'll put some pressure on Andretti. Andretti will then stop putting pressure on Castroneves and all the way up.
All right, Roger Penske, of course, is looking for the back-to-back, winning Daytona and Indianapolis in the same year. Vitor Meira, can you talk about tension? These guys are feeling it as they are seeing their guy sort of lose a little bit of ground to the race leader, who is Scott Dixon, and there is wife Emma as she is cheering her husband on and just hoping that the last 11 laps fly by.
Marty, these guys have been flat out on the gas ever since that restart, and Scott Dixon's laps have been continuously about a half a mile an hour faster than Meira, and now we see finally he's going to have a look on the inside.
Can he get it done? Yes, Marco Andretti moves to 3rd. Now, can he track down his next victim, which would be Vitor Meira? And look at how quickly he dispatches the 3 car, and here comes Ed Carpenter right behind as he looks like Elio goes all the way down, and this might get the attention of race officials.
That's
you put that one under the big B, that one, isn't it, huh? That's
big
the
B as in
one.
blocking?
10 laps to go. 15 times the leader with 10 to go has failed to win this race. Today, Scott Dixon's hoping to break that. You're on board with Ed Carpenter.
Meira just did a lap at 2:21.
And Dixon still that 2:22 number. But Marco Andretti's on the march. It'd be interesting to see if he wasn't hung up behind Elio Castroneves for those laps. Would he have already been closer towards the front and dispatched Meira?
From the DirecTV track cam, that thing moves at about 35 miles an hour. These guys are running at 220, or pardon me, 90 miles an hour. And they can't keep up.
Marco Andretti 224 that last time.
Marco has the fastest car on the track right now.
That was Buddy Lazier getting out of the way. He has lapped traffic. He is going to let the race leaders decide this. In fact, he looks like he's heading for pit lane. On board with Marco Andretti. This time by, it'll be 8 laps to go.
Marco Andretti, you heard him on board, not even lifting off the throttle.
2 years ago, he lost by Oh, so close. The second closest finish ever. Sam Hornish took the win. He can see the race leader. Can he get to the race leader? He is flat-footing it all the way around this track. Whoop, lifted just a little bit there in 2.
But he's got O'Meara in front of him. And if he can't get by him within 3 or 4 laps, it's going to be also difficult to catch Dixon.
Absolutely. It's going to almost have to be in 2.
The gap has stayed the same between first and second. 7/10 of a second over the last 3 laps. This time by 7 laps to go in the 92nd running of the Indianapolis 500.
There he goes.
He looks down low. Can't get it done.
Remember, turn 2 is where he had problems before. Didn't get a good run off of turn 2. We'll have to see if he can do that this time. He lost a bit of time in turn 1 that time. He'll take another shot at it. He's got to make the timing just right here. He's got to sort of fall back a little bit and time it so that when he comes off of 4, he's got the momentum.
So he's working on him now, going into 3, so he can get him going into 1.
Oh, a little bit of a lift. That won't help.
No, that'll give up some ground. This time by, it'll be 6 laps to go. You saw his grandfather, Mario Andretti, hoping that his grandson can do what he did 39 years ago. That is Emma, wife of Scott Dixon, Sandy Andretti, Marco's mom. Take a look, and that is Ryan Hunter-Reay as he goes around Hideki Muto. And that's a battle for potentially Rookie of the Year honors here at the Indianapolis 500. Put Hunter-Reay in 6th, move Muto to 7th.
Carpenter in 5th place.
A great comeback for the Vision Racing team and the 20 car of Ed Carpenter. And look at the lead now. There is Carpenter as he continues to try and reel in 4th, but he's running out of laps. And so are the guys up front. You heard the call. 5 laps to go. It is still a 7/10 of a second lead over second place Vitor Meira.
Meira and Andretti, if they work together, can actually close the gap on Dixon. 2 cars running together where they're helping each other are faster than 1.
I'm not sure, Eddie, that either one of those 2 had anything for Dixon, though.
You hear the spotter saying, let's go get him. It's easy for them to say. It's harder to do. On board with Vitor Meira, and he is starting to open up a little bit of ground over Marco.
Listen to Vitor not even lifting off the throttle.
Meira has cut the
closing. He's closing.
Last lap it was 0.7 seconds. Now it's down to 0.4 of a second. Meira is putting on a charge. 4 laps to go at the Indianapolis 500. Has this become a 2-car race? It looks like it has.
He's in his tow. He's close enough to get a tow from Dixon.
Coming down to 3 to go. 3 to go. Let's go get him.
That is Meira's team urging him on. He finished 2nd here in 2005 to Dan Weldon. Oh, he almost wiggled there.
That's because he's not lifting off. He's just got his foot flat on the gas.
You can't lift now.
3 laps to go, this time by. What will be the gap? Remember, it was 0.4 of a second on the last lap. And it's now 0.6 of a second. That little wiggle cost him 0.2.
0.2. I have a feeling, I'm not quite sure, but I think Dixon might have been a little bit worried about the fuel, and he tried to save a little bit for 2 laps because he just pulled out more distance again.
Go get him. Go get him.
You can hear the spotter still urging him.
Dixon ran 2:21 that last time. Yeah. Vitor Meira 2:19. I'm not so sure that Dixon, as you mentioned, that he was sort of hitting back and just sitting back a little bit and conserving.
You're getting a little excited about this,
look at this traffic's going to be right going into 1. Oh, no.
You've got 2 laps remaining in the Indianapolis 500.
Get out of the way.
Dixon has got traffic. He makes it. He gets through.
That's it. If he has another problem, he's won the 500.
Meira clears. But now there's going to be more lap traffic.
Get out of the way.
To the white, Vitor. Coming to the white.
Get out of the way.
A lot of the drivers have pulled off the racetrack, but this one decides to stay on, but he does get past cleanly.
That was John Andretti, gave him plenty of room. But
who's the next one?
It looks like Meira is losing ground because of the lap traffic. Here we go. The white flag is about to be shown to Scott Dixon. Remember, he finished 2nd here last year. That's Buddy Lazier in front of him, the 1996 winner. Lazier, several laps down.
Come on, not in between.
Clear. Bring it home now. Bring it home.
You heard him. bring it home. He's down the backstretch. Remember, at the beginning of the day, we talked about the perfect storm. Well, for Scott Dixon, his storm started last year at Chicago when he lost the race and the championship on the final turn of the final lap of the final race. But not today. Coming through turn number 4, Scott Dixon is going to complete his perfect storm with a win at the Indianapolis 500.
Exceptional.
Take your time and wave to those people, Scott. Great job, man.
Woo! Good job, boys. Good job. Woo! Congratulations, Scott. Great job. Way to go, Brownie. Good job. Good job. Hey, great job, Michael.
The largest purse here in the history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, $2.5 million plus awards.
And guys, for the 8th time in his career and 2nd time here at Indianapolis, Vitor Meira finishes 2nd. Danica Patrick waves to the crowd as she heads back. For the first time in 4 efforts here at Indianapolis, does not finish the race. And it'll have to wait till next year. The 19th driver to win from the pole position in 92 runnings of this event. His name is Scott Dixon. It has been a perfect month for him in the eye of the perfect storm. Wife Emma is trying to get to victory lane. Remember, their pit was all the way down at pit out, and she is bolting because she wants to be there to give her husband, Scott Dixon, a big hug, and I guarantee you a very big kiss. And wow, what a performance by the Iceman. 2nd outright win for Chip Ganassi as an owner. He co-owned the 1989 winner of Emerson Fittipaldi with Pat Patrick, and here he comes, Jackaroot.
Scott Dixon does the clean sweep and wins the Indianapolis 500. Scott, getting the congratulations of his crew. Scott, this is emblematic of victory in Indianapolis.
Congratulations.
No longer can they call you the Iceman. No longer can you call you the Iceman. Congratulations, that was a brilliant run.
What a day, man. I just couldn't believe it. It was, you know, you just thought something was going to go wrong. Come here.
Come here, Emma.
We did it, Gotta thank my wife for sure. She's definitely helped me a lot this month and put up with my moods. But what a day. You know, we seem to have a good car, and we just had to hold on to it and you know, try and stay in front of those cars on the restarts. You know, just a sitting duck, but so many yellows today, it's really hard to get into a rhythm.
Let's talk for a moment, though, about the course of the race. For a while there, it looked like it was easy for you, and then Chip Ganassi comes to congratulate.
Good, thanks, man. That was huge. Good job. Thanks, man.
But then all of a sudden, it was a situation where you had to kind of back off and let other people lead. Conserving fuel?
I was trying to save fuel. I was just trying to see how the car was in traffic. We were trying to work on it the whole time. I think our car actually had a little bit too much drag in it. But, you know, coming towards the end, as long as we got a good jump on those guys, I don't think they were going to get past us. But the Target guys did a fantastic job. All the Target people here, everybody that came out today, thank you very much. It was fantastic.
One final thing. You got to go face out here. No longer can we call you the Iceman, my friend. It's time to call you the Milkman.
Right here. Got it. Right here, Scott.
The only thing I can't figure out is why does everybody start pouring this stuff over their heads? It smells so bad in about a half an hour, but congratulations to a great win for Scott Dixon as he has won his first Indianapolis 500. We've caught up with Danica Patrick. Brianne Pettigo.
Danica, we saw what happened in the pits. From your perspective, tell us what happened.
Well, you know, I just was going down pit lane, and as people pull out of their pit boxes, you're in the outside lane, and they have to wait until they can blend in. And from what I know, it looked like it was pretty obvious what happened. And you know, what are you going to do? The guys worked so hard today, and, you know, we worked hard in and out of the car all month, and, you know, unfortunately, we just we didn't get to show for it in the end. But, you know, congrats to Dixon. He was strong all month, and he deserves it.
You didn't get a chance to talk to Ryan on the track. You were pulled away. What do you want to tell him?
It's probably best I didn't get down there anyway, isn't it?
Thanks.
So Danica Patrick with the fire that burns inside her, and she doesn't pull any punches. Remember last year she went toe-to-toe with Dan Weldon in Milwaukee. Let's check in now with Vince Welch with Marco Andretti.
A very disappointed Marco Andretti despite a third-place finish. Marco, why are you so upset?
No, because in hindsight, it's easy to point out mistakes in the race, you know, and I think as a team, we did an awesome job. I think all month, if you ask me, I think the Indiana Jones car was one of the ones to beat the entire month, you know. So I think it was a team decision to do what we did, and okay, we missed, but we messed up as a team. We finished third, we got good points. Let's move on.
Is a team, when you talk about the decision, are you talking about the rear wing decision to change the trim out the car on that last pit stop?
Yeah, copy. But that's the thing, is you know, it's easier said than done afterwards. You know, during, it's a team decision. If you mess up, you mess up. You know, so I think you know, got good points. What are we gonna do?
What happened with the Tony Kanaan incident?
The way I saw it, I had an awesome run, and I just got to the inside. I thought I had him cleared, and I stayed as low as I possibly could, and maybe I dive bombed him too late. I don't know. I'll have to look at the tape. If so, I completely apologize. I still apologize because you don't want that to ever happen. But you know, I felt so bad at the time, but I got to focus on the task at hand, and that was to try to win the race.
We saw your grandfather sharing words with you as soon as you were getting out of the car. What was the conversation?
Yeah, same thing. It's easy. It's easy to point out the mistakes afterwards.
A third-place run today, Jamie.
Well, Vitor Meira leading laps here. You know, Vitor, we hear all about the big three. Then you guys appear. What is it like leading, knowing that nobody counted you guys to lead laps and perhaps win this race?
Nobody but the Delphi National Guard crew. We really prepared the car, and everything was according to plan. Just things didn't really happen our way, and we finished second. But you know what? This is a very good result compared to the struggle we had last year in the beginning of this season. Definitely Penta Racing is back, and the big three is better. Watch out.
Look out. We're going to show some of your passes. Very aggressive driving, and that's what it took. Everybody watching this, take us through this.
Right there, I saw open gap and said, I'm not lifting anymore, not from until the pit stops. And that's what happened. I mean, that's what we needed. That's what the crew did for me, put me there with that opportunity. From that point on, there's no lifting. And I really have to put my hands down to the Delphi National Guard crew.
Vitor, all the big three, they have all these resources. They have other cars to bounce information off of. How do you guys survive and be at this level?
You know, John Barnes and Mike Griffin put a great bunch of people together. What it takes here, it's people and love for the sport. That's what we have. And the rest we work out ourselves, going after sponsorship, working on the wind tunnel and everything else. That's what we do because we love the sport. And JB put a bunch of guys together, Cripsy, Woody, Andre, everybody's top-notch. We are going to be from here better.
And this is a team that almost went away, and a driver who almost disappeared from the league, guys. It was a great union here today. Vince?
With Helio Castroneves fourth today. Helio, let's talk about the defensive driving, because I know that the league spoke to you about the blocking. Were you holding Marco back?
Well, obviously it was one of those situations. First of all, I just want to say about my team, what an incredible team. You know, to be such an incredible Cindric and Rick Reineman. I mean, all my guys lead by Rick Reineman. They did an incredible job to put me all the way to the front. You know, it was a very tough track. It was very difficult to pass. Everybody, it was a difficult race, but my guys, amazing. And obviously everybody's trying to do everything they can to keep the position. Sometimes one guy slow down and push, and it's one of those things. And they seemed that they took downforce in the last stop. They were faster, so that's why they were going a little bit faster than us. But it's a shame. I wanna do so well. Obviously, fourth fourth place, it's a good position, but you want to always a little bit more. But I'm very happy with the incredible team effort.
Was there a point in the race where you thought maybe you were going to have a shot at winning, and then it turned?
I never gave up. I mean, even towards the end, I never gave up. I mean, this is one thing. That's why I enjoyed so much working with those guys. They keep putting me up front, and we keep trying to work to the car to make sure that was good. Unfortunately, we didn't have it. You know, Ganassi seemed to be the favorite team this year. Victor did a great job. Mark did a great job. So fourth place is good for the championship.
Helio Castroneves. Jack?
Well, the guy that finished in 5th place has probably worked more assortment of jobs here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, from parking cars to selling concessions. Now you got a 5th, Ed Carpenter.
I do. You know, before this, 11th was my best finish. So to come out here with the top 5 for Menards and Johns Mansfield, DirecTV, Lilly Diabetes, it's a great feeling. You know, we had a really good car today. We were up front all day and had a bad pit stop where I couldn't get the car into neutral, lost all the track position we could lose. And
then you had to battle back. What was that like?
It's tough. You know, you just have to keep your head, and at that point, you know, there's no more saving fuel. You just got to race as hard as you can. And we passed quite a few cars, and then we were 3 laps away from pitting and caught that yellow, and that was a big break. And then we got back on sync with everybody, and you know, that was a lucky break for us. You know, if the pit stop was the bad luck, at least we got the lucky break. So, you know, I'm just happy for Vision Racing. Wish my teammates could have had a better run today with me, but just happy for all the people to make this happen. My mom and Tony for giving me this opportunity. I'm grateful to finish top 5 at the Speedway. It's a good feeling, and want to come back and try to better it.
Guys, he's only got 4 more spots to go, right?
And it was a great run, his career best. Formerly a 11th place finish, now number 5 here in this year's race. Let's take a look at our HD winning moment from DirecTV, and I think that's a pretty good one, as Scott Dixon becomes the milkman, as Jack has now nicknamed him. And as we get ready to move on a little bit further, let's check in with Brianne Pettigo, who has our highest finishing rookie.
That's right, Marty. Ryan Hunter-Reay finishing 6th in the Indianapolis 500. It was your first Indy 500. What do you think?
It was awesome. I can't even describe it. I mean, I learned so much through the race and how the pace goes and what I could do with the race car. We punched above our weight today. I mean, I drove great. The team did a great job. They gave me a good car. And, you know, it's a great result for ethanol. And my friends are here. One of my buddies brought Michael Schumacher's Nomex that he won here at the USGP. And he's been here in the pits the whole day, so I think that brought us some luck, too. I'm just stoked. It's Indianapolis 500, my first one ever, and I'm top rookie, so I couldn't be more ecstatic right now.
Solid finish for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Vince?
Well, and the driver finishing right behind Ryan Hunter-Reay is Hideki Muto. You want to see how difficult a day it was for him, as we'll look at the blisters on the inside of his hands. But Hideki, as a rookie, the fastest rookie qualifier, what does it mean to you to finish 7th today?
It was a really good experience to run 500 miles. I made a mistake at my first pit stop. I stalled the engine, so I feel really sorry for the guys. But after that, I could be able to pass many cars, and finally, last restart, I think I moved up to 5th, so I was quite happy there. But we had not enough speed to finish 5th, so we dropped 7th. But this is my first time in the 500 top 10 finish. It's, I think, not too bad.
Absolutely. He had fallen all the way back to 27th today early in the race and fought his way back to a 7th place finish. Marty?
As always, a lot of great stories as the victory parade continues. Final thoughts, Eddie?
Exceptional execution from Ganassi from the start of the month.
And they're just continuing on where they finished last year, where they almost won the championship, and they're on their way to doing a great run for the stretch for the championship again.
Sometimes teams fall apart after losing a championship the way they did, but not this team. They came back. Not only have they been strong, they won the first race at Homestead. Now they win the Indianapolis 500. Target, Chip Ganassi Racing, and Scott Dixon. Brent, take us home.
Marty, wonderful job over there. A very popular victory for a driver from New Zealand. There have been 3 drivers from New Zealand who have competed here. 2 of them have won Rookie of the Year, but now Scott Dixon will have his likeness etched on the Borg Warner Trophy. During the off-season, he was married to Emma. Danny Weldon kidded him that he'd become more cautious, slower. It wasn't to be. He has won the Indianapolis 500. And a reminder about the IndyCar 225 at Milwaukee. The gang will be there And then tomorrow night, ESPN will bring you Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Final, the Boston Celtics against the Detroit Pistons. And up next, LoJack's Identity of Racing Champions. Congratulations again to the Kiwi. Scott Dixon has won the Indianapolis 500.
Special presentation of ESPN on ABC.